I think we can do it, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 230 subscribers away, if my math is correct. Maybe 231 from hitting 200,000 in this live stream. So I'm going to try my best. We are going to probably live stream here for the next 5, 6, 7 hours. God knows how many hours we're going to be going. We've been streaming for so damn long as of late. And we'll see if we can hit 200,000 now. I will pull up some of the injury reports and some of the news that we have as of late before we dive into questions. Just give me 1 second. And as I pull this up, of course, if you have not done so already, make sure you go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, dollar for dollar deposit match up to $500. Plus, you'll be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, you'll be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard going up against the Packers on Thursday. But first thing is, looks like Kupp will be good to go in week 5, ladies and gentlemen. Gus Edwards gets a full practice in today. Gus Edwards most likely will be good to go. Don't know about Justice Hill. Christian Watson listed as questionable. Aaron Jones listed as questionable. David Montgomery listed as questionable. We were told that all these guys were going to be playing. And then you have Brandon Ayuk actually at practice. However, Deebo Samuel with his rib injury misses practice. So we may have the exact opposite of situation of what we had last week, where we may actually have Brandon Ayuk playing, no Deebo Samuel. I'm not too worried about Deebo. Keep in mind, he did suffer that rib injury last game, but they played on Thursday, so he's going to get a nice little cushy 10-day break here. But I think that should be it. And let's go ahead and let's dive into what we have with our first team. Dano coming out says, need some advice. We have Richardson, Danny Dimes, Saquon Kamara, Herbert, St. Brown, Debo, Olave, and Joku. Should I be trying to move one of these wide receivers or defenses for a better quarterback or RB2? Or should we just write out the season? Thank you. No, thank you so much, my man. I mean, wide receiver, really like the top 3 guys that we have. And honestly, I think that we're fine just chilling with these players that we are currently looking at. Now, I will say, if you're in a situation that maybe you have someone down on the bench like DJ Moore, maybe you have a Hollywood Brown, you have one of these depth guys where you're saying, Mason, come on, man, these guys are literally never going to get into my starting lineup. Then sure, if it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, we could look to go through and make a 2-for-1 deal where we could potentially upgrade somewhere in the starting lineup. Now, my issue with this is we're sitting with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. To be honest with you, I think Anthony Richardson is a quarterback that you can be very excited about. I view him as someone that we are going to be starting every single week, regardless of matchup going forward in a 4-point passing touchdown format, just given the amount of rushing upside that he has. So personally, I'm actually going to be looking to hold on to Anthony Richardson. And I don't think we want to upgrade quarterback. If you were to get an upgrade, I think maybe you want to send one of those wide receivers for a tight end. That's what I'd be looking to do, my friend. But Ross coming out says, traded Elijah and Sky Moore for, oh my gosh. Talking about Elijah Moore and Sky Moore for James Cook and Kamara? Pickens and Gabe Davis. There's no way I have to be missing something here, right? Currently 3-0. We have Herbert, Love, Bijan, Pollard, Kamara. Hopkins, Jerry, Judy, Gabe Davis, Pickens, JSN, DJ Chark, 14-team format. If I am correct in thinking that this is Elijah Moore and Sky Moore, or even Elijah Mitchell and Sky Moore, for that package, phenomenal. I would rather have Pickens and Gabe Davis over the receivers. Kamara versus James Cook, up to you. I think we're getting pretty much wide receiver upgrades for completely free. Now, our next question coming out from Abduram, always appreciate you, my man, says, traded Kelsey, Kyron for Etienne, Wilson, Kittle. Going from Kyron to Etienne, slight upgrade. Kelsey to Kittle and Garrett Wilson, massive downgrade. Saying, but Wilson gets a quarterback change soon. Okay, so now if we were to have Kirk Cousins getting traded over to Minnesota, then I will say 100% you want the Garrett Wilson side. But before we see that actually happen, I mean, unless I am mistaking something. There's no reason to make this trade, right? Unless I'm mistaken, you still have Zach Wilson as the starting quarterback in New York. I understand the possibility of this changing, but as it looks now, it does not look like it's going to happen. And I don't know if we really want to be standing by this if Zach Wilson is still Garrett Wilson's quarterback. Now, B coming out says, should we trade Kenneth Walker for St. Brown? It's a 2-flex PPR format where we have Hurts, Saquon, Walker, Moss, Gibbs, Roshan, Sharp, Dylan, CD, Ayuk, Watson. Okay. First off, great deal sending Puka for Gibbs. If it is going to be a 2-flex full PPR format, I am completely fine selling Kenneth Walker for Amon-Ra St. Brown. If it was like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where it's a non-PPR format at the same time, then we're probably not looking to make this deal. But in this format, great move. Now, Monana, I'm an idiot. I can't read right now. Says, just traded Ridley and Goddard for Swift and A.J. Brown. Great move. I mean, I'd rather have A.J. Brown over Ridley. I'd clearly rather have Swift over A.J. Brown. We're 1-2 with our running backs being Warren, Brian Robinson, Saquon for the week. Love the content, my man. Really appreciate you. And yeah, phenomenal trade. I think you easily won that one. Now, Remy coming out says, sup, 12-team map BBR format where we're at 3-0. We have Watson, Smith, Evans, Ramondre, Ford, Kelsey, Garrett Wilson at the flex. We have Alexander Madison, Christian Watson, Adam Thielen on the bench. We need running backs. Any moves? We're going to go for a wide receiver upgrade. Okay, do you need running backs? Do you need receivers? What's going on? I'm assuming you're meaning that you're going to go through and take one of these depth wide receivers, go get an upgrade at running back. Personally, that's not necessarily something that I would think we need to do in this format. You're sitting at 3-0. You're in a really good spot. I mean, if you wanted to make a trade, Alexander Madison probably is going to be the guy that I'm looking to go ahead and sell. One of my favorite pick'ems of the week is actually Alexander Madison for fewer than 70.5 total yards. Because if you do get Cam Akers into this offense, I think it can all of a sudden be a split backfield between these two guys. And I don't think Madison's good enough to produce in a split backfield. So if you wanted to take a wide receiver and Madison to go get a running back upgrade, go for it. Chase coming out says 12-team map BBR format. We traded Brian Robinson and Romeo Doubs for Anthony Richardson and Calvin Ridley. Oh, great deal. I'd rather have Ridley over Robinson, or at least, I mean, I probably would. They're kind of close, but I'd easily rather have Anthony Richardson over Romeo Doubs, especially if we had Justin Fields at quarterback. Let's go through. Let's plug in Anthony Richardson this week. We have Eckler, Roshan, Charbonnet, Gainwell, Hunt, Latavius, Amon-Ra, Amari, Andrews, Ridley, Downs. Any moves, thoughts on the trade? Running back depth is a little bit questionable here, but ultimately, I think it was a great deal. Ultimately, I think that if we are able to make those plays off the waiver wire and solve the long-term issue that we may have at running back, it's going to be a great deal at the end of the day. And we're already beginning to make those moves, right? I mean, you're already rostering as many running backs we can on this bench. Great trade, great team. Dylan says, hey, Mason, we're 2-1. What do you think? We have Tua, Eckler, Gibbs, Brian Robinson, P. Ryan, Godwin, AJ, Kirk, Waller, and Laporta. So, I mean, here, if we could take one of these tight ends, such as Sam Laporta, if we could sell them with a wide receiver like Chris Godwin and get an elite level wide receiver in return, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Maybe if you wanted to go, say, Christian Kirk, Sam Laporta, and go get a wide receiver like Jalen Waddle to get the Tua Waddle stack in the long term and just start Darren Waller going forward, I think you could do that. I mean, maybe you want to wait until you get the actual production from Waller before you make the move, but I'm confident that Waller will be better. Now, Nerd says drop Dalvin for Charbonnet or Spears. I'd probably go for Zach Charbonnet. And yeah, I mean, Dalvin Cook is in a 3-man running back by committee, one of the worst offenses in the NFL. Charlie says 10-team full BBR format where we have Jalen Hurts, Pollard, Gibbs, Tyreek, Pittman, Kittle, Metcalf. On the bench, we have Montgomery, Flowers, Watson, Addison, Roshan, Devon, and Deontay. Any recommended trades? Great team, a full BBR format as we get Montgomery back in. If we could go through and see if we can sell Montgomery in a deal and get back just a running back with a little more receiving upside in the long term, I think that would be something we're looking to do. Now, with that being said, I mean, I don't necessarily think that we are in a position where we should go through and panic and make any moves right now. I think you have a phenomenal team in terms of the overall depth that we are looking at with this roster. I think it's a great team. I mean, down there on the bench, we just have so many names. If you could sell like Montgomery and Kittle and somehow get over, and I know this is a stretch, I mean, hell, even if you were to throw in like a depth wide receiver, like go Montgomery, Flowers, and Kittle, and somehow get a Kelsey on a team like this, I think that'd be a no-brainer. Now, our next question coming out from Salty Peanuts. who says 12-team PPR format, 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs tied into a flex. We have Love, Daniel Jones, Jefferson, Olave, Watson, Dell, Johnson, Swift, Devon, Madison, Dillon, Herbert, and Andrews. We're 2-1. Any moves? I mean, I think these quarterbacks will be good enough to go through and play the matchups with rest of season. We're elite at wide receiver at the very top. We have depth through the position. We're great at running back at the top. We have depth through the position. We have the elite level tight end. We're 2-1 for a reason. Great team. Really, the only thing that I could say is going back to what we were previously discussing with that other team. If you wanted to go ahead and take like Alexander Madison and Tank Dell, go sell them and get a long-term upgrade over Alexander Madison where we don't have to worry about someone like Cam Akers coming in and taking work. I think you could look to do that, my friend. Now, the Notorious one says, should we trade Hollywood and James Conner for Aaron Jones and CeeDee Lamb? Hell yes, I would love that. I mean, I think we're upgrading running back and receiver there. Now, Evil Skittles says, I was very worried about my team last week, but I ended up beating the hell out of my opponent with 154 points. Thanks for the help, bro. No, thank you so much for being a member of the vlog, my man, and congrats on going down there and getting that dub. Now, Tommy says, should we trade ETN for Lamb? I would in a 10-team full BBR format. LOG says, Subgoat, trade Pittman and Cousins for A.J. Brown. Yes, sir. I would go ahead and get that done. The Conqueror says, Mason, real quick to start, your advice last year won me the championship for the second year in a row. Hell yes. Appreciate you and all the work you do, man. No, thank you so much. And I said this, and I know y'all are probably rolling your eyes when I say it, and I know I'm annoying as hell, but genuinely, I know that we're live all the time. I know that we put out more stuff than anybody else on the planet, but with that being said, the reason I do this is it's not work for me. It's the most fun thing I could ever do. I uploaded probably 700, 800 videos with literally nobody watching for years and years before it ever in a million. I mean, I could have dreamed about it turning into a job. So yeah, I want to remind everyone here, I'm not working hard. I'm doing what I like. I'm going to do this regardless of if it's work or not. And I'm just blessed enough to be able to say that, yeah, I mean, I can make this the main thing that we do every single day, which obviously is just so damn nice. So thank you so much. I mean, because y'all are clearly the reason that I'm able to do that. So thank you so much for everything. But David coming out says, 12-team PPR double flex. Would you do Lamb, Swift, Mitchell for Jefferson? Double flex format may be a little bit harder to do this. The team after would be Pollard, Lamar, Ford, Jefferson, Keenan, Goddard, Lockett, Judy. If we have this kind of depth, even if it's a double flex format, we are going to go ahead. We will pull the trigger on this deal, my man. I mean, going and getting the best player there in Jefferson is just such a no-brainer. Now, Crano says, double flex, we have Andrews, Pacheco for Jacobs in a future first with Laporta. Ooh. Super flex, probably give me the first. Atrophied says, ooh, we actually missed them. We may end up having to pull this up on the other screen. Just give me a second. Yeah, we are going to have to pull this up on the other screen. As I do this, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We are closing in on 200,000 subscribers. We're about 200 subscribers away. So if you could go down there and hit that like button, would help us out a ton. And yeah, let me just pull this up on the other screen. If you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you know you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $500 on a new account. Plus, you're going to get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, you will be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Packers on Thursday. But we're also going to turn off super chats for a second so I can go through and make sure we don't get too far behind on any of these questions. I don't want to have to wait. I mean, make anybody wait too long here. But I believe our next question coming out from, we may or may not have forgotten this. So we're going to have to just set this up in 1 second. Also, the dog is under me. Hey, come here, girl. I know. It's scary out there, but you got to go out by yourself. I know. It's okay. Come on. I cannot get this dog out of under the desk. Okay, looks like she's staying here. It looks like I will be hurting my back the entire day. Okay, so we are going to go through, find this next question. It was from Atrophied, who says, keeper 12-team double flex, Andrews, Pacheco for Jacobs in a first. Oh, no, we already answered that one. Keeper 12-team BBR, would you trade Palmer or keep Quentin Johnson? So essentially, would you rather have Johnson or Palmer? At least how I'm reading this. I'd rather go ahead. I'd rather have Quentin Johnson for the long-term upside. I do think that Palmer's probably a better option for this week. Now, Kill It Cal Style coming out says, I need a running back. Guy in first place is Fields at quarterback. Saquon, Kyron, Aaron Jones, Moss, Akers. We have Hurts and Love. What kind of proposal should I send? If we could go through and send, say, Jordan Love and just get a depth running back, I mean, you're not going to get someone, I think you're going to have to take another running back that you have. If you can take a running back depth piece that you have right now, send, say, a low-end RB2 and Jordan Love to go get Kyron Williams, that would be what you do. I mean, you're not getting Jones. You're not getting Kyron. You're not getting Saquon. And I don't know if we really want to go through and trade for Akers. Now, Shway says 12-team PPR, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Hurts, Adams, Chase, Puka, Evans, Walker, Brian Robinson, Kittle, Akers, Pierce, Hunt. And then on the bench, we got offered CMC for Adams, Robinson, and Akers. Should we do it? Three wide receivers, going to be a little bit tougher to move off of Adams. But if it is going to be for Christian McCaffrey, we will make the exception. We will go ahead and make this deal, my man. I mean, you can make a strong argument that CMC is the most valuable player in fantasy right now. Now, AJ says 12-team PPR, 1 flex, 2 and 1. We have Herbert, Jefferson, Dell, Swift, James Cook, Henry, Mixon. On the bench, we have Hopkins, Thomas, Sanders, Musgrave, Stroud. Any thoughts? No trade thoughts. I think it's a great team. I think you're going to be keeping it as is. The only thing that I would say is I definitely want to go through and play someone like Michael Thomas over Tank Dell this week, even if you like the long-term upside of Tank Dell. Julian says drop Kincaid for Ferguson and start 2 in a PBR league. Robinson, Pacheco, Christian Watson, and Jahan Dotson. I will go Brian Robinson and Christian Watson, even if I'm not excited about going through it and playing Watson this week, even if I'm excited about the long-term upside. And then if you're looking at Ferguson as someone you need to start right now, then sure, I'd rather have Ferguson right now, but I would rather have Kincaid in the long term. Now, Matt coming out says 3-0, 10-team PPR format, where we have Lamar, Chase, Adams, Smith, Flowers, Kamara, Swift, Ramondre, Pitts, Ingram. Do I trade Smith and Ramondre for JT and Watson? Thanks. So thank you, my friend. 3-0 roster. JT is definitely someone that we are looking to trade for, that is. I don't necessarily know if Devonta Smith is the guy we want to be sending. If you could send like Zay Flowers and Ramondre instead, that would be a no-brainer, and I probably wouldn't even need Christian Watson back in that instance. Fair deal, though, if you really wanted to make it. I just really want to hold on to Smith where we can. Now, Doctor says we have Hurts, Bijan, Pollard, Palmer, Tutu, Sutton, Pat Frymuth, Gus Bus, Godwin, Kirk, Breida. 12-team non-PPR format. Mike Williams' injury put me in a rough spot. Should we sit tight or? Yeah, so wide receiver, my man, I mean, we are struggling right now. I mean, actually, no, never mind. We have Godwin and Kirk. You snug them down there. If that's Kirk Cousins, let's trade Kirk Cousins for a wide receiver. If it's Christian Kirk, let's start Godwin, Christian Kirk for the time being, and hope that we could work the waiver wire for wide receiver in the long term. Travis says, should I trade Cal or Amon-Ra St. Brown with Laporta for Hill? I would trade either Amon-Ra St. Brown or Calvin Ridley with Sam Laporta for Tyreek Hill. I'd prefer to trade away Calvin Ridley than Amon-Ra St. Brown. Nerd says just traded away Evans and got back Cooper Kupp. Phenomenal deal. I think long term, you're definitely going to prefer Kupp there, my friend. Chris says traded Jefferson for Lamb and Aaron Jones. What are your thoughts? We still have Olave and Debo, and now he has Etienne and Aaron Jones. Jefferson for Lamb and Aaron Jones. If this is a 12-team minimum double flex league, I'm okay with it. If it's a 10-team league with 1 flex, we probably should have kept Jefferson. Now, Alfonso says, full BBR, we need a receiver and a flex. We have Ayuk, Kirk, DJ, Devon, Brian Robinson. Thanks so much, Mason. Really appreciate you, my friend. I think we are going to be going with Brandon Ayuk in either your call between Devon Achane and Brian Robinson. Ayuk may be in a very good spot with him being healthy and Debo getting banged up. Mo says, bench is looking like Hunt, Akers, Judy, Amari, Brian Robinson, Lockett. Who should we start in the flex this week? Also, who should we look to trade in an 8-team format? Really, you're not going to get too much value unless you wanted to go like Tyler Lockett and Brian Robinson to get a running back upgrade, which we would be looking to do in an 8-team league. I just doubt too many people are excited about trading for Tyler Lockett in that 8-team format. And we probably are going to go ahead and we're going to be starting Amari Cooper in that flex. Rob says, so I traded Lamb for Jacobs and Watson. We have Dak, but he hasn't been doing well. What do you think about the trade? Honestly, I think you should have kept CeeDee Lamb. I think you could have gotten a little bit more. I don't know if we're too pumped about, getting Dak Prescott in. I'm sorry, Deshaun Watson in. John says, start 4, full BBR format. We need a running back, 2 receivers, and a flex. Gibbs, Sanders, Puka, Amari, Ayuk, and Pittman. We're going to go Puka and Amari at wide receiver. Ayuk, Pittman going to be pretty damn close. Like, if you are looking at our wide receiver rankings, we have Ayuk at 20. We have Pittman at 16. But those were made under the assumption that Deebo Samuel plays as well. If Deebo Samuel misses, I think we go Ayuk for the flex spot. And then between Gibbs, Miles Sanders, full BBR format, I'm going to go Gibbs. Jonas says trade Kyron for Brees, Ford, and Addison. Deep format, I think you can do it. Kyron Williams is crushing, though. Justin says, do we start Fields and DJ or Stroud and Dell? I go Fields and DJ because they're going up against a Denver Broncos defense that just let up 70 points. Danny says 12-team BBR format. Trade Hunter, Mostert, Hunt for Waller, Montgomery. The rest of the team is Burrows, Saquon Hill, Addison, Kupp, Kelly, Warren, Sky, Downs. What are your thoughts? Interesting deal. 14-team format, I probably would have preferred just keeping Hunt because he's going to be worth way more than a roster spot in a 14-team league. I think it's a fine trade if you really believe on Darren Waller. I have a video coming out tomorrow talking about selling Raheem Mostert because I understand everybody's trying to do it. And I think there are two sides of it, to be honest. Now, DD coming out saying 10-team BBR, we have Eckler, Mostert, Sanders, Gibbs, Amon-Ra, Keenan, Puka, Zay Addison. Can trade Eckler, Puka for Mixon, AJ Brown. What are your thoughts? Puka to AJ Brown, massive upgrade. Eckler to Mixon, massive downgrade. If we could sell Gibbs instead of Eckler, we would do it. If we can sell Mostert instead of Eckler, we would do it. If we could sell Sanders instead of Eckler, really anybody but Austin Eckler. I don't want to be sending Eckler away from a team that has Herbert, especially. Okay, I got to move this dog, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Come here, baby. I know. Come here. Come up. I know. You're a good girl. You're a good girl, and you want to stay under the desk, but everybody can see her real quick. I know. You're a good doggy, aren't you? You want to say hi to the camera? Say, hey, everybody. We're hitting 200,000 subscribers today. I got to go outside. I got to leave the room. You can stay back, but you got to lay behind me. Okay. So our next question coming out from the Conqueror says, my question is in a 10-team BBR format where we have Geno, Bijan, Barkley, Smith, Metcalf, Addison, Collins, Kittle starting. I can offer where we send Richardson, Barkley, Metcalf, Kittle for Tyreek, Andrews, Taylor, JSN. Do I win? So let's break it down piece by piece. Kittle to Andrews, give me Andrews. Going from Barkley to, Barkley's the best piece in the deal. Tyreek, give me Tyreek. Metcalf to Taylor, give me Taylor. Richardson to JSN, give me Richardson. But hell yes, you win this deal, my man. I mean, we are getting it upgraded at 3 major spots. We are just giving up a quarterback really to do it. I definitely want to be picking up another quarterback if our starting QB is Geno Smith in that instance. But yeah, good spot. Now, Pew Pew, a long time member of the flock coming out saying, I am 1-2 in a 10-team full BBR format double flex with Lawrence, Bijan, Etienne, Lamb, Lockett, Laporta, Stevenson, Hollywood. And then on the bench, we have Goddard, JSN, Charbonnet, Watson, Algier. Waivers are pretty bare. Any trades to upgrade wide receiver? Okay. If we're looking at this team, I mean, we do have the long-term upside. Now that we're getting Watson back in, we have JSN as well. Double flex format, we can start 4 of these guys. So I understand that we've struggled, but at the same time, my man, I mean, we have been dealing with some unfortunate scenarios. Lawrence has been sucking. I mean, you had the injury to Christian Watson. JSN's a rookie. Bijan Robinson's a rookie. Zach Charbonnet's a rookie. We'd assume these rookies, Sam Laporta's a rookie. You assume these rookies take a little bit of time and they get better as the season progresses. So I actually think that we sit on our hands. I think we're going to be just fine as is. And I don't really think we need to make any moves from here, my man. Double flex format, I keep the wide receivers we have. Now, Zach says, 10-team BBR traded Kyron for Gibbs and Ridley. Great move. Love to see it. I mean, obviously, Kyron straight crushing, but it is what it is. Now, Gerver coming out says, hey, Mason, been lurking around since early 29. There is no way in hell, my man. Appreciate your hard work and been crazy to see the growth. Mostert or Kyron this week? We're going to go Kyron this week. I would like to see the split between Devon Achane and Mostert before we have to make that call. I mean, Mostert, tough matchup, and at the same time, I mean, Kyron Williamson went 100% of the snaps. But if you've been around since early 2019, you were there when we uploaded 700, 800 videos for like maybe 50 people watching them per video. I mean, just the still photos and me talking in my closet in college going, I like Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs is good. Draft Josh Jacobs. Comment what you think. Drop a like on the video. Those were the videos back in the day. They've proved maybe a little bit, obviously not much, but thank you so much, my man. That's crazy. Now, Deb Patel out here says, 12-team at BBR, Kirk, Gibbs, Devon, Jefferson, Smith, Ferguson, Gabe, Tank. On the bench, we have Anthony Richardson, Elijah Mitchell, Gainwell, Spears, Zach, JT on the IR. Just traded Smith and Gabe for Jacobs. Gabe Davis, if it's going to be, say, a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I don't necessarily think Gabe Davis is a super big difference maker. I mean, we're pretty much just looking to go through and get those upgrades where we can. Smith to Josh Jacobs. Ultimately, it is up to you. I understand that we do need some running back production here. We have a bunch of wide receivers. I don't necessarily want to sit here and act like it's a great deal, but if you're a Jacobs believer, sure, go for it, my man. Go for it. Now, Ernest says, got offered Higgins for Zay and Hunt. Do we take it? I would rather have T. Higgins. I know Higgins just looked horrendous on Monday night, but as Burrow gets healthier, I think Higgins will separate. Robin Roy says, 12-team at BBR, triple wide receiver. Trade Kupp, Aaron Jones for Jefferson and Kyron Williams. Yes, I would do this in a heartbeat. We have Tua, Tyree, Kupp, Jefferson, Addison. Oh my gosh, we're going to be able to go through and pair up Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson. GG, your league mates, my man. I mean, getting out of Kupp there where you don't have to worry about the hamstring strain at all. No brainer. Your boy says Hall or Gibbs long-term. I'm going to go Gibbs long-term full PPR. Jason says James Cook or Aaron Jones rest of season. We're going to go Aaron Jones given the fact that James Cook doesn't have the red zone role in his offense. Now, JTO coming out saying 3 wide receiver, 1 flex. Team is Herbert, James Cook, Kyron Williams, Jefferson, Lamb, AJ Hawkinson. The flex is James Cook. Do I trade my AJ Brown and CeeDee Lamb for Olave, Gibbs, and Calvin Ridley? AJ to Olave, lateral move. Lamb to Gibbs, Ridley. I understand maybe we want some long-term upside at running back. I think maybe we are just giving up a little bit too much here. Just a little bit too much, my friend. I would way rather go like AJ and James Cook for this package. Like if we wanted to go AJ and James Cook for Olave and Gibbs, let's do it. I just actually, it's fair. It's fair. If it's a start 3 wide receiver league, can everybody spam the chat? What would you rather have? Would you rather have AJ Brown and CeeDee Lamb or Chris Olave, Calvin Ridley, and Jahmyr Gibbs? AJ Brown and CeeDee Lamb or Olave, Gibbs, and Calvin Ridley? Please let me know. And also, while you're down there, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed for 152 days in a row. And we are about 165 subscribers away from 200,000. Brown. All 3 Brown. Looks like most people are saying Brown. We got a couple of Olaves mixed in, but most people are saying Brown here. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Demetrios says, hey, Mason, start one of the each position. 10-team non-PBR, Goff or Jordan Love. I mean, we just made our quarterback rankings. These guys are very close for us this week. We have Goff at 14. We have Love at 11 in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Hall or Mixon, we're definitely going to go Mixon. Goddard or Ferguson, we're going to go Goddard. Flowers or Tutu, thanks, man. Love the content. Really appreciate you. We are going to go Flowers. Flowers did expand his role to running 100% of the routes for the Baltimore Ravens this past weekend. Now, Jutro, always happy to see you. My man says we're in super down bad mode where we lost Chubb. Losing Chubb in a 14-team format is going to be way harder to overcome. especially in a 4-flex league. Super flex, 4-flex, no tight end, 1-5 already, where we have Burrow, Richardson, Swift, Ford, Higgins, Watson, Burks, Edwards, Robert Woods, Algier, Stafford, Mitchell, Odell, Rondale Moore, and Pat Freiermuth. So in the starting lineup, we are sitting with Gus Edwards, Treylon Burks, Tyler Algier. Trading away a quarterback in a 14-team Superflex league is going to be something that is so tough to pull the trigger on because these quarterbacks are so hard to come by. Generally, if you can get a starting quarterback, you really want to be holding on to him. Now, with that being said, my friend, I think that you are probably in a position where we can go ahead and say desperate times call for desperate measures, and we may have to go to a team that really needs some quarterback help and send them Matthew Stafford and get a couple viable flex plays. We at least have 2 quarterbacks that we can start every week, assuming that Richardson and Burrow are going to go this week. I think maybe we have to just say, F it. We'll play only 1 quarterback in the weeks where our guys are on buys. Because, I mean, this is going to be a situation that's so hard to dig ourselves out of this hole, especially knowing in a 14-team league, options on the waiver wire are going to be a little worse. Now, Timed in Full says Ridley, Waddle, or St. Brown, Sutton. Sutton has no value. Would I rather have Waddle and Ridley or St. Brown? Receivers are Debo, Mike Evans, Puka, Boyd, Myers, Tank, or Wandale. Probably rather have Ridley and Debo. If instead you could go like Ridley and Myers and go get St. Brown, or Waddle and Myers and go get St. Brown, we would do that. But I'm thinking I'm going to keep the Ridley and Waddle side. Christian says 10-team PPR format. Who to start at wide receiver 1 and 2, plus the flex. We have Smith, Puka, Amari, Zach Moss. We're going to go with Devonta Smith for wide receiver, Zach Moss for sure for the flex. And then if you are looking at Puka versus Amari, I have these guys ranked literally back-to-back in my rankings. We asked the live chat yesterday, and the majority of people did say that they would rather go through and they would rather play Amari Cooper. And keep in mind, the live chat, as we've learned, is smarter than I am. And also to start in 18 bubble flex, pick 2. Puka, Moss, Kyron, Swift, and Ayuk. Ooh. I think we go Moss and Kyron because they are running backs getting literally every snap. Now, Robert says, should we trade away Walker, Ridley for Saquon and Olave? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. If it's a full BBR format, that is. JJ says, thoughts and updates on JT. Is Mott worth holding on to or trading away? Taylor may not get traded. Oh, yeah, it's definitely no guarantee that Taylor's getting traded. So that's why we've been saying, if you're looking at Zach Moss, this will be a player that I'm looking to go through and hold on to if we actually need his production right now. However, if you have like Zach Moss and he's down on your bench where you're not even starting him, then at that point I would look to go through and sell him for like the Nick Chubb team, because there is the outside chance that you end up, I'm not saying it's guaranteed, I'm not even saying it's likely, but there is definitely the chance that you have Jonathan Taylor coming back 2 weeks from now, staying on the Indianapolis Colts and not getting traded. And then all of a sudden, Zach Moss goes from a running back that has a lot of value to a running back with not many. Okay, not much. I apologize. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, 20, long-time member of the Flocks has got offered Lawrence, Bijan, and Brees for Lamar, Mostert, and Ford. I got to accept this right. So Lamar to Lawrence, clear downgrade. Mostert to Bijan, clear upgrade. Ford to Brees, kind of dependent on your team. Team would be Lawrence, Bijan, James Cook, Brees, Gibson, A.J. Dillon, Adams, A.J. Brown, Terry, Gabe, Quentin Johnson, Robert Woods, and Andrews. Yes, you would have to accept this. I don't like trading away Lamar Jackson, especially on a team where we have Mark Andrews. But at this price point, it does kind of seem like a no-brainer, my friend. Now, Bingsley coming out to 16-team BBR format. Bijan and Kyron Williams are my running backs. I traded for Barkley and Christian Watson. I don't know if either of them are going to play. Do I risk sitting Watson for Barkley to maybe play on Monday? Other receivers are Amari, Josh Downs, and Zay Jones. Well, Zay Jones may not play, my man. So if you're in a situation where you're saying our backup call is Josh Downs, honestly, we may end up just having to play Christian Watson if he does play. Obviously, it's very difficult when both these guys are going to be questionable on Thursday and Monday. I think we're going to wait for the reports that we get right before the game tomorrow. I will be live before tomorrow's game, my friends, so I'll definitely be keeping you posted. 16-team format, I think we probably take it safe and play the guy on Thursday. If it was a 10-team format, I'd probably roll the dice and play the guy on Monday. Now, yes, there are no super chats turned on right now. I'm sorry. We will turn on super chats in a little bit. We are almost going through and finishing all these questions. Once we finish these questions, we will turn super chats back on, my friend. But MF Slum says trade Madison for Zay Flowers. We have Lamar, DK Debo, Mixon, Brian Robinson, Hockenson at tight end. On the bench, we have Godwin, Dotson, Mims, Gainwell, Quentin Johnston. We're 1 and 2. I would say no. I don't want to trade Madison for a depth wide receiver straight up. Because fundamentally, if this is going to be one of those shallow formats where you start 1 wide receiver and 2 flexes, will be difficult to really extract any kind of value. I mean, you already have guys like Godwin on your bench. Tyler says Goff or Burrow. We're going to go Goff. And Mixon, Montgomery, if he plays, and Kyron Williams start 2 running backs. We're definitely going to go Mixon and Kyron Williams as well. Not going to be interested in Montgomery. I think I'd still rather have Burrow over Goff rest of season. But until Burrow's fully healthy, we're going to go Goff, my friend. Okay. Now, Timmy says 10-team full BBR format where we have Cousins, Etienne, Aaron Jones, Jamar, Amon-Ra, Kmet, Waddle, or Ramondre. On the bench, we have James Cook, Gainwell, Charbonnet, Lockett, Hollywood Brown, Nico, and Boyd. Great team. If we're so damn good that we have like James Cook down on the bench, if you wanted to go through and send either James Cook and Cole Kmet or Tyler Lockett and Cole Kmet and get a tight end that we're very excited about in the long term, 100% that could be something that we look to do, my man. 100%. Okay. Now, I saw a question that we should probably answer real quick, just in case somebody does not know where we are getting these questions from or how this setup happens. Essentially, whenever we have super chats come on, a bunch of people super chat, then they go to this page over here. Then I answer them in order. If we get too many, I go through and turn super chats off. Once I'm done answering all the previously super chatted questions, then we'll go through and we'll turn them back on. So yeah, hopefully that clarifies things if anybody has any confusion. I just don't like keeping super chats constantly open now that the live stream's bigger than it used to be because people have to wait too long to get their questions answered in that case. I don't want someone to have to donate and wait around an hour. Okay, now our next question coming up from Enrique says, made 2 trades. It's a full BBR 12-team league, 1 flex. Traded James Cook for Josh Jacobs and Michael Thomas. Great deal. Great deal. And then traded Devontae and Michael Thomas for Jamar. Oh my gosh. So he traded James Cook and Devonta Smith or Devontae Adams. It doesn't really matter. We traded James Cook and Devontae Adams for Josh Jacobs and Jamar Chase. I really like it, my friend. Calvin says you're the man, dude. 14-team full BBR format where we have Roshan or Gabe Davis as the flex. We're definitely going to go to Gabe Davis, my man. Gabe Davis, great matchup. I mean, you should see a considerable amount of target volume. And then we also have, I'm sorry, not target volume, points scored in this Bills offense going up against Miami. We also have Pirine, Hopkins, Akers, Tyler Boyd. If we wanted to go with someone else, we'd go Hopkins, but I think we'd go Gabe Davis. Now, Tani, long time member of the flock, says 10-team PBR, 2 quarterbacks, 6-point passing touchdown, 1 and 2, one of the lowest scoring teams in the league. We have Watson, Jalen Hurts, Bijan, Walker, Ridley, Nico, Hockenson, Javonte, Hunt, Gabe Davis, Dobbs, and Lockett. Please help. We really do need Deshaun Watson to start performing better. I mean, there's nothing we can really do about that through trade. I mean, we have a couple great running backs that we're really excited about. Really, the only thing that I'd potentially look to do is if you could take like Romeo Dobbs and Nico Collins, make a 2-for-1 deal where we get a wide receiver that we're a little more excited about. I'd like that. I don't necessarily think that there are a lot of trades that you want to make. I really like the roster construction of this team, my friend. I think you probably just want to go through and start Tyler Lockett right now over Nico Collins. Okay. Now, Louis coming out with our next question saying, 12-team PBR, quarterback Stafford, Mac Jones, running back CMC, Jacobs, Brian Robinson Jr., Devon A-Chain. Wide receivers, we have Devonta Smith, Keenan Allen, Drake London, Jaden Reed, Zay Jones. Who should I trade for Jordan Love? Honestly, my man, if you are going to be in a spot where you are currently sitting with Matthew Stafford, Mac Jones as your quarterbacks, I like the idea of trading for a QB. But when we're looking at someone like Jordan Love that just came off the waiver wire, typically you never want to go through and trade for a quarterback like that. They're going to be an unreasonable price for the actual production that you're getting. If you're going to be trading for a quarterback, go out there and trade for a real option. Go trade for Lamar. Go trade for go trade for Hurts. Go trade for Allen. Go trade for Mahomes. If you really wanted to make a trade for an elite level stud, you do it that way. If you wanted to go through and pick up another quarterback, you just drop Mac Jones, pick up another guy off the waiver wire, and stream matchup to matchup. I mean, if you are looking at what we have, say, with Jordan Love, he's a player that we can be excited about what we've seen, but at the same time, he's not necessarily a player that you're starting regardless of matchup, right? If you're trading for a QB, you want them in your starting lineup regardless of the guy they're going against. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Grapefruit says, 18 PBR double flex. We're now 0-3, where we have Lawrence, Etienne, Kyron, Chase, Lamb, Ridley, Garrett, Laporta. On the bench, we have JT, Connor, Javonte, Addison, Frymuth. Was offered Devonta Smith, T. Higgins, Kenneth Walker for CeeDee Lamb and Garrett Wilson. Lamb to Devonta Smith, downgrade. Garrett Wilson to Kenneth Walker, massive upgrade. Getting T. Higgins for free. Generally, I'd always say let's keep the best player in an 8-team league. But here, if you really wanted to make this deal and go get that upgrade at running back, we can. I would love to take Lawrence and one of these wide receivers like T. Higgins and go trade for an elite level quarterback, specifically in an 8-team format. Okay, but let's turn Super Chats back on, and then we have a couple more questions to answer before we bounce back to the other page. This one coming out from, I believe, Samuel says, 12-team PBR, I traded Christian Watson for Brian Robinson. What do you think about that? I love Christian Watson. Completely fine with the deal, though. Really like both players. Then we have Aaron Jones-Pierce at running back. My receivers are Higgins, Waddle, and Cooper Kupp. I mean, we have more than enough wide receiver production. And yes, we should probably get another running back in here. Completely fine with that deal, my man. Matt, this says 12-team PBR. Should I trade Evans for Ayuk and Devon A-Chain? We have Pierce, Spears, Charbonnet. Yes, I would. I think fundamentally Evans and Brandon Ayuk are in a similar tier rest of season. If we get a free shot on a running back with a lot of upside like Devon A-Chain, let's go for it, my man. Now, Brian says trade Mostert and Olave for Chase and Pacheco / Najee. I would go ahead. I would go get Jamar Chase here. And then I would rather have Najee Harris over Isaiah Pacheco. So trade Mostert and Olave for Jamar Chase and Najee Harris. We're not really doing it for Najee. We're more so doing this, of course, for Jamar Chase. But let's swing this back around. And as I do, please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. This is going to be a big time stream where we hit 200,000 subscribers. So hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day for 152 days in a row. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 with promo code FLOCK. Plus, you're going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be getting a Jared Goff special pickup. More than less than half a total yard going up against the Green Bay Packers on Thursday. But let's go ahead and let's answer the first question. This one coming out from, I believe, Andrew says, 12-team full BBR format, 1 quarterback, 2 receivers, 1 flex. We have Dak, Lamb, Diggs, Ramondre, Kyron, Puka, Frymuth, Lockett, Devon A-Chain, Marvin Mims, Quentin Johnson, Spears, Zeke, Najee. Should we trade Dak, Lamb, Frymuth, Lockett, and Ramondre or Kyron for Goff, Amon-Ra, Kelsey? Also, Lockett and Devon A-Chain for JT. Thanks. Really appreciate you, my man. In this format, I would go out there. I would roll the dice. I would pay that price to go get Jonathan Taylor. Saying a little bit more with this first trade, right? Lamb to Amon-Ra, lateral move, take them out of this deal. Dak to Goff, lateral move, take them out of this deal. Would I rather have Pat Frymuth or Tyler Lockett or Travis Kelsey? It is, oh, and we have to trade away Kyron Williams, never mind. So I was going to say, it's the easiest deal I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's go get Kelsey. But Frymuth, Lockett, and Kyron Williams for Kelsey, if you think that you have enough depth to get by, then sure, let's make this play. It's reasonable because it's a single flex format. But I do want to reiterate, it's hinging on the fact that you have enough depth to actually pull it off, my man. Now, Cade coming out says 12-team BBR, where we have Lamar, Eckler, Aaron Jones, Lamb, Evans, Laporta, Judy. On the bench, we have London, Warren, Johnson, Charbonnet, Russ. Thinking of trading Evans, but how and who? So if we wanted to make this deal, I think what you could look to do is if you wanted to go like Mike Evans and Sam Laporta in a league where you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex and get a true elite level tight end like Mark Andrews, I think that would be a no-brainer. I've heard some people saying that they would rather have like Laporta over Andrews straight up, which in my mind is ridiculous. I would sell Evans with them to go get that done. And also we'd be able to stack Andrews with Lamar. Now, Adam coming out says 12-team PPR where we have 1 flex. We have Mahomes, Walker, Ramondre, Tyreek, Flowers, Ferguson, Montgomery. On the bench, we have Watson, Deontay, Warren, Dobbs. Should we trade Ramondre, Watson, Flowers for Devontae Adams? Okay. 1 flex league. Typically, we are wanting the best player in the deal. We have guys like Deontay Johnson, Warren, Dobbs, Christian Watson on the bench. Yes, I would do this, but I would first instead see if we can send away David Montgomery rather than Ramondre Stevenson. Now, it's Ricky coming out and says, we have Hurts, Bijan, James Cook, Lamb, Puka, Hawkins, and Kyron. I just traded Andrews and Higgins for Evans. Was that a good deal? Hell to the no, was it, my man? And what kind of person should I trade for, Puka? Nope. Let's sit on our hands. Let's relax for a second. I understand. We have TJ Hawkinson. We probably should have traded away one of TJ Hawkinson or Mark Andrews. But to send Mark Andrews and T. Higgins for Mike Evans and T. Higgins, who going forward will probably be in about a similar tier, you essentially gave away Mark Andrews for free. Andrews had way more value than this. You should have never done this. And if you are looking to sell Puka, we'd be looking to get back someone like Olave. We'd be looking to get back someone like Devonta Smith. We'd be looking to get back someone like Jalen Waddle, and I'd be fine sending a small piece as well as Puka to get that deal done. But it's probably going to be a little bit tougher because we just made this other 2-for-1 deal. Now, Joe Stu coming out and says 12-team PPR format, double flex, 3-0. We have Burrow, Ford, Montgomery, Amon-Ra, Devonta Smith, Keenan, Ayuk, Elijah, Dobbs, Laporta, Roshan, Quentin, Freiermuth. We lost Chubb. Any possible trades? So here, I mean, it's a very tough spot because it's a double flex format where typically, I mean, we are going to be holding on to depth with a little more importance, especially at wide receiver. So honestly, I don't see any trades that we're going to be looking to make right now. Really does suck that we lost Chubb, but I would say incredibly impressive the fact that we lost Nick Chubb. We have Joe Burrow injured, and somehow we have managed to be 3-0. Now, Tachanka and Chill coming out says 12-team PPR double flex. Should I trade Adams, Kamara, and Laporta for Kelsey, Pickens, and Jacobs? Currently, we have Lamar, Etienne, Kyron, Lamb, and then on the bench, we have Javonte, Nico, Tutu, and Pitts. Devontae Adams or Kelsey, up to you in a double flex format. Single flex, maybe Kelsey, double flex, up to you. Kamara versus Jacobs, probably give me Jacobs, but it's close. Amari Laporta versus George Pickens and T. Higgins. I probably want Amari and Laporta, but it's close. I think that this is a very fair deal, and it's up to you. Typically, if it's going to be a deal where I can't say we are for sure winning, and at the same time, it looks like we are trading pretty much our entire team for the entire team of someone else's, I typically try to avoid these trades because really there's no way that both teams win it. It's more like, okay, one team's going to get screwed here and the other team's going to make off like a bandit. I try to go for like 2-for-1 deals in spots where it makes sense, where both teams can, hypothetically win the trade. Nicholas says trade Puka and James Cook for Jacobs and Nico Collins. I would say no. I'd try to extract a little more value from Puka. I think Puka's in a completely different tier than Nico Collins, even when Kupp is back. Jared says 12-team at BBR1 flex. We have Herbert, St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Eckler, Kamara, Goddard, Christian Watson, Devon Achane, Alexander Madison, Tank, Gus Edwards, Roshan, Gainwell, 0-3 moves for upgrades. Should we trade away Justin Herbert? So the thing is, what would we be trading away Justin Herbert for? If you wanted to go through and trade away Justin Herbert for another quarterback that you really like, sure, you can do it. If you wanted to send Herbert and go get someone like Tua, just knowing that Herbert's dealing with the Mike Williams injury, then you can. I don't want to be adding a lot to get it done. Really, the main trade that I'd be looking at with this team, it's understandable that we are 0-3. We had the Eckler injury. We had the Kamara suspension. We had the Christian Watson injury. What I would be looking to do now that we're getting these players back in is if you wanted to take someone like Tank Dell and you wanted to package him with Alexander Madison to go get a long-term upgrade for the flex, I would be interested in something like that. Jacob says, Gibbs Ridley for Lamb or Kamara Ridley for Lamb. If I was going to do one, I'd go Kamara and Ridley for Lamb, but I probably actually want the package. It's close. Mike says, should we trade A.J. Brown and Kamara for Chase and Hawkinson? Yes, I would for sure do this. Go get Jamar Chase and Hawkinson, my man. Mark says, trade away Ridley and Rachaad White for Olave and Gibbs. Yes, I would do this. I'd rather have Olave, and I may rather have Gibbs long-term. Nick says, traded Roshan Pacheco for Rachaad White. Great deal. Great deal. Back 40 says, just joined as a YouTube member. Happy to have you, my man. Anyway, I traded Barkley and Higgins for Tyreek Hill. 8-team format. Great move. This is one of those deals like 12-team league, multiple flexes. Okay, it's a little bit tougher to say which side wins. 8-team league, you want the Tyreek Hill side, not close. Okay. Let's go through, find our next question. This next one coming out from Chris says, 12-team BBR where we're 2-1. We have Geno, Purdy, Moss, AJ, Adams, Kelsey. Flex, Jalen Waddle. On the bench, we have Brian Robinson, Breece Hall, Zach Charbonnet, Laporta, Ayuk, JT. Traded for Adams, Waddle, and Brian Robinson. Thoughts? And who do we bundle Laporta with and for who? So, I don't know. You said we traded for Adams, Waddle, Brian Robinson. I don't know who we traded away. I mean, it's a great team. If we have Travis Kelce and we have Sam Laporta, what I would be looking to do is see if we can package together like Geno Smith and Sam Laporta and go get an elite level quarterback. Go get a top 5 guy. Go get Mahomes. Go get Hurts. Go get Allen. Go get Lamar. Go get Tua. I don't necessarily think that we're going to be able to get all those quarterbacks, and I imagine we get a lot of rejections, but we only need one acceptance from a team that maybe is struggling at tight end. Now, Gnarl says, Allen, Bijan, Swift, Devonta, Kirk, Kelsey, or Ramondre. On the bench, we have Judy, JSN, Javonte, Njoku, Dobbs, Edwards, Ford. Try to send Kirk, Njoku, Ford for Devontae Adams. What are your thoughts? 100% do it, my man. Njoku not startable right now. He's barely worth the roster spot. We're sending away Kirk and Jerome Ford for Devontae Adams, a wide receiver that's a threat to drop 50 points any given week. Would love that move. Now, OK Red coming out says 10-team PBR format, 3-0, 4 bench spots. We have Tua, Barkley, Moss, White, Breece, Roshan, JT, Kelsey. Wide receivers are Chase, Ridley, Debo Johnson. How do we keep evolving? I mean, phenomenal team, my man. The only thing I'd say is here, if we have Barkley and White to start on a week-to-week perspective, if you really wanted to take like Zach Moss and like Roshan Johnson and go trade for a running back that you're maybe a little bit more excited about for the long term where we don't have to worry about Taylor. If you wanted to go send like, or maybe even Moss and Rachaad White, actually, I'm not going to go there, but if you wanted to send maybe, say, Moss and Roshan Johnson and just get back someone like the James Cook range, I think that make a lot of sense. Like, even if Moss is killing it for us now, 3-0 team, we probably should be thinking about the long term. And here specifically, we don't know what the long-term production will look like for Moss. Keely the Great says, Flock to go. Appreciate you, my man. 0-3. Hit the panic button. My man, this is natural expectation. You drafted Kamara. You drafted Jonathan Taylor, neither of whom were going to play through the first 3 weeks. And Saquon Barkley got injured. If we were somehow 2-1, my jaw would be on the floor right now. That's why I would say typically I like taking a shot on JT. I like taking a shot on Alvin Kamara. But to take a shot on both guys in the same build, probably a tough task to do. But we have Miller, Diggs, Ridley, Kirk, Palmer. Okay. If Barkley is not back this week, we hit the panic button and we sell JT and we go out there and we get a running back that we can start right now. If Barkley is back this week, then honestly, we probably don't look to do much. I would say if you're 0-3, I don't want to be rostering rookies with long-term upside down there on the bench, such as Marvin Mims, Josh Downs. I'd probably rather take another shot at a tight end that could possibly be better than Hayden Hurst and focus in on some of the short-term production. But this team is loaded up with rookies. This team had injured/suspended players to start the season. I mean, naturally, you set yourself up for a long-term build anyway. So I think failure in the short term is probably expectation. Now, Mr. Abracher coming out saying, 10-team BBR format, any moves? We have Allen, Tua, Walker, Cook, Kamara, Zeke, AJ, Hill, Sutton, Pickens, Palmer, Davis, Andrews, Laporta. Also, Tua or Allen this week. Great team, my friend. We are going to go Josh Allen, and this is going to be what we look to do. We look to go ahead and we take someone like Tua, a player that is super exciting for the long term, but we're never going to start because we have Allen anyway. We send Tua and we go send a running back like Alvin Kamara or a running back like James Cook. We get an elite level RB in return. We have Andrews and Laporta. We're never really starting Laporta. If you wanted to go through and send Laporta and a wide receiver like George Pickens and go get an elite level wide receiver for the long term, let's do that as well. Now, the Maverick says Mostert and Lawrence or Stephon Diggs. We're going to go Diggs here, my man. 12 team, 1 quarterback, 1 PBR, double flex, 1 point per rushing down. Rushing down's a little bit closer. I still think we want Diggs, though. Cody says, trade vetoed again. James Cook for Johnson for A.J. Brown. Can you send this to your league mates? Serious question. Trades should not be vetoed unless it is clear collusion. Just because you are upset, just because you are crying about the fact you weren't able to get a trade done, doesn't mean you should ruin someone's trade. Now, if they send Devontae Adams for Joshua Palmer, then yes, that is the one instance you can go through and you can veto a trade. But a trade that you could make a justified argument for one side or another, there's no reason that that should ever be vetoed just because you are upset that you weren't able to be the one to get it done. Now, Mudmaster coming out says, hey Mason, 12-team happy BR format. I just traded Pickens and Reem Mostert for JT and Roschon Johnson. JT has top 5 upside if he plays. My other running backs, Jacobs. What are your thoughts? I like it if we were like 3-0 and we are only thinking about long-term upside. Obviously, in the short term, not going to look too hot, though. Or if we're 2-1. Chimo says, get offered Lamb for A.J. Brown. Who would you rather have? Non-BBR format, probably Brown. Full BBR format, probably Lamb. Cody says, what could I get for Ford or Gibbs? My man, I frankly can't tell you if your league mates are going to veto a trade like that. Like, I'm so sorry to say this. I'm so sorry to bring this up, but ultimately, if fair deals like that are getting vetoed, I don't know where you go from there. But Justin Goes Hambro says, we lost Chubb and Mike Williams. Standard with 1 flex spot over a tight ends. We have Fields, Richardson, Higgins, Ridley, Amari, Dell, Flowers, Bijan, Mostert, Khalil Herbert, A.J. Dillon. Trades are slim. If trades are slim, I'm just going to go through and I'm going to be trying to optimize our roster construction, which I think you have done a very good job of. We are not rostering a tight end in this format. I don't want to roster a tight end. At the same time, we have a nice balance between running back, wide receiver. We have 2 quarterbacks that have rushing upside, but maybe are a little bit questionable with their floor. So I think this is a great team. I think that you have a great construction. And honestly, I'm not really going to be changing anything here, my man. Now, Aaron coming out says, hey, in a 10-team happy BR 3-0 roster, 3 wide receivers double flex. We have Hurts, Saquon, Dillon, Breida, Tyreek, Evans, Pittman, Andrews, Watson, Kirk, Tutu, Quentin Johnson, Downs. Just traded Saquon, Andrews, Kirk, Tutu for Chase, Jacobs, Frymuth. What are you thinking? Saquon to Chase, upgrade. Andrews to Jacobs, up to you. I would say in this format in particular, I'm a little bit more inclined to go through and punt tight ends. So probably upgrade. Kirk, Tutu for Frymuth. Who the hell cares? I like it specifically because of the format. With that being said, there would be some instances where we probably want to go through and optimize for a better tight end, such as a league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Mike says, start Devon A-Chain, Khalil Herbert, or Gabe Davis in the flex. We're going to go Devon A-Chain, my man. We're going to go A-Chain. Dilly says, got offered Kirk, Garrett Wilson for Lawrence and Pittman. What are your thoughts? I think that it's a fair deal and up to you. Kirk Cousins has outscored Lawrence so far this season. Doesn't mean it's going to keep on happening. I think they're a similar tier. I think Garrett Wilson and Pittman are in a similar tier rest of season as well. Probably with a slight edge to Pittman if you do not get a quarterback change in New York. Now, GV says 10-team PPR 3-0, trying to trade for CMC. We have Bijan, Walker, Lamb, Ridley, Andrews, Madison, Pittman, Williams, Thomas, Pacheco, Pierce. Owner of CMC wants Bijan. What would you be willing to part with for CMC? I would be willing to sell someone like Pittman. I'd be willing to sell someone like Thomas. I'd be willing to sell someone like Madison. Once we get to Walker, Lamb, Ridley, I think we're crossing the line. But if you wanted to go like Bijan and Madison, Bijan and Thomas to get to Christian McCaffrey, I would love that. And you know I am a massive UT Bijan Robinson guy. So hook 'em horns, but we would do that. And ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we are officially 100 subscribers away from 200,000. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% of positive match up to $500. Plus, you'll be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Jared Goff special pickup, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Green Bay Packers. So make sure you are taking advantage. Now, Bravo here in Aid Service coming out says, who to trade to get Christian Watson? We have Burrow, Love, Bijan White, Waddle, Higgins, Goddard, Devon A-Chain, Jerome Ford, Joshua Palmer, Brian Robinson, Tank Dell, and Isaiah Pacheco. If we could go like Tank Dell, Joshua Palmer, Isaiah Pacheco, Tank Dell, Isaiah Pacheco, getting Christian Watson at that price, I would really like, and we probably would have to do before Thursday's game. Now, Uday says 2-1 in a 10-team at BBR format. We have Mahomes, Jacobs, Walker, Jamar, Will, Evans, Flowers. We got offered Swift and Garrett Wilson for Jacobs, or Higgins and James Conner for Jacobs. What are your thoughts? I'd rather have Swift over James Conner. I'd rather have Higgins over Garrett Wilson. So honestly, I think both deals for Josh Jacobs are very fair if you are worried about Josh Jacobs in the future. Now, I personally think that Jacobs will be better, but I completely understand if you wanted to get out of it. And I think it's a very fair deal one way or another. Honestly, you can do whatever you want there. Aaron says also Goddard on the waiver wire too, potentially to grab him. Okay, yeah, that makes it a lot better even trading away someone like the elite tight end. Jack says 10-team BBR 2-1. We have Herbert, Etienne, Bijan, Lamb, AJ Waller, Puka, and then on the bench we have Charbonnet, Roshan, Javonte, Addison, Hopkins, Elijah with JT on the IR. Any suggestions? Honestly, the only thing I'd say is if we could sell Puka and maybe a depth piece like Elijah Moore, like DeAndre Hopkins, to go out there and get a true elite level wide receiver like Chris Olave, we would do that. Outside of that, great team. And I'm sure you've heard me talk about that potential move forever now. Austin says, should we trade James Conner and George Kittle for Josh Jacobs? Probably a little bit too much. I'd rather have the stud tight end. Ethan says 10-team BBR 0-3. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Pollard, Ridley, Amari, TJ, Kyron at the flex. On the bench, we have Tutu, Ayuk, Purdy, Moss. Start sits this week and trade advice, please. And then Lawrence to Purdy. I would rather have Lawrence over Purdy this week and rest of season. If you wanted to roster Purdy, you're more than welcome to roster two quarterbacks if Lawrence is your guy. I mean, trades, I don't really see much. I think that honestly, we are just going to be in a spot that if you're looking at Zach Moss as a player on your bench, you probably look to sell Zach Moss, because if you're not starting him when there's no Jonathan Taylor, I do think that maybe the long-term upside for him is a little bit questionable for your team in particular. So if you wanted to send Zach Moss and a player like Amari Cooper for a long-term elite level receiver, let's do it. But Country Connected, always happy to see you. My friend says 3-0, 10-team PPR, where we have Watson, Mixon, Ramadre, Jefferson, St. Brown, Laporta, Allen, Pickens, Watson, Mostert, Dotson, Brees. Ryan Robinson's a free agent. Anything you do, thrilled. Appreciate you. If you were telling me, I mean, our league mates are not going to be super sharp and they're going to allow guys like Brian Robinson's to be free agents, every chance we get, I want to make a 2-for-1 deal. So if we can go and sell like George Pickens and Deshaun Watson and get an elite level quarterback, Breece Hall and Deshaun Watson and get an elite level quarterback, we do it. Then backfill with a depth piece like Brian Robinson off the waiver wire. Even if Brian Robinson maybe still isn't available, I mean, just knowing that he'll ever hit the waiver wire will show us that there are some viable waiver options later on in the season as well. Max says 10-team BBR 1-2. We have Lawrence, Pollard, Pacheco, Ridley, AJ Brown, Andrews, Zay Flowers, Saquon, JT, DJ Moore, Jordan Addison, Johnston, Roshan, Warren, Devon. Start Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. We'll probably go Addison. Pacheco, Devon A-Chain. We'll go Devon A-Chain. And should we trade Saquon and Ridley for Mixon and Olave? I'd rather have Saquon and Ridley. Give me Olave over Ridley, but definitely give me Saquon over Mixon. HG Keep Grinding says, what should we do with Cooper Kupp considering we haven't had news in a while, which worries me? News came out today. He is expected back on week 5. Yeah, news came out like a few hours ago, my man. I think you're going to be holding on to Cooper Kupp. Swine Flu says, 12-team BBR where we have Fields, Henry, Ford, Ayuk, Palmer, Higbee, Pacheco, Kupp, Jamal, Elijah Mitchell, Kareem Hunt, Down, Stroud, Slayton. Any moves trying to trade Ford and a wide receiver for a running back upgrade? I am 1 and 2. Yeah, drop Darius Slayton and literally pick up any defense to stream. Honestly, I know we have Stroud as well. I think we play Fields this week. Fields disappoints against a prime matchup against the Denver Broncos. Then at that point, we definitely go through and look to let him go. I'm not let him go, but bench him for Stroud. To be honest with you, I don't want to make this 2-for-1 deal until we get Cooper Kupp back. But when we have no Kupp, no Jamal, Hunt, Down, Stroud, Elijah Mitchell aren't guys that we're excited about starting right now. I think it'll be hard to make that 2-for-1 deal this week. Brutus says, any ideas you could give me on your thoughts for which running back to trade if I include Garrett Wilson, and which receiver should I target? So overall, you're not going to be able to get a running back wide receiver that you really like straight up right now. If you wanted to go through and see if we could get someone, say, like T. Higgins, then sure, let's go ahead and let's do it, my friend. I mean, because if you are looking at T. Higgins, I think that we can see a path to him improving if you're in a spot where we eventually do get Joe Burrow just a little bit healthier. And if you're looking at running back, I think maybe you'd be looking at the James Cook range, but it's not even a guarantee that you're going to be able to be excited about that guy that you get in return. I mean, it's a possibility, but just ultimately, I think we're maybe a week too late on going through and trying to sell Garrett Wilson. Thomas says, 18 PPR. We have Dak, Bijan, Stevenson, Jefferson, Lamb, Andrews, Flex, Garrett Wilson, Superflex, Russ. On the bench, we have Watson, Brees, Elijah, Thomas, London, and Roshan. What moves should we make? We're going to keep it super simple. We are going to trade any player that's currently on the bench, any guy that we can, to go out there and get an upgrade over Russell Wilson at the Superflex spot. If you could go ahead and do that, beautiful. If not, no harm, no foul. But let's go out there and let's try to upgrade over Russ by sending one of those bench pieces in an 8-team league. David says 12-team, full BBR, Gainwell or Reed in the flex. Ooh. Honestly, if you have Christian Watson and Aaron Jones back in, probably Gainwell. If one of those guys were to miss, probably Reed. Rick, always happy to see my man out all the time, says 3-0, 8-team PBR format, was offered Hall, James Cook, Higgins, Myers for Olave. Hell no, hell no, hell no. Maybe if it was a 12-team double flex format, then sure we can do this, especially looking at the team where we don't really need the depth, where we are loaded up. I understand how if you put this into a trade calculator, we'll say, oh yeah, you definitely want the package. I mean, 5 quarters is worth more than $1. That's probably what this deal is, right? We're trading $1 for 5 quarters. But the thing is, in an 8-team format, those roster spots are going to be worth so much as well that you probably want to go through and you probably want to hold on to the best player. It's very difficult going forward and trading away the best player for a package of a ton of guys if it is an 8-team league, my friend. In an 8-team league in particular. Derek says, how's the squad? We have Allen, CMC, Bijan, Olave, Kupp, Watson, Laporta. On the bench, we have Connor, Kyron, Scary Terry, DJ Moore, Devon A-Chain, and Luke Musgrave. Great team. Phenomenal team. The only thing I'd say is if you wanted to go and send a running back and a receiver for an elite level wide receiver in return, we can go ahead and do that. I mean, whenever we have CMC Bijan in the starting lineup and whenever we have Connor or Kyron on the bench. I mean, honestly, you could also go through and send, like, if we can send James Conner and Laporta and go get throw in a depth. We go Sam Laporta, DJ Moore, and James Conner. If we can somehow swindle ourselves to Kelsey, let's do it. Not so team, my man. Now, ISO Saliso coming out says, 14-team double flex 3-0. We have Watson, Keenan, Debo, Mostert, Saquon, Henry, Waddle, Godwin. We have Devon Achane, Javonte, Algier, Kincaid. What move should I make? And will you package Debo and Devon Achane for A.J. Brown? So 14-team double flex format will be a lot harder to go through and make that 2-for-1 deal. If you wanted to, I'd be fine with it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm scared. Like, I don't want to tell people to go through and sell Devon Achane. I mean, typically, I'm fine going through and selling the player that kind of comes out of nowhere and does see a massive spike that gets people excited. Like, y'all know last week I was going through and I was selling Puka Nacua everywhere thinking, oh yeah, this is a 5th round rookie wide receiver. Cup's waiting in the wings. Probably a clear spot to go ahead and sell him. But if you're instead looking at, say, someone like Devon Achane, this is a rookie running back that just dropped 50 points. That's a big deal. So running back with some pedigree as well. So if it was a different format, then maybe we could. I think this is a great team, and I honestly think that we may end up sitting on our hands because in that 14-team double flex league, depth really is going to matter, especially as we close in on the buys. Jalen coming out says 10-team at BBR, 1 week late, so 2-0 against the 2 weakest teams. Good call. Great defense, my man. Great defense. Thoughts on Devon Achane for Jonathan Taylor? Worried about selling Devon Achane like we just said, but hell, if you can get JT easily. I may be able to package Walker, Devon Achane for Amon-Ra St. Brown as well. I mean, I would honestly probably do either. I would just make the Jonathan Taylor deal. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you're looking at both these players, they both have some risk, but at the same time, they both have upside. And we've seen the upside from JT before where, I mean, if you go back 2 years, the number 1 overall pick in fantasy. Jordan coming out to Sub Cutie, looking to move Andrews. We have Addison, Roshan, Tank, or Quentin Johnson to pair or make a trio. What level running back or receiver should we be looking for? Thanks, big dog. Congrats on almost 200K. Really, really do appreciate it, my man. And if I'm going to be honest with you right now, based off the sentiment that we've had with people in the live stream as of late, I would almost say that you probably should not be selling Mark Andrews. I think that people are going through and selling Mark Andrews a little lower than where his true value lies. Now, if you wanted to go through and sell, say, Andrews and Tank Dell, I mean, Tank Dell would be the guy that I'm looking to sell out of these wide receivers. I think you're going to get the more value for him than Quentin Johnson. I think he doesn't have near the same ceiling as what you have with like Jordan Addison. If you wanted to go Andrews and Addison and get up to Andrews and Dell, not Addison. But if you wanted to go get to Olave, Amon-Ra St. Brown, A.J. Brown, you could do that. But I still think Andrews is going to be fine. Now, Cbaka coming out says 10-team PPR, 2-1. We have Fields, Pollard, Gibbs, Devontae, Olave, Keenan, Pitts, Puka. On the bench, we have Moss, Warren, Richardson, Addison, Roshan, Johnston, Deontay on the IR. We offered Mixon and Judy for Puka and Moss. This or any other trade ideas? So I'd rather have Puka over Judy, especially for the short term. Long term, they'll be a little bit closer, but I still think you probably prefer Puka based on what we've seen. Moss versus Mixon, I think, is close for right now, but in the long term, I think we easily go ahead and take Joe Mixon here with the possibility of JT coming back to Indy. So I think it's a fair deal, and honestly, I would be fine going through and making this, especially as you look at it, and Puka right now is our wide receiver 3. Zach Moss is on the bench, so we are a little bit more inclined to go and look at that long-term upside. I would definitely rather see if we could sell like Deontay Johnson than Puka, though. Josu says, Keenan and Devonta Smith have carried me to 3-0. Hell yes. I mean, yeah, Keenan has just been absolutely crushing it. Keenan is someone, I will say, obviously, things have kind of broken in his favor exactly. You had Austin Eckler going down. You had Mike Williams going down. So, I mean, from a fantasy football perspective, Keenan has had like the perfect situation. I'm sure he's not happy that it's happened, but nonetheless. But I wish I had more Keenan, my man. Now, Miles says traded Debo and David Montgomery for Etienne and Romeo Doubs. What do you think? It's a 12-team PBR single flex, 3-0, where we have Fields, Etienne, Walker, Jefferson, DK, Hockenson, Myers. On the bench, we have Myers, Roschon, JSN, Tutu, Hunt. Any trade recommendations? I think it is a fine move, 3-0 roster where we're thinking long-term full PBR. I'm not super pumped about David Montgomery. I think it's a great team. I mean, if you could get anything out of Tutu through trade, get an upgrade legitimately anywhere, we would. But I think you're in a great spot, my friend, especially if we go through and look at like a 3-0 team that's built for the long term, having guys like JSN down there on the bench as well. Now, Lloyd coming out says 12-team PBR, 3-0, super flex, 0-3. Starters are Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Gibbs, Kyron, Jefferson, AJ Ayuk, Waller. On the bench, we have Connor, Akers, Johnson, Dotson, Rice. Any recommendations? If you're 0-3, we're thinking about this week, next week, next week. We're not thinking 5 weeks from now. So go through, cut Rashee Rice, pick up another player off the waiver wire that maybe is a little bit closer to actually hitting our starting lineup. And then also I'll say, I mean, if we are 0-3, it's about time to just go, how do I get the most points in this lineup right now? So I hate to say it, but I probably would look to go through and sell a player like Jahmyr Gibbs if we are 0-3, where we expect Gibbs to improve as the season goes on. I still think Gibbs is a phenomenal value. I'd still look to buy Jahmyr Gibbs with the majority of teams. But like if we could go from Gibbs and maybe get just a running back like Mixon that maybe you're a little bit more excited about in the short term, especially as Montgomery comes back, I think we'd look to do that on an 0-3 roster. Now, Artem says traded Higgins, Ridley, Swift for Chase, Kyron Williams, and Romeo Doubs. Did we win the trade? We have Tyreek Hill along with Burrow. Swift, Kyron Williams, up to you. Obviously, give me Chase over Ridley. Give me Higgins over Doubs. I think that we did win this trade, though, going and getting the best player in Jamar Chase. Having the Chase and Burrow stack obviously is a little risky with the injury, but long-term, a lot of upside if he can get healthy. Anonymous says, happy BR pick 3. We have Javonte Myers, Brian Robinson, Christian Watson. Adams is our wide receiver 1. We're going to be going with Brian Robinson, Myers, and Javonte Williams. I mean, I really like Christian Watson in the long term. I think it'll be a little bit difficult to go out there and say that he's a must-start wide receiver right now, though, his first weekend. Now, Hank says we are 2-1 with an 8-team format where we have Hurts, CMC, Walker, Olave, Waddle, Kelsey. And then on the bench, we have Ramadre Puka. We just traded for Kelsey. Taking your advice, what are your thoughts? Phenomenal team, even if it's an 8-team league. We still have Ramadre. We still have Puka down there on the bench. We have a top 3 quarterback. We have the tight end 1 overall. We have CMC. Beautiful team. Love to see it. Riley says, hey, Mason, we're 0-3 in a 12-team, a full BBR flex format. We have Allen, Eckler, Sanders, Olave, Puka, Laporta, Pickens. On the bench, we have Pierce, McLaurin, Kirk, London, Warren, Hunt, Reed, and JT on the IR. Looking to make any trades. What are your thoughts? I really do appreciate you. I mean, if we are looking at this team, I think there are a couple different things that we could do. One thing being, if Eckler is injured, I mean, there's a clear reason this team's 0-3. The reason is we've had very bad injury luck. We've had no JT. We've had no Eckler. If Eckler is going to miss this next week, we need to full-blown panic and we need to sell Eckler and get someone that's going to play immediately. We need to sell Eckler for Tony Pollard if we get reports saying that Eckler is going to miss. I believe they have a week 5 bye as well. The last thing we can do is afford to fall to 0-5. I won my first fantasy football championship after starting off 1-4. A 1-4 is very different than 1-5 though. I mean, so I would say we probably want to go through and just wait, hold our breath, see if we get any news regarding Eckler's return. If he's not returning this week, sell for a running back and panic. Make sure we get some production in right now. Riley says, I was offered James Cook for Jacobs. What should we do? If you look at our rest of season rankings, I have these running backs pretty damn close. I still have Jacobs ahead of them, though, just because James Cook doesn't have the red zone role. Now, Prodigy coming out says, 2-1, 8-team, happy BR for the flex. 1 flex. We have Pat, DK, Judy, Bijan, Etienne, Kelsey. Beautiful. Mostert. On the bench, we have Hopkins, Nico, Hunt, Watson, Charbonnet, Johnson, JT. Field weak at receiver, lost Mike. You're not weak at wide receiver. You're fine. I mean, here, 8-team league, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Wide receivers not going to matter. We sit on our hands. You're in a great spot. You're getting JT back in the long term. You have the Mahomes, Kelsey stack. We're focusing on high upside running backs, wide receivers on the bench. Phenomenal team, my man. Now, I believe we are all cut up on that page, so we are going to have to swing this over to the other page. And as I do this, We are about 5 likes away from hitting 700 likes on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 70 subscribers away from hitting, I believe, 200,000 subscribers. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you are going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, top 150, and a Jared Goff special pickup, less than half a total yard. But I don't think we have too many more questions until we can turn Super Chats back on. I believe our next question coming out from Aiden says, PBR rank these 1 through 7. Moss, Madison, Puka, Evans, Kamara, Ridley, Pickens, Dell. Also start Fields or Love. And does Barkley come back this week? Right now, it's way too early to tell on Barkley. Sadly, he plays on Monday, so we're just not going to be getting that clarity anytime soon. Fields, Love, I probably go Jordan Love, assuming that he has all his weapons back in. And then for this week, we're going to be looking at Moss, Kamara, Ridley, Evans, Puka at the very top, Pickens underneath that. And those weren't in order. We're just talking about a big bucket there. And then Tank Dell at the very end. Tank Dell at the very end. I will get you some official flex rankings, I believe, on Friday, my friend. Now, next question coming out from Cranebow says, London, Wilson, Godwin, Judy, Lockett, bench 1. London, we're going to bench London. Now, Jake says, should we trade away Aaron Jones to receiver Ramondre Stevenson and Nico Collins in a full PBR format? I don't really care about Nico Collins. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Nico Collins or would you rather have Ramondre Stevenson or Aaron Jones rest of season? Would you rather have Ramondre Stevenson or Aaron Jones rest of season? Please let me know in the live chat. Okay. We got Jones. It looks like everybody's saying Aaron Jones, my man. You're not going to let Nico Collins swing you there one way or another. I was expecting that to be a lot closer than it was. Oh my gosh. I was expecting that to be a lot closer. Now, Joey says, full BBR, need to. We have Ridley, Flowers, Atwell, Dell, Sutton, Judy. Lawrence is worrying me. Who's the best flex once Kupp is back as well? I understand why Lawrence is worrying you. We're going to go Ridley, Flowers for the starting lineup right now. And then we probably will go Jerry Judy for the flex, even though I understand why you would want to go elsewhere. But I think Judy's going to continue to expand his role as he works his way back from the hamstring. John says, PBR trade James Conner, Olave, and Tua for Gibbs and Chase. Say Conner for Gibbs, massive upgrade, full PBR, long-term. Olave, Tua for Jamar Chase. Honestly, if we have a capable quarterback, I'm completely fine with you going out there and getting Jamar Chase. Obviously, it's a little nerve-wracking, but I'm completely fine with it. Eli says, great content, my man. Appreciate you. Have BBR 10-team league. Traded Raheem Mostert, Mike Evans, and Breece Hall for Jamar Chase and Josh Jacobs. Was this solid? Hell yes. Hall for Jacobs. I mean, let's go Mostert, Jacobs. Give me probably Jacobs. Evans and Hall for Jamar Chase. Give me Jamar Chase. Not close. Jaylene says, 10-team league PBR format. We have Hurts, Pollard, Walker, Chase, Smith, Musgrave, Myers. On the bench, we have Pierce, Lockett, McLaurin, Warren, Tank, Palmer. Trade ideas or something. The only thing I'd say is I don't want to be relying on Luke Musgrave every single week going forward. I think as you get Christian Watson and Aaron Jones back in this offense, it will be a little bit tougher to go through and say that we're super pumped about going out there and getting someone like Musgrave. Now, Reef coming out says, traded James Cook and Amari Cooper for DeAndre Swift and George Pickens and a 10-team PPR format. James Cook, Amari for Swift and Pickens. Cook to Swift, I think is a slight upgrade. Cooper to Pickens is a definite downgrade. Can everybody in the live chat let me know who you'd rather have? Would you rather have James Cook and Amari Cooper or DeAndre Swift and George Pickens? Am I losing my mind here? Would y'all rather have James Cook and Amari or DeAndre Swift and Pickens? And then Evan says we need a flex. Happy BR. Tank, Dell, Brees Hall, Dotson, Flowers, Ford, or Addison. We're going to go Addison here. Actually, no, we'll probably go Ford. Go Ford, especially if Hunt missed practice today. We have Lamb and Olave wide receiver slots and these running backs. Yeah, so we're going to go with Ford. If Eckler misses, play Ford and then go Addison in the flex. Okay. Well, let's see what people are saying. Amari, Swift, Amari. It looks like most people are going on the Amari side there. Yeah, it looks like most people are going on the Amari side there, my friend. Okay. But let me turn Super Chats back on, and we are almost there. I'm not going to lie to y'all. If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago, or at least on Monday, I mean, we do this so much, and I'm so focused in that I am going crazy. I'm a crazy person at this point. Y'all see how much... I don't know if you can find another YouTuber that puts out as much content as we do, whether that's being live, whether that's videos, but I'm losing my mind at this point. So if you would have asked me on Monday, do we hit 200,000 subscribers this season? I would have said no. And the fact that we are doing this on Thursday is nuts. It's nuts. But welcome to being the flock. I really appreciate it. I know Julian's been a long time member. Philip coming out says, who should we start in the flex? Full BBR, Madison, Ridley, or Puka? Ooh, interesting question here, my man. I think, oh my gosh. I know a lot of people are going to go ahead and they're going to take Puka and Nakua. I think Puka and Ridley are going to be close. If you look at my rankings, I have them in the same tier. I do have Ridley 2 slots ahead of Puka this week in our rankings, though. And I'm not going to go Madison. I'm going to be a little bit worried about Madison as you get Akers in here. Now, Sloan Dog Millionaire coming out says 14-team BBR. Trade Brian Robinson for Derrick Henry. I would do this, and I'm not even a Derrick Henry guy. I mean, I've been saying that we're worried about Derrick Henry. Other running backs are CMC, Connor. Should I trade Henry or hold? Should we start Evans, Lockett, or Addison this week? Thank you. No, appreciate you, my friend. We are going to go Evans. Great deal. And I think if this is the Derrick Henry price point, we'll look to hold. If Derrick Henry is about equivalent to Brian Robinson, he's going to be a hold, even if I am worried. Dave says 8-team happy BR format, 3 wide receivers. Would you trade away Allen and Lockett for Cooper Kupp? Tua is on the bench. I would, but I would prefer to go out there and trade away Tua and Tyler Lockett. Try to trade Tua and try to keep Allen if we can. Now, King coming out says, non-BBR, Lamar or Fields this week. 2 at RB, 1 at the flex. Who are you using? Ramondre, James Conner, Raheem Mostert, and Rashad White. Feel like Fields against Denver could be it. I get it. Yes, it is a very good matchup for Justin Fields, and we have him ranked as a low-end QB1, high-end QB2 in our rankings this week. Because of so, I still probably go Lamar, however. I still probably stand by Lamar. And then 2 at running back, 1 at the flex. We're going to be going with Mostert, James Conner. No, we're going to go Mostert, Ramondre, Rashad White. I don't want to go Conner against San Fran. Pargus says, LBBR 10-team league where we have Herbert, Olave, Ridley, CMC, Kyron, Njoku, Evans, Amari, Mostert, Pierce. Should we trade Kelsey for Mostert and Ridley? Hell no. I mean, or should you trade Mostert and Ridley for Kelsey? If that's what you're asking, go get Kelsey. Love that move. Great team. I will say maybe if you could take a small piece and Justin Herbert and go over to get to a big 3 quarterback, go get to Hurts, Allen, Mahomes. We would do that now with the Mike Williams injury. Alex Fox coming out says, BBR, Dell, Palmer, or Gabe Davis. Most people would tell you tank Dell. And if I was going to publicly rank guys in a video, I'd probably say tank Dell so I didn't get bashed too hard in the comments. But if I was going for some upside and I wanted to have some fun, I probably would go ahead and go Gabe Davis in what should be a super high-scoring game against the Miami Dolphins. Now, I believe, says 10-team happy BR 1 and 2. We have Allen, Pacheco, Javonte, Tyreek, Olave, Kincaid, Roshan, Devon, Ayuk, Dalvin, JSN, Harris, Elijah, Kupp. Any trades? 1 and 2 format. I mean, I understand that we've been struggling a bit, but once we get a Kupp in here, we are going to be crushing. I'll say because we have Kupp waiting in the wings, if we're looking at some of this depth wide receiver, if we're going to be looking at like Brandon Ayuk, let's send Brandon Ayuk and Isaiah Pacheco and go get a running back that we're excited about. Pack says, would you trade DK and Puka for Calvin Ridley and Jordan Addison? I would try to get a little bit more for Puka, my man. I would try to get a little bit more. Stealthy says flex Devon Achane, Joshua Palmer, Christian Watson, or Elijah Moore. I will go Devon Achane. Obviously, it's not a spot where we can guarantee what he did last week will carry over. But if he gives you 40% of what he did last week, he is the best option here. If you get 40%. Okay. Now, Tank Doan says 10-team BBR 1 and 2. We have Allen, Williams, Cook, Lamb, Metcalf, Laporta, Puka. On the bench, we have Kamara, Hunt, Barkley, Sutton, Gabe Davis, Pickens. Any trade suggestions? And who do we start? I think that it would be nice to get Kamara in this starting lineup. I would start Kamara over Javonte. And when we have this many depth running backs, especially when we have Barkley coming back in, I would look to go through and see if we can sell a running back and Laporta and get to an elite level tight end because we can afford it. Now, Torrin coming out says 8-team PPR, weak at running back 2. Trade Brian Robinson and Mike Evans for Joe Mixon. Wait, Brian Robinson and Evans for Swift and Ridley, or Evans for Joe Mixon. So 8-team league, depth wide receivers, not going to matter at all. I would go through, I would sell Brian Robinson and Mike Evans for DeAndre Swift and Calvin Ridley, because I do think we're upgrading from Brian Robinson to Swift, and I think we are upgrading from Evans to Ridley. The team is Mahomes, Eckler, Stevenson, Allen. A great, great team, my man. Shout out to you, the flock, and everyone subscribed. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my man. And yes, shout out to everybody in the flock. We grow stronger and stronger by the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are 43 subscribers away from 200,000. 200,000. And we're about a like away from 800. So if you have not done so, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, promo code FLOCK, link in the live chat, link in the description, link in the comment section. 100% deposit match up to $500 on new accounts, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Green Bay Packers. But Busted Monty Games coming out says 12-team, 1 flex, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers at tight end. We have Hurts, CMC, Swift, Waddle, Thielen, Pittman, Laporta. Take Dell on the bench. Should we package Dell and Pittman to go after AJ for the sack? Hell yes. Love the idea, my man. Especially a league where we only have 1 flex, 2 wide receivers. We don't have a ton of depth on this format, but still, on this team, but I still like to do it. Now, Brandon says 12-team full BBR format, where we have Burrow, Walker, Stevenson, Hill, Wilson, Ingram, Atwell. On the bench, we have Sanders, Godwin, Flowers, Judy, Gainwell, Stroud. Any advice? Very well-balanced team. Great team. Fine having 2 quarterbacks here. Burrow's injured. I would say keep the team as is. The only thing I would do is I'd probably start Miles Sanders over Tutu Atwell. But with that being said, I've been also the same guy that's been dumb enough to tell people to bench Tutu Atwell over the past few weeks as he's crushed. Josiah says 1 and 2, 10-team, half BBR Superflex. Should we trade Lawrence, Swift, Pittman for Stroud, Keenan, and Kyron? So Lawrence to Stroud, downgrade, pretty big deal in a Superflex. Swift to Kyron Williams, lateral move up to you. Pittman to Keenan, massive upgrade. Honestly, fair deal. I think it is up to you. Typically, I always do go with the best quarterback in the Superflex league, though. Orlando says I traded CMC and Puka for Ramondre, Waddle, Flowers, and Anthony Richardson. 12-team, 3 wide receiver league. I like trading away Puka. Say Puka, Zay Flowers, up to you rest of season. Would I rather have CMC or Ramondre, Waddle, Anthony Richardson in a league where we start 3 wide receivers? CMC. CMC. I really like the other guys, my man, but ultimately, Christian McCaffrey is Christian McCaffrey. Colin says 12-team BBR 1 flex, where we have Burrow, Goff, Jacobs, Kyron, Swift, Montgomery, Keenan, Ayuk, both Morris, Dobbs, Johnson, Kelsey, Laporta. Any moves, and who do we start? The only move would be if we wanted to take, like, say, David Montgomery to full PPR format, package him with Sam Laporta to go get an elite level RB in the long term. I think it would make a lot of sense whenever we have Travis Kelsey here. Outside of that, we're going to start Goff, Jacobs, Kyron, Keenan, Ayuk, and then DeAndre Swift in there at the flex spot and bench David Montgomery. SOS Kobe says PBR start one in the flex, Moss, Kyron, or Michael Pittman Jr. We're definitely going to go with the running back. It's going to be down between Zach Moss and Kyron Williams for you. Full BBR format, I could understand if you want to go Kyron, but both guys are about the same, honestly. Kind of up to you, my friend. But let me turn off Super Chats real quick. We will turn them back on later, ladies and gentlemen, but we just got flooded with questions, and I won't have to make anybody wait too long here. And our next question coming out from Jason says, hey, Mason, 10-team full BBR 0-3. We have Richardson, Watson, Bijan, Mixon, James Cook, Algier, Jeff Wilson Jr. Allen, my man, you are 0-3 with Keenan Allen. Are you kidding me? Godwin, Amari, Dotson, Thomas, Dell. We have Kelsey. What the hell? We have Kelsey on this team? This team is a great team. You don't need to be doing anything. You have Keenan Allen, Travis Kelce, Bijan Robinson, great wide receiver and running back twos, and an upside quarterback. Sit on your hands. Things will turn around. That's nuts. Finessin says 0-3 in an 8-team league where we have Kirk, Walker, Zach, Jamar, Pittman, Hawk, Kamara. Then we have Garrett Wilson, Evans, Najee, Tank Dell, Burrow, Akers, Kareem on the bench with Kupp on the IR. I was offered Jacobs for Kupp. Do we accept? I would instead look to sell in an 8-team league like Kupp and Kamara and go get like CMC. Kupp and Kamara and go get like Bijan Robinson. Or that same deal with Kenneth Walker instead of Kamara. Trading Kupp for a player like Jacobs, I don't know if that really accomplishes anything for us. Now, Gavin says 3-0, 10-team BBR Superflex. We have Hurts, Tua, Geno, Saquon, Kamara, Moss, Madison, Lamb, Adams, Thomas, Palmer, Goddard, Ingram. Any suggestions? Great team. We're 3-0 for a reason. Not only are we 3-0, but we are 3-0 with the Saquon injury and Kamara through the first 3 weeks. Now that we're getting these guys back in, you're going to absolutely crush. Honestly, I don't do anything with the team. I think you're in a phenomenal spot here, my friend. Now, Big Verg says 12-team BBR. Who should we start? 0-3. We have Lawrence versus Stroud. We're going to go Lawrence one more week. Amon-Ra, Puka, Watson, Godwin, Dotson, Palmer. We're going to go St. Brown, Puka with no Cooper Kupp. Running back, we have Bijan, Stevenson, Gibbs, Hall, Gainwell. We're going to be going with Bijan, Stevenson. For the flex between a wide receiver and Gibbs, it's a little bit closer now that we have Montgomery possibly playing this game. I still probably go Gibbs in a full BBR format. And then you're asking if we should trade Puka for Zay Flowers. Kupp's on the IR. It'll be a much better team when we get Kupp back in. You know, I've been advocating to sell Puka for the past few weeks, but that was back when you could sell him for Waddle, sell him for Olave. If it's like Zay Flowers, I'd probably keep Puka. Now, Jerry says 12-team BBR 0-3. What should we do? We have Burrow, Bijan, Gibbs, Higgins, AJ, Puka, Laporta. Bench is Roshan, Gainwell, Hollywood, Kirk, DJ Moore, and Kyle Pitts. Main thing is, if we can take a wide receiver like Christian Kirk, go sit him with Joe Burrow for a quarterback that's healthy and just producing right now, we probably do look to go ahead and do that. I mean, overall, you're in a situation where you probably want to just get production in the starting lineup today and not necessarily tomorrow. So even if you're getting a quarterback that you don't necessarily think is a massive upgrade, you still probably do that. Because the thing is, if Burrow's not healthy, even if he has the long-term upside still for us, you're in a position where you don't necessarily know if you can go through and, afford to take the risk and fall to 0-4. Now, Nick says 12-team BBR Superflex, where we have Herbert, Gibbs, Barkley, Ayuk, Puka, Hawkinson, Flowers, Watson, Godwin, Tutu, Warren, Downs, Miller, Kyler on the IR. Any moves? Like stashing Kyler in a Superflex format. It would be better if we had just Deshaun Watson actually producing for us. In terms of the depth that we have on the bench, we don't really have a lot of production that's expendable. Obviously, if we could sell Tutu Atwell and Deshaun Watson and go get an upgraded quarterback too, we do it. In reality, it's going to be much easier said than done. I probably don't think we can actually make that move. So I think it's a very well-balanced team that we just kind of sit on our hands on. Now, Pookie coming out says 10-team PPR. We have Kamara and Amari for Saquon Barkley. Team is Jalen Hurts, Alvin Kamara, Ford, Reek, Puka, Laporta, Amari. The bench is Dell, Thielen, Javonte, Andrews, Tua, Garrett Wilson, and Zay Jones. Okay, so if we're looking down here at the bottom end of this bench, where you're telling me we have guys like Garrett Wilson, Tua, and Mark Andrews, I mean, I think the play is to go through and maybe trade one of these quarterbacks, trade one of these tight ends. I don't necessarily know if trading Kamara and Amari is the move that we want to go by, but still, I'm completely fine with it. I mean, great team. I think that we make this deal, and then afterwards, we look to see if we can go make another deal regarding one of the quarterbacks or tight ends here. Now, Tony says I'm 0-3 where we have Fields, Mixon, Moss, Chase, Waddle, Kittle, Ford. On the bench, we have Richardson, Tutu, Kirk, Kincaid, Addison, Brees, Devon Achane. What are your thoughts? I mean, big thing is, obviously, you're in a spot with, Justin Fields where you're just not getting any production. Big reason why we are 0-3. Being able to slide in Anthony Richardson is going to make a big difference here. I'll say with some of these rookies down there at the bottom end of the bench, we're probably at the point where if we can go through and sell them and get just upgraded production in the starting lineup on an 0-3 roster, it's about time to do so. So even if you really like the long-term upside of Kincaid, even if you really like the long-term upside of Jordan Addison, like specifically if we're 0-3, it may make sense for us to go through and take like Jordan Addison and Jerome Ford and go make a 2-for-1 deal where we are getting an upgrade in the starting lineup, at least for the short term, right? I mean, 0-3, we change our mindset from long-term to short-term. Jacob says, start 2, we have Ridley, Evans, Myers. Worried about Ridley's inconsistency the last 2 weeks. We're going to go with Ridley and Evans, even in a good Jacoby Myers matchup. I mean, especially Jimmy Garoppolo is not a practice dealing with the concussion. I understand that, yes, Ridley has been inconsistent, but ultimately, sometimes it just helps if you take a step back, right? Take a step back and ask yourself, what am I thinking here? Am I really wanting to go through and start Jacoby Myers over Calvin Ridley? You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Sweet Pea says, who to start? Ridley, Hawk, need 2 of Moore, Pickens, Gabe Davis, Tutu, Mims. Great matchups for Moore, Davis, Mims, Tutu. Been solid. Thanks. So thank you, my friend. Probably going to go George Pickens with no Deontay Johnson. Pickens has been seeing the volume over the past 2 weeks. I agree. DJ Moore, Gabe Davis, both have great matchups. I personally probably go DJ Moore. I mean, the market share numbers have been pretty damn high in Chicago, and he's going up against a Denver team that just gave up, 70 points? So we probably go DJ Moore alongside him. Now, Nathan says, got offered St. Brown and Etienne or Andrews for Devontae Adams, currently in an 0-3 team. Hunter Henry at tight end. I would trade Devontae Adams for Mark Andrews and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would do it. And I love me some Devontae Adams, my man. Sean says 10-team, full BBR. Trade away Tua and Jerome Ford for Jacobs and Trevor Lawrence. Hell yes, my man. I mean, I think if you're going forward to Jacobs, I don't want to say hell yes. I don't want to act like I'm too excited about it. Yes, I personally would do this. I think you are getting an upgrade going from Ford to Jacobs in the long term. Tua to Lawrence, definite downgrade, but ultimately, if you look at the raw points per game, I think that Lawrence will see a bounce back, and it's close. It's way closer than I indicated. I don't know why we said hell yes, but I still probably make the move. Still probably make it. Now, Poopy coming out says 10-team at BBR 3-0. Should we trade Mixon? I get James Cook and Christian Watson. Fair deal. If it's a 1-flex league, maybe not. Double flex league, then probably. I mean, I like Christian Watson. Thomas says Jerome Ford and Zach Moss for Josh Jacobs. We have Gibbs as well. I do think we go ahead and make this move. Zach Moss looks great this week. Long term, I don't know what he looks like if we have Jonathan Taylor back in. Now, Ron Yeast is coming out and says 14-team BBR, 1 running back, 2 receivers, 2 flex. We have Tua, Hill, Devontae, Ridley, Puka, Nico, Zay, Brian Robinson, Akers. Should we trade Ridley for Ramondre or Joe Mixon? Full PBR format where you only start 1 running back, but you can start up to 4 wide receivers? No, I do not. 10-team league, start 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex, maybe, but in this format, no, keep the wide receiver. Rob says, full BBR, we need 2. Who should we play? Swift, Ramondre, Gibbs, and Devon Achane. We're going to go with the combination of Ramondre Stevenson and DeAndre Swift now that it looks like David Montgomery may be playing tomorrow. LOL says, just traded Mostert and Devonta Smith for Cooper Kupp and Chris Olave. Great deal. 10-team, yes, big win here. Long-term upside, I think you get it. Mostert to Kupp, give me Kupp. Smith to Olave, give me Olave. Love it. Now, Shu coming out says we have Etienne, Walker, Moss, Sanders, Hopkins, Kelsey, Waddle. We want a wide receiver upgrade. Who do we trade and who do we target? If you're telling me Zach Moss like our RB3, RB4, I think you go through and you take Zach Moss and like DeAndre Hopkins, and you see if you can go out there and get to the Chris Olave, get to the Devonta Smith, get to the Calvin Ridley range. I'd really like that because we really don't need Zach Moss on this team currently. Now, RSDF's coming out, says 14-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Lamar, Hill, DK, Brees, Connor, Montgomery, Dell, and Njoku. Should we trade Lamar, DK, Montgomery for Jalen Hurts, Aaron Jones, and DJ Moore? Lamar to Jalen Hurts, give me Jalen Hurts. DK for DJ Moore, give me DK. David Montgomery to Aaron Jones, full BBR format, definitely Aaron Jones. I'm going to go with the Hurts and Aaron Jones side here, even if we're getting the downgrade at wide receiver. Nathan says 12-team BBR format, 0-3. We have 1 flex, Burrow, Tyreek, Higgins, Jacob, Sanders, Kincaid, DJ Moore, and then on the bench, Trevor, Hopkins, Algier, Sutton, Dowdle. Who the hell's Dowdle? Do you mean Downs? Do you mean Waddle? Either way, I'd say, I mean, if we could get some value out of whoever that player is, or if we could go through and send like DeAndre Hopkins and Dalton Kincaid just to get some production in the starting lineup right now. Kincaid has a lot of upside in the long term, but ultimately rookie tight ends aren't going to produce right now, and it's kind of what we need if we're sitting here at 0-3. Now, getting into with that says 10-team full BBR teams 3-0, where we have Herbert, Keenan, Amon-Ra, Gabe Davis, Deontay, Tank. Running back, we have Brian Robinson, Kyron Williams, Najee Harris, JT Madison, Kareem Hunt, Travis Kelce. Any upgrades or suggestions? Thanks. No, thank you so much, my friend. 3-0, we're going to get JT back in. This is a phenomenal, phenomenal team. If you wanted to go through, if you wanted to take a wide receiver like, I don't think we can do it. Never mind, I was going to see if we can make a play for Cup as well. But no, great team. Great team. We have the long-term upside. We're super well balanced. We have the Herbert, Keenan stack. There's a clear reason why we are at 3-0. Love the squad, my man. And yeah, phenomenal. I thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock. Really, really do appreciate you, my man. Now, nobody says just got offered 2 and Hunter Henry for Andrews. We have Lawrence. We also got offered Lamar and Kincaid. I think if we are selling Tua, we need to be charging a slight premium. Honestly, I don't know if we're getting enough for Tua there. Maybe if this next week Lawrence sees the bounce back, then at that point we can. Now, MT Ramsey says traded Jerome Ford for Christian Watson. Do we start Watson or Downs? Probably not the best move. Generally, if we're trading away a running back, we want a premium. I would go Watson over Downs. Lots of running back depth. We lost Mike Williams, wide receiver, super slim, very stingy league. Yeah, I mean, if we're selling a running back, I do want to be charging a premium. I feel like we did not get said premium here, but I would look to go ahead. I would look to go Christian Watson over Josh Downs. John says traded Madison and Amari for Chase and Hollywood. Oh my gosh. Great deal. I would have done this just for Chase. I mean, getting Hollywood is just icing on the cake. Sloan Dog says, I was saying I have Henry now, got him for Brian Robinson Jr. Should we hold on Henry or trade him away? I thought we understood that. Is that not what we sounded like? I understood. That's what you said, my friend. I'm sorry if I had any confusion on my end, like with the way I worded it out loud. But no, I think honestly, if that's like the going price for him right now, like think about it. If you traded, say, Brian Robinson for Derrick Henry, then ultimately I think we can say, well, you know what? You're probably not going to get a ton if we ourselves go out there and see if we can sell Derrick Henry. But let me pull up our other sheet real quick so we can go through the rest of these questions. And as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 15 subscribers away from 200,000. We are less than 100 likes away from 1,000 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us hit 200,000, ladies and gentlemen. Super big deal. That is absolutely wild. That is absolutely wild. But let's see if we can find our next question. I believe this one. Okay, we're not too far behind on donations either. Perfect. Perfect. Crystal says, full BBR was offered Burrow and Lamb for Jalen Hurts. I have Debo, Puka, Hopkins, Godwin, Hollywood. Running backs are CMC, Henry, Akers, Dylan, Zach Charbonnet. What do you think? I really don't want to go through and tell everybody to go through and trade away Jalen Hurts. But if we are getting back in someone like CeeDee Lamb, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I think we do it, my friend. Let's send CeeDee Lamb and let's go. Let's send Jalen Hurts and let's get CeeDee Lamb back in. Nassim says, I traded Amon-Ra St. Brown for Debo, Kamara, Zay Flowers in a 12-team league. Multiple flex spots, I think you're fine. Cody says, you got the champagne, sparkling water ready. I'm an idiot. I should have grabbed a sparkling water. Let me actually do something real quick. I'm going to have to screen record this hitting 200,000. This is a big deal, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. But our next question coming out from, I believe, and let me know if the live stream's messing up, because I know if we're going through and screen recording, it may be tough. And yeah, everybody spam the chat. Get your I was here in. Get your I was here in. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Deus Fake says, 10-team full BBR. Trade Amari for Garrett Wilson and Tutu Atwell. I would rather have Amari Cooper. I don't think Tutu Atwell is viable when Cooper Kupp comes back in. Now, Adeline says, I'm in a PBR 12-team league. We have Allen. And should we keep answering questions? Or should we just hype this up till we hit 200,000? We are right here, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 8 away. Oh, dear God. I cannot believe this. Let's go. 6 away. But anyway, Adeline, a full BBR format where we have Allen, CMC, Jacobs, Hopkins, Deontay Frymuth, Dalvin, Gabe Davis, Gibson, Samuel, DJ Chark. Any thoughts on how to improve the team? We're 1 and 2. Nope. I don't think we have a lot of depth here. I think we just want to be consistently churning the bottom end of this roster. Phenomenal squad. Having Allen and CMC's you're in a great spot. We don't have a lot of wide receiver depth. I would definitely say go through and start you definitely want to be going ahead and starting Gabe Davis over Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook is someone that you just want nowhere near your starting lineup. Okay. We are 3 away, ladies and gentlemen. 3 away. We are right here. Oh, dear God. All right. Alex says, who in their right mind would not be subbed already? Good question. We're 2 away. We're right there. Let's go. Let's freaking get it. 1 away, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. Let's go. 200,000. Oh my gosh. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us here. Big day. Big day. That is awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. That is... I honestly, like I said, I did not think we were hitting this. I think there are 3 fantasy football YouTube channels on the planet with 200,000. Oh my gosh. The fact that we hit this. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, let's go. Let's go. We're going to have to go through and, sorry, I'm going to have to, give me a second. I'm going to have to calm down. We're going to have to take this video, trim it down. And tweet it out. Super big deal here. Oh, dear God. Sorry, I'm my mind's everywhere. Can I really open up iMovie, or is this gonna mess up the live stream? 200,000 just looks like such a big number. And I try to not focus in too much on subscribers anymore. I try to be a little bit more reasonable. But I feel like this is something that we got to focus in on, right? We got to call it out. I try not to do like, oh, we had 175, we had 176, we had 177. But 200 is a big deal. So thank you so much for everything, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And all right, let's go through and let's find our next question. Okay, yeah, let's focus in a little less on that. Let's get to these questions. Next question coming out from Avery says, trade Laporta for Alvin Kamara. League mate needs a tight end, and we already have Kelsey. My running backs are Najee, Walker, Algier, and Kareem Hunt. I would go ahead and do this. I understand everybody's super pumped about Laporta right now, and he looks like he's great. I mean, he's crushing it, but still. I mean, getting Alvin Kamara back in, you are in a good damn spot, my man. Now, our next question coming out from Jorge says, 10-team PPR, quarterback, we have Dak. Running back, we have Bijan, Jacobs, Devon Achane. Miller, wide receivers, we have Olave, Waddle, Watson, Sutton, Higgins, Dobbs, Puka, Higbee at tight end, or should we go for an upgrade? We traded Lockett for Waddle. A great deal going and getting Waddle there. I mean, if it's a 10-team format, I feel like we can afford to go out there and get an upgrade at tight end. If you really want to sell Puka and Higbee and go get a tight end like Andrews, let's send it. Justin says, 10-team full BBR, 2-1. We have Hurts, CMC, Sanders, Adrian Brown, DK Metcalf, Hawkinson. The flex, we have Pickens. And then on the bench, we have Moore, Pacheco, JSN, Thielen, Roshan. How's the team? Any advice? 200K. Let's go. Yes, 200K. Let's go, my man. A great team. We have the Jalen Hurts, Adrian Brown stack. Love to see it. We have a tight end that we can start every single week regardless. We're focusing on our running backs and wide receivers that have upside down there on the bench. Love the players. Love the roster construction. Love the team. I don't think we even do anything. Now, Chisel says 10-team full BBR format super flex. We have Herbert, Daniel Jones, Stafford, CMC, Walker, Mostert, Kyron Williams, Javonte, Zach Charbonnet. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Olave, Hopkins, Sutton, JSN, Deontay Johnson. Tight end, we have Kittle. Start and traits. So we're going to be benching Stafford here at quarterback. I think Daniel Jones is actually in a decent spot at QB. Okay. We're going to be starting CMC, Walker, Diggs, Olave. So if we have like Mostert down here as our RB, I think one thing that you could look to do is this probably would be one of those teams that it would make sense for you to go ahead and sell someone like Raheem Mostert. Like if you wanted to go ahead and see if we could sell Raheem Mostert and in return, package him, say, with, I don't know, Daniel Jones getting upgraded quarterback too. We can do it just because we have so much running back depth. Great team, though. And I'm very sorry if my answers are crappy from now on. I'm just trying to process 200,000. I'm trying to move on, but it's hard. Jesse says, 8-team at BBR, 1 flex league with Chase, Pollard, St. Brown, Ramadre, Lamar, Kamara, Laporta, Pittman, Rashad White, Devon Achane. Any upgrades? Eight-team league. Love to take some of the depth. If we could take the flash that you have from Laporta and go get like a Kelsey level player, go like Kamara, Laporta, and Devon Achane and go get someone like Kelsey. Let's do it. Brian says traded Tank Dell for Kamara. Congrats on 200K. Great trade. Congrats on the deal, my man. Eli says Moss and Waddle for Jacobs and Hopkins or Lockett. So Waddle for Jacobs, Hopkins, or Lockett. Moss and Waddle for Jacobs and Hopkins or Lockett. Waddle to Jacobs downgrade, Moss to the wide receiver not getting enough. We're going to keep Moss and Waddle. Now Chase coming out says 12-team full BBR format, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 3 flex. I was sent Olave, Aaron Jones, Zay Jones for Puka, Mostert, London. We have Etienne, Kamara, Evans, DK, Adams, Sutton, Kelsey. We're 3-0. phenomenal team. This format depth actually matters. Sending Puka for Olave, massive upgrade. And Mostert, Aaron Jones, upgrade. London to Zay, who the hell cares? I think we go ahead and make this move. And here's what I'm going to do real quick. I know there are actually some people watching this on TikTok. I need my phone so I can tweet out that we hit this 200,000. I want to be just looking at this video. I know we never say this on TikTok. I'm live streaming on YouTube. I'm answering all these questions off YouTube. So if you want to keep watching this live stream, maybe we'll go live on TikTok again in a couple minutes. But go to the TikTok page, hit the YouTube icon. That's where we're getting all these questions from if you want to be involved. But yeah, we're going to end this TikTok live stream. We're going to keep the YouTube one going, of course. And we'll be live for the next 4 hours on YouTube. Okay. Y'all got to give me a minute here, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all got to give me a minute just to send something over. I'll keep on answering questions, but maybe we'll be a little bit slower with these. Okay, so now our next question is going to be coming out from Faki, who says, I'm in a 6-team PBR league, and I'm starting a Monroe, Laporta, Gibbs. Should we play Devon Achane or Gibbs in this instance? I probably go Gibbs, even though, I mean, obviously, it's hard to say that when you had Devon going out there and dropping a 50-piece this past week, right? It's hard to say that when he drops 50. Okay. Next question coming out from Manuel says, 1 and 2 PBR. Team is CMC, Jones, JT Wilson, London, Addison, Thielen, Pitts, Pacheco, Fields, Herbert, Dillon, Henry. We got disintegrated by injuries. What do we do? Specific trade suggestions. League is super competitive. Well, we're getting Aaron Jones back in. We're getting JT back in. Wide receivers garbage. If we were going to look to do anything here, it would be taking some of these depth pieces, such as a player like Isaiah Pacheco. If we could go through and send Isaiah Pacheco and Drake London to get to a wide receiver that we're more excited about going forward, go ahead and get someone that's in like the Amari Cooper range. I think that would be a no-brainer, my friend. That would be the deal that we are looking to make. Okay. Now, Kim Dino says Hawkinson and Javonte for Hayden Hurst and Tony Pollard. Musgrave is the bench tight ends. Give me Pollard over Hawkinson, Javonte over Hayden Hurst, but give me Pollard. Give me the best player, and I love Hawkinson. Now, 44 Kiri coming out says 12-team PBR, where we have Herbert, Saquon, Connor, Devonta Smith, Keenan Waller, Kyron. On the bench, we have Nico Collins, Elijah Moore, Sutton, Warren, Damian Pierce. Any moves we should look to make? No, very well-balanced squad. I mean, I think that we're going to be sitting on our hands and hoping that we get the bounce back from Darren Waller and this offense is better overall. I mean, I think it's a great team, my man. We have the Keenan, Herbert stack, so I'm assuming that we're 2-1. I'm assuming that we're 3-1. I'm sorry, 3-0. Great team. Now, I'm going to go ahead, turn off Super Chats for a bit just so we can make sure that we are not getting too behind on these questions. We're probably already a little bit too behind here. Our last answer went to 44 Kiri. So let's remember that as we re-pull up these questions. And as I pull these back up, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, of course, you can find those in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. It's going to take you over to Underdog where you can use promo code FLOCK and get a 100% deposit match up to $500 with the new account. Plus, you're going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers and a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Sorry, just cropping this. And now our next question is, I believe, coming out from, we said we just got done with 44, right? 44 Kiri. Oh, we're not nearly as far behind as I thought we were. We can turn on Super Chats again soon. This one coming out from Blake Furby says, have PBR 8-team league where we have Lawrence, Richardson, Ramadre, Mixon, Connor, Sanders, Jefferson, Evans, Garrett, Judy. Just got offered Kamara for Garrett. Oh, hell yes. Let's do this, my man. Let's go ahead and let's do that. I mean, if you could send Garrett and another piece like Miles Sanders get a better running back, then sure. But ultimately in an 8-team format, unless you actually get them going out there and trading for a new QB, you really don't have the upside with Garrett Wilson to move the needle with Zach Wilson. So if we could go out there and get someone like Alvin Kamara does have, at least some upside here, my friend. So I do think that would make a ton of sense if you wanted to do that. Okay. Okay. Perfect. We just had to tweet that out. We had to. I had to get that. We hit 200K. That is nuts. And our next question coming out from X Phelan says, 14-team full BBR format, 1 flex. We're 1 and 2, where we have Allen, Javonte, Swift, Jefferson, Ridley, Kittle, Devon Achane, Warren, Juju, Dotson, Spears, Odell, Cole Kmet. Starters this week and any moves. So we're going to be starting Jefferson, Ridley at wide receiver. I think down at the flex, we're going to go Devon Achane. Obviously, we're going to go Josh Allen at QB. I think we sit on the team as is. Reason being, 14-team format, honestly, going to be way tougher for us to go out there and make that 2-for-1 deal, where I think we're already kind of optimized as is. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Isaac says, what running back value could I get for Addison and Warren? If you want to go Addison and Warren, I think you're going to, if you can get to Gibbs, then hell yeah, let's go get to Jahmyr Gibbs. In reality, I think you're going to be looking at like the Ramondre Stevenson, James Cook, Rachaad White range. Now, Austin says 10-team half BBR format where we have Hurts, CMC, Pollard, Moss, DK, Higgins, Kittle. And then on the bench, we have Montgomery, Khalil Herbert, P. Ryan Flowers, Gus, Hubbard, Thielen. How do we upgrade receivers for 3-0? Congrats on being 3-0, my man. Really happy for you. If we are going to go through and do anything, maybe you can make a play for Cooper Kupp on a 3-0 roster. So if you wanted to send like DK Metcalf and like Khalil Herbert and see if we can go get a player like Cooper Kupp for the long term, I think that make a lot of sense. Or maybe even like DK Metcalf or and Zach Moss, right? Where Zach Moss is a player that we really like in the short term. But on a 3-0 team, maybe it's not necessarily something that's a super high priority, right? Super high priority. Now, Squad Minus says, congrats on 200K, king of YouTube fantasy. Thank you so much, my man, for everything. Thank you for the support. It is just absolutely wild. Saying 12-team full BBR format, 1 flex. We are 2 and 1. We have Herbert, Pollard, Gibbs, Higgins, Pittman, Pitts, Evans, Kupp. And then on the bench, we have Devon Achane, DeAndre Hopkins, Zach Charbonnet, JSN, Gus, Reynolds, Musgrave, Kupp on the IR. Should we sell Devon Achane high or keep him stardom? Pitts or Musgrave? Any trades ideas? Thank you so much, my man. I think that we are going to be sitting with Kyle Pitts for the moment over Luke Musgrave. Big reason is if you're going to be looking at what you get from Luke Musgrave, I think the volume goes down now that you have, now that you have Christian Watson, now that you have Aaron Jones back in this offense. So I think that we are going to be sitting on our hands, play Kyle Pitts, maybe Musgrave in the long term, but let's wait and see what Musgrave looks like with Christian Watson in here. And then outside of that, great team. Trying to think if there's anything we can do. I think we're going to be sitting on our hands and waiting until Cooper Kupp comes back in. But we have a lot of this long-term upside that's going to keep on, improving. I will say Devon Achane, especially on a 2-1 roster, I understand why you would want to go through and sell with the possibility that it's a 3-man running back by committee, right? Where you have the combination of, I don't know, Raheem Mostert and Jeb Wilson Jr. taking some volume. But I'm not going to tell anybody to go through and sell a rookie running back that just dropped 50 points. I don't think I can do it. I can't do it. Now, AJ coming out saying, I'm back. 3-0 is my gut right. We have Tua, Geno. Geno, easier matchup. But feel the risk on Tua based off Miami's fire offense is worth it, even with Buffalo. 100%, I think you have to go Tua. I think that Tua is in a great spot, just given the fact that Vegas is projecting this to be the highest scoring game of the week. And I mean, we want as many starters we can possibly get in this game. You have to play Tua. Now, David coming out says, Zay Flowers or Tank Dell. What is Tank's value to you? I would way rather have Zay Flowers. I think Zay Flowers is a better prospect. I understand. I mean, Tank Dell's been better lately, but ultimately still, I mean, I don't know. I'm not willing to go all in and say Tank Dell's the same player as Zay Flowers. Other trades, Swift and Tank for Aaron Jones, Zay Flowers. I mean, that one's really going to be up to if you would rather have DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones. Can everybody spam the chat? I'm not going to ask y'all Flowers or Tank Dell. There, I think it's easily Zay Flowers. But can everybody spam? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have the combination of... would you rather have DeAndre Swift or Aaron Jones rest of season? DeAndre Swift or Aaron Jones rest of season? Okay, so we super chat's off because we're backed up on questions. We'll turn it back on in a second. Swift. Jones, Swift. It looks like everybody's saying Swift here. I mean, you have a couple Jones mixed in, but yeah, I mean, I can't blame anybody for wanting to go all in on DeAndre Swift, right? I mean, you are in just an elite Philadelphia Eagles offense here. I mean, I think that they are close. Honestly, I think it's up to you. Adil says, got Jacobs and Goddard for DJ Moore and Hunter Henry. Oh, great deal for Josh Jacobs there. I'm really surprised you're going to pull that off. Jose says 12-team PBR double flex. We have Tua, Hill, Devontae, Pollard, Brian Robinson, Flowers, Tutu, and Kupp. I'm 3-0. Do we trade Adams and Kupp for Jefferson? 3-0 double flex format? Probably not. Because I think Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams could both be top 5 wide receivers rest of season. I mean, we got the report saying that Cooper Kupp's going to be good to go week 5. So I think it would be really difficult for us to go out there and make that move right now, my friend. Now, Inception says 12-team at BBR format where we have Richardson, Garrett, Puka, Amari, Ayuk, Saquon, Kyron, Gus, Hunt, Hunter Henry. Any ideas for upgrades? Thinking of shipping Garrett for Pittman. I would love to ship Garrett for Pittman. Actually, let me walk that back for a second. I think it's very appealing. I would definitely rather have Pittman right now. But I guess if you consider the outside chance that they go out there and trade for a quarterback with the Jets, then maybe it's a little bit closer than we are giving it credit for. So really up to you there. Very well-balanced team. I think we keep team as is. If we have Richardson, though, I probably would trade Garrett Wilson for Michael Pittman. I just don't want to act like it's a no-brainer. Now, Philly Finesse's 18 PBR format 3-0. We traded Brian Robinson and Devontae Adams for Kelsey, Connor, Watson. My other receivers are Debo, Judy, Dell, Dobbs. Other tight end is Darren Waller. What is it worth losing Devontae Adams? Adams for Kelsey, 8-team league, give me Kelsey. I know it sounds crazy, 8-team format, give me Kelsey. Brian Robinson and Connor Watson really doesn't matter. The thing is, my man, in that 8-team format, wide receiver is going to be so easy to come by. Running back's going to be so easy to come by. Fundamentally, if we can go through and make a move where we are going to be able to get the one guy that gives you an elite edge over everybody else at the position. We are going to do that, my friend. Richard says 12-team PBR league, 2-1. Who would we start in any moves in a league with one flex? We have Watson, Jones, Montgomery, Amari, Chase, Laporta, Christian Watson, Tank Dell, Roschon, Gainwell, Marvin Mims, and Matt Breida. So we're going to be starting Daniel Jones in a great matchup against Seattle. We're going to be starting Jamar Chase and Amari Cooper. And then, never mind. That's not Daniel Jones. That's Aaron Jones. So I apologize. At quarterback, we're to be starting Deshaun Watson. Running back, we're to be going Aaron Jones, and I guess Montgomery, even if I'm not excited about it, if he plays. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Cooper and Chase. The flex spot, we are going to be going Tank Dell, Watson long-term, Tank Dell this week. And then obviously if Montgomery misses, we may have to pivot over to Matt Breida. I don't love this team. I think that you don't have a lot of trade value either to go through and swing deals. I mean, Montgomery is someone that in particular I would be going through and seeing if we could potentially sell him high in a full PPR format. Obviously, it's going to depend on the actual price point we can get in return. Yeah, I think the only thing is we explore a Montgomery trade in a full PPR format. Now, Hernan says, who to flex, full PPR, Ramondre, White, Godwin, or Tutu? Oh, we're definitely going to go with Ramondre here. We're going to go Ramondre. Actually, no, he plays the Cowboys, doesn't he? I need to stop speaking indefinites. He plays Dallas. I guess Rachaad White plays New Orleans. We have them really close in our rankings. I'll still probably go Ramondre, though. Just closer than I'm making it sound. Myth says, got Devon Achane for Zay Flowers. Do we accept? Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have, Devon Achane or Zay Flowers? I'm removing myself from this situation. To be honest with you, I don't know how to answer this. Like, I would have no idea how we could go through and how we could determine between the two guys what direction we want to go in. See what everybody's saying. Flowers. How are y'all so confident? Literally everybody in the chat saying Zay Flowers. Devon Achane's a rookie running back that just dropped 50 points in the best offense in the NFL. Like, I'm legitimately surprised that y'all can be that confident to go through and make that move. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say one way or another because obviously Devon Achane could be in a 3-man running back by committee. I just don't know. Now, Cole says 12-team PPR where we have Burrow, Gibbs, Bijan, Chase, Judy, Hawkinson, JT, London, Javonte, Tank Dell, Christian Kirk, Elijah Moore, Elijah Mitchell, 0-3 due to drafting Jonathan Taylor. Gibbs or Javonte this week and any other moves, 200K. Yes, sir, we are at 200K. I mean, if we were looking at doing anything else, I mean, I don't really see anything that we love here. I mean, obviously getting JT in is going to help a ton, but we are really just waiting long-term. This is a team built around the long-term. I mean, now that we get Taylor back in, at least next week, if you wanted to see if we can take a long-term rookie piece like, say, Tank Dell and send him with Drake London and get a player we're a little bit more excited about at wide receiver, we can do it. Let's go. And also, if you wanted to go with Tank Dell and Burrow to get a quarterback upgrade, you could do that as well. Because obviously, I mean, 0-3, a big reason for that is Burrow. And I've seen people saying this in the chat, saying it's Achane, not Devon Achane. The Texas A&M announcers would say Devon Achane. The announcers in the Miami-Denver game said Devon Achane. Is it Achane or Achane? Seems like every time I've ever heard an announcer say the name, it's Achane. Let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know. Okay. Chain, he said it. So does everyone. He called himself Chan. He himself said Chan. It's a chain. He changed it. Okay. If he changed it, we will change it. Devon Achane. Devon Achane. Devon Achane. Devon Achane. Okay. Thank you for letting me know he changed it. As this offseason, all offseason in Dynasty, I was saying Devon Achane. Nobody corrected me, but okay. Now, Cole says 12-team PPR. And by the way, if I say Devon Achane, you feel the need to correct me, don't do it anymore. Okay, I'm fine with it. Cole says 12-team PPR format. We have Burrow, Gibbs, Bijan, Chase, Judy, Hawkinson, JT, London. Oh, no, we already answered this. John coming out says, got a request for Kittle Love for my Ford and Swift. Swift probably over Kittle. Ford versus Love. Give me Ford. We have Purdy, Etienne. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take the DeAndre Swift and Jerome Ford. So it's really hard to go through and sell the running backs unless we're getting to premium right now. Bro, Ibit says, I need an upgrade at wide receiver. What can we get with Godwin, Madison, and Connor? I don't want to go for a 3-for-1 deal. Generally, 3-for-1 deals are very hard to pull off. If you wanted to go Goddison and Alexander Madison, if we could go out there and get Olave, Waddle, Devonta Smith, I would really like that. I mean, you can try for the Amon-Ra St. Brown, AJ Brown range. I just doubt it. Maxie says, trade Brees for Zay Flowers 1-for-1. Happy BR 1 flex. One flex league, I probably keep Brees and see if anything changes at running back. Now, Oki coming out says 1-2, 10-team full BBR format. We have Mahomes, Hill, Lamb, Gibbs, Javonte, Kittle, Pittman, Pierce, Mooney, Zeke, Shaheed, Christian Watson, Palmer, Dowdle, Wilson. Any advice or trades? Okay, so clearly Dowdle's a real player. Who the hell am I missing? Who's Dowdle here? Let me pull this up. 1 and 2 team we are thinking of production right now. Rico Dowdle. Who is everybody rostering? Oh, okay, the backup running back for Dallas. Okay, I guess maybe you say he's a premium handcuff back if Pollard goes down. Maybe. Okay. But nonetheless, if we are looking at this, pretty strong team. I mean, we do have enough depth where if you really wanted to take like Garrett Wilson and go send a trade where we get an upgrade over Dameon Pierce at running back, I would like it if it's a 1 flex league. Or if you could go like Pierce, Wilson, and Kittle and somehow get to Kelsey, let's do it and let's stack with Mahomes. Myth says, do we trade Javonte and Flowers for Walker? I would. Yes, I would. Vincent, happy to see you. My man says, 12-team at BBR double flex. We're 0-3. We have Burrows, CMC, Walker, JT, Roshan, Ridley, Ayuk, Elijah, Dell, MT, Downs, Gallup. Also, we have Laporta, Goddard. Just traded away Bijan, Kirk, Madison for CMC. Good deal there. Good deal. Double flex format, maybe a little bit tougher. And any trade it is, or am I fine? Love you, my man. 0-3 team. We're going to get back JT. We don't have a lot of wide receiver depth. I would say trades. The only thing I'm really looking to do is if you could sell Laporta and say Josh Downs and get like a stud tight end for a flex spot in a double flex league, then sure. And start Goddard and just close your eyes at tight ends. And the other thing is I would probably be looking to drop one of these players at the bottom end like Michael Gallup and pick up another quarterback and roster 2 QBs and probably not play Joe Burrow right now, but still have him for the long term. Britton says trade Tank Dell for Javonte and DJ Moore. Yes, I would 100% do that. Trade Tank Dell for Javonte and DJ Moore. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. But next question coming out from Seth says, 12-team PBR format, 1 and 2. We have Burrow, Robinson, James Cook, Lamb, Higgins, Frymuth. Flex is Kyron. On the bench, we have Moore, Godwin, Dotson, Gainwell, Devon, Achane, Stroud. Start, sit, trade. We're 1 and 2. Okay, so the guy that we would want to get down on the bench into the starting lineup would either be Godwin or Devon Achane. We're not going to be starting either one over Robinson, Cook, or Kyron Williams. So I think we are just chilling on our hands right now. And honestly, I think it's a very nice team. I think that we would consider Stroud over Burrow. We ultimately probably end up going with Burrow. Considering the fact that, I mean, he does play the Tennessee Titans. Now, Locke says 10-team, 3-0, happy BR. We have Love, Hill, Waddle, Judy, Hopkins, Wilson, Hawk, Javonte Swift, AK Jacobs. A lot of trades on the table. Puka and Eckler for Kamara, Swift, Waddle. Let's go. I'd rather have all 3 players over Puka. I don't think we can take him out either way. Interesting trade. Gibbs straight up for Alvin Kamara, Jacobs or Swift, and Lamar or Kamara. I'm going to go Lamar over Alvin Kamara. So yeah, out of all of these trades that involve Alvin Kamara, I think the easiest one to look at on how it actually impacts our team and how it makes our roster better overall would just be to go through and trade away Alvin Kamara for Lamar Jackson. Get Lamar in here starting over Jordan Love. That would be really interesting, my friend. Now, Enrich says start Love, Lawrence, Addison, or London. We're going to go Love over... No, we're going to go Lawrence over Love. Oh, my gosh. We're going to go Lawrence over Love just one more week, and then Addison or London, we're definitely going to go Addison. Atrophy says Laporta or Andrews. I would rather have Andrews this week and Andrews long-term. Simon says starters are Lawrence, Mixon, White, Wilson, Adams, Waller, Keenan, And then on the bench, we have Akers, Pittman, Jacoby, Goff, Warren, Quentin Johnson, Shark. Trades and any team changes. Congrats on 200K. Thank you so much, my man. For the starting lineup, I don't change anything. I mean, maybe if Lawrence disappoints one more week, we'd start Goff over him. And honestly, I think it's a very well-balanced team. I probably don't like how many wide receivers we're rostering in compared to running backs. If you wanted to move off of DJ Chark for an exciting running back off the waiver wire, if there was one, we would. But no, great team. I think it would be better if Lawrence and Waller start playing better going forward, which I think they could. Hassan says 14 team at BBR1 flex, where we have Dak, Richardson, Etienne, Sanders, Lamb, Nico, Reynolds, London, Gus, Sean Tucker, Downs, Latavius. Who to start for week 4 was also offered Mims for Drake London. I'd rather have London over Mims. Not like we're super excited about London. 14-team league, though. He may end up making a difference. And then we're going to be starting Anthony Richardson at quarterback over Dak Prescott if he plays. We're going to go Etienne, Miles Sanders at running back. We're going to be going Lamb and Nico at wide receiver. And we're going to be going with Gus Edwards at the flex spot, assuming he's good to go. And he was at practice today. Now, Orlando says 12-team double flex PPR league. I'm 2-1, and we have Fields, Ramondre, Kamara, Chase, Waddle, Andrews, Evans, and Puka starting. What are your thoughts and possible QB traits? Double flex league, it's going to be harder to go out there and trade for a quarterback. I think that it may be a little bit too early for us to go ahead and make a trade. We're probably going to be sitting on our hands here in terms of actually trading pieces, my friend. If we are looking to do anything, I think you just pick up another quarterback and then potentially play the matchups going forward. I mean, if Fields disappoints going up against the Denver Broncos, then we can reevaluate a QB trade. Flock Soldier, happy to see us, says, let's go Longhorns. Hook 'em, my man. Gonna rock Kansas. I need to start a tight end from these. Henry, Njoku, Musgrave, Dalton Kincaid. Ooh. We're going to go Hunter Henry. I think a lot of people would argue for Luke Musgrave. My issue with Musgrave right now is just going to be the fact that we haven't seen him with Christian Watson and Aaron Jones in this offense. Once we see him produce with those guys, I think we can be a little bit less worried. DNB says, thinking of trading Olave for Amari and Kyron. Completely fine if you needed to. Currently have Adams, Evans, Wilson, Puka, Collins. Running back, we have depth. Ooh, interesting. What I would probably rather do is if we could send, like, say, Puka for Amari and Kyron, or Wilson for Amari and Kyron, we do it. I think you're fine with making this deal or not. It's a very strong team that has a lot of balance. I don't want to tell anybody not to trade for Kyron Williams, so with how damn good Kyron's been as of late. Now, Bredu coming out says 12-team full BBR. Just got CMC for Kamara, Etienne, Sutton. Good move. Sutton's a non-factor. We have JT, DK, Cup, Puka, Devontae, Brees, Gabe Davis. Great team. Now we're not looking to really make too many more trades, not looking to make too many more 2-for-1 type deals. Instead, we are going to be looking to kind of sit on our hands here and then potentially go through and just work the waiver wire as we can. If we can work the waiver wire, let's do it. But great trade. Zachary says trade Laporta and Garrett Wilson for Kittle and Godwin. I'd rather have Kittle over Laporta, Wilson versus Godwin. You probably want Wilson and set up a prayer that I would trade Laporta for Kittle. I don't know if we include Garrett Wilson. There's an outside chance this team trades for a quarterback, right? There's an outside chance. Crab Vision says did 2 trades, Waller and DJ Moore. Waller for DJ Moore and Zach Moss for Nico Collins. Do not like the Waller trade. I would rather add Darren Waller. And you know I was screaming to sell Darren Waller coming into the season. And I do not like the Zach Moss deal either. I think you lost both trades. I mean, you're saying that you need a wide receiver, my man, but you had Ridley, Watson, Dotson, Deion. I think you were going to be fine at receiver. I appreciate you. I know you've been a long time member of the flock, my man. So it definitely pains me to say, I think you got the worst of it in those trades. I would rather have Waller and Zach Moss over DJ Moore and Nico Collins. But Sawyer says more Dobbs Palmer. We also have Cup and Taylor. Oh, if we have Cup and Taylor, you're phenomenal. I would go DJ Moore. Great matchup against Denver. Drew says 12-team BBR format where we have Herbert, Ramadre, Najee, Jefferson, Chase, Musgrave, Pittman. On the bench, we have Gainwell, Addison. Should we trade Najee and Addison for Montgomery and Roschon? I agree, Najee sucks. Full BBR format, though, my man. I'm not excited to trade for David Montgomery. Running back, the ultimate is going to be touchdown, boom, or bust. I mean, he's kind of a more talented version of Najee, where you're not going to get any receiving usage. So I don't want to trade Addison for him. Joey says 12-team full BBR, 1 flex. We have Allen, Etienne, Jacobs, Diggs, Amari, Musgrave, Gibbs. On the bench, we have Dotson, London, Davis, Gainwell, Johnson, Rice. Improvements, 200K. Yes, sir, 200K. Thank you, my man. I think it's a great team. I would love to tell you to go upgrade tight end, but I don't think we can. The only thing I'd say is we're probably rostering too many wide receivers, where I think someone like Rashee Rice would probably be a cut for me if we can pick up like Tajah Spears off the waiver wire. Dude Jazzy says, just congrats on 200K. Hook 'em horns, my friend. Just traded Madison for Calvin Ridley. Great deal before we see what Cam Akers is. Now, Victor says 12-team PPR flex, super flex. We have Love, Eckler, Mostert, Tyree, DJ, Puka, Andrews, Moss. On the bench, we have Breida, Montgomery, Thielen, Sanders, McLaurin. Who should we trade for? Should we trade for a wide receiver too? And if so, for who? If we could trade like Puka and go get to Olave, go get to Smith, go get to AJ Brown, like the players you were able to get to last week, no brainer. I still stand by it. That's the move that we're looking to make. I think it's probably going to be much easier said than done. I'd be willing to throw in someone like Adam Thielen to get the trade done. Outside of that, I think we're probably going to be sitting on our hands and really hoping that Austin Eckler comes back this week. If Eckler comes back this week, this team should be in a fine spot. But if we don't have Eckler, we're going to be in a world of pain. Now, Paul says, who would you trade away? Chase, Breece, Fields for Waddle to a JT, 10-team dynasty. Breece versus JT in dynasty, up to you. Probably Breece if you're a rebuilder, JT if you're a contender. Fields versus Tua easily. Chase versus Waddle, Chase easily. One quarterback format, I'm going to go with the Chase side. Ethan says 10-team Superflex PPR 3-0. We have Lawrence, Purdy, Stafford, Pollard, Swift, Brian Robinson, Pacheco. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Olave, Keenan, Pickens. Tight end, we have Kittle. What do we do now? Superflex format, great spot to be in. I mean, here you have 3 quarterbacks we can start. We have the running back depth as well. If you wanted to take George Pickens and the spike in value that he's had with no Deontay Johnson and trade him with Brock Purdy and see if we can get a quarterback that we like a little more with some rushing upside, we could do that. Now, Coop coming out with our next question, but it's too high for me to show you on the screen. So I will turn Super Chats back on and wait a second. And ladies and gentlemen, we also hit 1,200 likes on this live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hit that like button. And if you have not done so already, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find in the description, find in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against the Green Bay Packers this Thursday. So please make sure you go ahead and take advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go ahead and our next question. Coming out from Coop, who says, Dynasty, 12-team PPR format. My running backs are Bijan Gibbs, Javonte, Elijah Mitchell, Roschon Miller. We tried to send Javonte in a second for JT. He declined. Smart man. Should I keep pushing, or is my running back room fine? Also got offered Zach Charbonnet for Roschon. Do I take it? I would rather have Charbonnet over Roschon. I mean, I love Roschon, hook 'em horns, but I mean, Zach Charbonnet has a higher ceiling if you were seeing an injury to Kenneth Walker. I think your running back room ultimately is great, my man, with Bijan, Gibbs, and Javonte, not only in the short term, but also for the long term. You're saying it's a league where you only have 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. I see in the general chat right now. Yeah, and obviously in a dynasty format, this is going to be a little bit more shallow than what you're used to. So I think it's going to be You're in a completely fine spot. You don't need to worry about depth too much in that dynasty league. Now, Brandon says Puka and Tank Dell for Waddle. I would rather have Jalen Waddle. Yeah, especially in a 10-team league, even if there are 2 flex spots. Great team. Let's go get Jalen Waddle, my man. Nobody says I have Andrews and got offered Tua and Hunter Henry. Really going to be up to you and your roster. I think you can make an argument to go one way or another. I think you can make an argument to go one way or another, my friend. Okay. And LOL, your question was not skipped. We answered that a long time ago, my friend. I promise you. Promise you we did. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, 20 says, Mason, congrats on 200,000. Thank you, my friend. We get offered Ridley and Charbonnet for James Cook and Terry after my Bijan trade. So James Cook to Ridley, up to you. Terry to Charbonnet, probably Terry. I think it's a fair deal. Starters would be Lawrence, Adams, AJ, Ridley, Bijan, Brees, Andrews. I'd rather trade Brees than Cook. I would agree with you. If you can trade Brees and go out there and get someone like Ridley, we do it. But ultimately, great team. And I think especially if we have Lawrence, we're going to be holding on to Ridley here. Now, Abstrike You coming out says Superflex full BBR, 4-point passing touchdown, 2.2 point per carry. Please help. Start 2 of Cousins, Richardson, Love. We're going to go with Richardson and Cousins. Also, we got Tank Dell at the 406. Traded Corey Davis for a 4th. That is awesome, my man. I wish I had more Tank Dell in Dynasty. Matt says 200K. Yes, sir. Thank you. 12-team at BBR. Traded Lamb for Jacobs. Do not like it. My receivers are AJ Brown, Puka. I think you lost, my man. I do like going and picking up Jacobs for the cheap, but CeeDee Lamb's like a locked and loaded round 1 talent, right? We are paying up here for Josh Jacobs if this is the price. Kier says 12-team full BBR double flex, where we have Richardson, Chase, Pittman, Etienne, Swift, Kittle, Wilson, Palmer. On the bench, we have A.J. Dillon, Zach Charbonnet, Zay Jones, Sky, Dak, IR Cooper Kupp. Any moves or pray for Kupp to return in week 5? Kupp should be coming back week 5, my man. I actually don't think we make any moves for that reason. We don't have a lot of depth. I don't want to be trading away any of these studs. I mean, we're 2-1. We're in a good spot where we have Richardson to start going forward. We have some upside pieces down on the bench. So yeah, I think we just wait until we get Cooper Kupp back in. He should be coming back 2 weeks. John says, try and package Henry and Pierce for Eckler in a full PPR format. I'd rather have Austin Eckler full PPR. Solid Jenkins says, update on the 0-3 team from yesterday. We traded Puka for Ridley to pair with Lawrence, praying they get better. Let's send up that prayer, my man. And there's an outside chance. I'd definitely rather have Ridley over Puka, though. Nathan says, 0-3 18 format, got offered trades. 1, Kelsey, Lamb, Sutton for Adams, Henry, Swift. Kelsey, Adams, 8-team league. Give me Kelsey. Lamb versus Swift. Easily give me Lamb. Sutton, Hunter, Henry. Who cares? I'm going to go with the Kelsey side. 2, Pollard, Andrews, Thielen for Adams and Henry. Ooh, interesting. Because it's an 8-team league, when in doubt, you want Travis Kelce. 8-team league, we're probably overpaying. There's probably more value in the other deal, but I don't care. Give me Travis Kelce. Octavio coming out says, should I do Amon-Ra Goff for Ridley Lawrence? I think I would rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown at this point. I mean, if you're looking at St. Brown, I do like Ridley, but he does look like he's in a completely different tier. Now, OP Patrick coming out saying, 10-team PBR where we're 1-2. We have Hurts, CMC, Brees, Waddle, Kirk, Judy, Goddard. On the bench, we have Herbert, Hunt, Jordan Addison, Gabe Davis, Deshaun Watson. Any suggestions for trading? I would love to get an upgrade over Brees. We're 1-2. We can't really be affording to think about just long-term upside here. I mean, so if we could go through and if we could potentially say sell like Brees Hall and Jordan Addison, those long-term pieces, and in return get back a running back like Travis Etienne that's going to produce for us right now, I would like that. Now, Longhorn Nation, hell yes, Uncle Lawrence. 10-team PBR, 1 flex, 1-2. We have Love, Jones, Ford, Chase, Amon-Ra, Puka, Pitts, Hall, Watson, London, Addison, A-Chain, Stroud Cup, need to drop a player for week 5. Who do we drop and what upgrades should we make? This team is a team that needs to be making 2-for-1 deals, right? I mean, you are in a spot where you have so much depth at wide receiver and running back that, I mean, you can go through and you can do a lot of different things here. Where, especially if we're going to get Cooper Kupp back in, let's go through and let's take someone like Jordan Addison. Let's send him with Jerome Ford and let's get a great running back too, especially on a 1 and 2 roster where we're not thinking as much long-term, more short-term. That way we don't have to drop someone. If we had to drop someone, we drop the backup quarterback in Stroud. Karen coming out says 10-team happy BR, 2 receivers in a flex. We have Hurts, Ramadre, Sanders, A.J. Brown, Pittman, Kelsey, Devon A. Chain, Laporta. Best way to sell Kelsey, Laporta. Kelsey for Amon-Ra St. Brown, nope. Laporta, A.J. Brown for Chase. That's the best way. Kelsey, Sanders for Pollard, Amari, nope. The best way, what I found when you're in this situation where you have Laporta and Andrews or Laporta and Kelsey, is you take Laporta and another player in your starting lineup and you trade to go get that upgrade. That's the number one thing that I've seen, my friend. Now, Max says, should we trade Jacobs, DJ Moore, and Hunter Henry for Kamara, Rashad White, and Mark Andrews and a 12-team happy BR 1 flex league? Jacobs to Kamara, slight downgrade. DJ Moore to Rashad White, upgrade. Hunter Henry to Mark Andrews, massive upgrade. 1 flex league. We want the elite tight end. Let's get Andrews. LOL coming out again. 10-team happy BR double flex. We traded Mostert, Smith for Kupp and Olave. Again, love this deal, my man. I would rather have Kupp over Mostert. I would rather have Olave over Devonta Smith. I think you win on both sides of this, my friend. RJ says 8-team full BBR 1 and 2. We have Allen, Eckler, Barkley, Chase, Ridley, Jacobs. On the bench, we have Ramondre Gibbs, Devonta Smith, Kupp on the IR, Miles Sanders. Wanting to get a top-tier player, what should we look to do? My man, I mean, easy thing is just go through and send Josh Jacobs and Devonta Smith and go get a Bijan Robinson level player. I mean, you are loaded here. Like, look at your bench. Your bench, you have Ramondre Gibbs, Devonta Smith, Miles Sanders. Go take 2 of these, go send Ramondre Stevenson and Calvin Ridley and go get Devontae Adams. Let's go try to make moves like that. Tyler says, 10-team full BBR format. We're 2 and 1. We have Burrow, Purdy on the bench, Eckler, Walker, Debo, Higgins, Goddard, Addison. In the flex, who should I trade, if any? I don't necessarily think you look to trade anybody. Full BBR format, the only guy I'd be looking at is possibly like David Montgomery. If you're looking at David Montgomery, this is a running back that I like in a non-PBR format based off touchdown upside, but he's going to have no involvement as a receiver. So in a full BBR format, I would see what we could get for him. Now, Sir Rohu coming out saying 12-team BBR, where we have Love, Lawrence, Pollard, Saquon, Mostert, Hubbard. Wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra, Lamb, Addison, Tank Dell, JSN, Darren Waller, Hunter Henry. I'm 2 and 1, but we barely win when I do. I score the lower. What do I do? Okay. I think it's a good team overall. I think it's going to be much better when we get Saquon Barkley back in. It's going to be much better when Darren Waller starts producing. You're 2 and 1 still, and I think this team's going to improve as the season goes on. I hate to say this. I understand it is the worst answer that I can give. But I think that honestly, we just need to sit on our hands and things will get better. You are going to be in a great spot. I hate to say it. You're 2 and 1 already, and I think it's going to get even better. I think we just sit on our hands, my friend. Niner Matt says 12-team BBR 3-0. We have Hurts, Connor, Kamara, Keenan, Lamb, Tyreek, Andrews. On the bench, we have Charbonnet, Gus, Gainwell, Hunt, Addison, Palmer. We lost Mike Williams. Should we trade Lamb and Gus or Hunt for Ridley and JT? If not, okay, yes, I actually do this. I thought you were going to say Lamb and Gus for like Calvin Ridley. I was going to go, hell no, my man, you're way overpaying. Still really like CeeDee Lamb, but especially on a 3-0 roster where we can afford to think long-term here, my man. I think this makes a lot of sense. Let's sell Lamb and Gus for JT and Calvin Ridley. Turbid player coming out saying, got offered Ridley and McLaurin for Puka. I'd rather have Ridley over Puka straight up. Let's go get it. Shizuka says Lawrence or Goff, Brian Robinson or Warren, and Dobbs or Hollywood. We're going to go Hollywood, Brian Robinson, and Lawrence, my friend. Jeffrey says 12-team at BBR, where we have Allen, CMC, Gibbs, Evans, Amari, Watson, Hawkinson, and Ramadre. Is it safe to start Watson tomorrow? Should I consider Gibbs, Watson for Aaron Jones? We're not going to be trading Gibbs and Watson for Aaron Jones. Hell no. I mean, if you wanted to put Aaron Jones in your starting lineup over one of those guys, then sure, yeah, go for it. I would not start Christian Watson tomorrow if we could avoid it. I think he has upside for a big play, but just naturally, these guys coming back from hamstrings, these are players that I want to go through and avoid if we can. Okay. Now, Niner Matt says that's a 2 wide. Okay, honestly, I assume all leagues are 2 wide receiver, 1 flex leagues, unless stated otherwise. Seamless says Puka and Evans for CD and overpay. It's a 10-team double flex. 10-team league, no, give me CeeDee Lamb. I know most people would go Puka. I think that, honestly, Evans and Puka are probably the better side in the short term. But I think Lamb's the better side in the long term. Tristan says 2-1 full team, PBR 1 flex. We need help at the flex. Trade options. We have Allen, James Cook, CMC, Lamb, Davis, Hawkinson. On the bench, we have Kirk, Quentin, Watson, Roshan, Downs, Taji. A great team. I don't think we trade anything. Love the construction of this squad. I mean, I think that the only thing that we look to do is you go through, put Christian Kirk into the flex spot there, especially as you have no Zay Jones this week. And then maybe next week when Zay Jones is coming back, then at that point, we're going to go through and we're going to see what we can get for Christian Kirk. Rich, always happy to see you, my man. Says, hey, Mason, 12-team league. Would you trade Gibbs or James Cook and Amari for Keenan Allen? So I would rather have Gibbs over James Cook in a full PBR format rest of season. So James Cook and Amari or Keenan, where we have AJ, Amari, Dotson, Addison, CMC, Gibbs, James Cook, Brian Robinson. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you, my man. Tough spot to be in, because if you would have asked me this a couple weeks ago, I'd have said, hell to the no. We're definitely going to go with the Amari and James Cook side. It's hard to recalibrate. It's hard to try to reevaluate these guys and come up with a new concrete set of rankings. But if we were to do just that, ultimately, if you are looking at Keenan Allen, he is a player that is skyrocketing up with this Mike Williams injury. So if this is a 1 flex format, my friend, I am completely fine if you wanted to do it. By no means do I think you are like easily winning this deal. I think that this has a chance of going sideways for you. But we could definitely look to make it if you wanted to. We could. Now, Chris says, hey, Mason, 2-1 standard 12-team league where we have Herbert, Diggs, Amari, Jacobs, Kyron, Musgrave, and Kamara in the flex. The bench, we have Brian Robinson, Montgomery, Addison, Dotson, Atwell, Mims, package Kamara for someone. When you say if this is a standard as in non-PBR format, then yes, we will. If this is a standard as in just a regular old PBR format, then no, we won't. We hold on to Alvin Kamara. But Kamara's in a pretty damn good spot with Jamal Williams on the IR here, my man. Now, Harrison coming out says, 10-team PBR double flex, where we have Tua, CMC, Kyron Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, T, DK, Tutu, Ferguson. On the bench, we have Warren, Zay, Elijah, Palmer, Love. Should we make any trades or should we keep the team as is? So, I mean, if you could get a ton of value out of Jordan Love, then sure, let's do it. If you really wanted to take, say, Jordan Love and Tutu Atwell and go get an upgrade in one of those flex spots, then let's send it because we can start Tua every single week regardless. Outside of that, probably keeping the team as is. Here, depth's going to matter a little bit more, and I don't love our depth with this team in the long term, if I'm going to be honest with you. But Jalen Hulu has live sports says, I don't think my question got answered. If you did send in a donation, my friend, I'm sorry. I don't think we answered it either because I do not remember that name. And let me go ahead and pull this up. I think we did accidentally skip over you. I'm super sorry about that, my friend. This is a 10-team PBR format where we have Hurts, Pollard, Walker, Chase, Devonta Smith, Musgrave, Myers. On the bench, we have Pierce, Lockett, McLaurin, Jalen Warren, Tank, Palmer. Any trade ideas or suggestions? I would love to get an upgrade over Luke Musgrave now that we have Watson coming back in. If you could go like, say, Tyler Lockett, Tank, and Luke Musgrave and go get someone like Mark Andrews, I would love to go and swing that move, my man. But great team up in the starting lineup. Really like the Chase, Devonta Smith, Tony Pollard. The starting lineup is great. I think really it's only going to be there at tight ends. But let me go ahead and turn off Super Chat so we don't fall too far behind here, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see if we can find where we were, or are we going to have to go back to the other page? Oh, no, we can stay on this page. Good. Mike says, the registration code of Flock goes to spam for Gmail. Make sure to fix so more people can go. Also, Happy BR, Cup, or Kyron for Josh Jacobs. Thank you for letting me know. And then for ETN. Cup or Kyron for Jacobs or for ETN. Okay. I would trade Kyron for ETN. I would. I mean, you have a better short-term situation when you are looking at Kyron Williams and the snaps that he is seeing. However, I don't know. I just think ETN's a more talented player, and I think his offense is going to be better in the long term as well. Now, Michael says just dealt Amari, Christian Kirk, Mixon, Moss, and received Eckler, Higgins, Kareem Hunt. What are your thoughts? Take on JT on how it impacts Moss. It's very binary with JT and Zach Moss. Like, it's not a nuanced take saying, oh, okay, well, JT's going to come in and Zach Moss is now going to be going to seeing this kind of workload. It'll be a borderline flex. It's white and black. If JT plays for the Indianapolis Colts, Zach Moss is nothing. If JT does not play for the Indianapolis Colts, Zach Moss is going to continue to be a bell cow running back. There's no world where JT plays for the Indianapolis Colts and you are starting Zach Moss. And if we were looking at this, Amari to Higgins, up to you. Kirk, Mixon, Moss to Eckler, Kareem Hunt. Beautiful deal, my man. Beautiful, because JT may come back in. But Cole coming out says 12-team at BBR. We are 1-2. We have Jalen Hurts, Josh Jacobs, Bijan Robinson, Brian Robinson, Chris Godwin, Devonta Smith, Gabe Davis, Devon Achane, Tajay Spears, Tyler Boyd, Moore, Jake Ferguson. Any moves to make? Okay. I don't necessarily see anything initially. I mean, I think that you have a very well-balanced team. I like that we're rostering those running backs down on the bench. They do have upside to actually go out there and make a difference. We have some running backs at the very top end as well. We have the Hurts, Devonta Smith stack. Great team. Honestly, I think we sit on our hands and just hope that some of these rookies continue to take that next step. Now, Chris coming out says 12-team PPR league. We're 1-2 right now, where we have Fields, Stroud, Kamara, Aaron Jones, Connor, Gibbs, Kyron, AJ Brown, Olave, Puka, Pittman, Watson, Higbee. We need a tight end upgrade. Would you trade for Laporta or Ingram straight up for one of the running backs? What I would rather do, my man, is I'd rather take Higbee and one of the running backs to see if we can get a better tight end, see if we can go get to the Kittle, Waller, Andrews range. I think that would make a lot more sense. And yeah, I don't think I would trade any of the running backs on our team right now for Sam Laporta straight up. I know Laporta's been crushing it, but still, maybe it's just a mental block for me. Maybe I am an idiot, but I can't go through and value Sam Laporta in the same range as like a 3-down bell cow running back. So yeah, I mean, I think the move is you trade like Kamara and Higbee and try to get to Andrews. Now, Gib coming out says 12-team PPR traded Rachaad White, Gabe Davis, Kenneth Gainwell for Mixon and Christian Watson. Rachaad White, Mixon, slight upgrade. Gabe Davis, Kenneth Gainwell, definitely prefer Christian Watson there. We have Jefferson, Pittman, Palmer, Walker, Etienne, Akers, great team as well. Let's just continue to backfill with depth down there on the bench. Theo says 10-team PBR 1 flex, where we have Mahomes, Jacobs, Ramondre, Chase, Waddle, Amari, Laporta. And then on the bench, we have JT, Brees, Moss, Kittle, Deontay Spears. Should we sell high on Raheem Mostert? I have a video coming out about that tomorrow. With this team in particular, I think Raheem Mostert is actually going to make a difference for us. So I'd be looking to hold. Actually, no, we have Moss. You want to sell either one of Raheem Mostert or Zach Moss. Send him with Sam Laporta and get an elite level tight ends. Because whenever we do get JT back in, these running backs aren't going to be necessary for us. And at the same time, I mean, if you have someone like Zach Moss down on the bench, Zach Moss does have that limited shelf life where we don't necessarily think that he's going to be super valuable for the rest of the season. So if we're not starting him now, I don't know if we're super pumped to start him long term. But yeah, great team, my friend. Great team. Joseph says 12-team at BBR1 flex. We give Devonta Smith, Pierce, Russ for Love, ETN, and Elijah Moore. Smith to ETN. Probably give me ETN. Pierce to Love. Up to you. We have Dell, Watson, Addison, and no running back depth. Is it worth it to get to ETN? I would do it if this is Alec Pierce. If it's Damian Pierce, we probably sit on our hands. It is a very interesting trade to think about, though. Nil says James Cook and Nico Collins for Kyron Williams and Calvin Ridley. Give me Kyron Williams and Calvin Ridley. If you look at Kyron Williams and his workload, hard to get away from it. Lucas, always happy to see you, my man, says 18 PBR double flex. We had Mahomes, Mixon, Kyron, Hill, Adams, Waller, Allen, Puka. And then on the bench, we have White, Hall, Thomas, Collins, Montgomery, Henry, Tua. We traded Mahomes, Puka, White, Waller for Hawkinson, Swift, Godwin, McKinnon. Was this bad? Okay. Waller to Hawkinson upgrade. White to Swift upgrade. This was a bad move, my man. I know that we have Tua. If we would have done this deal with Tua, I would have been fine about it. But similar to how we talk about in like that 8-team league, that it means everything for you to just go out there and for you to get a player like Travis Kelce, because running back, wide receiver depth is going to be easy to come by, and we want to stand out with the elite onesie positions. For that reason, because it's an 8-team league, I'd probably rather have kept Mahomes. Now, Jesus coming out says 0-3, trade Sanders and Garrett Wilson for Christian Watson. I love Christian Watson. You'd be paying too much, my man. Please do not do this. I'll sell Garrett Wilson for Watson if you want to do that. Do not include Miles Sanders. I mean, even when we are getting David Montgomery back in, I mean, I think if you are selling your running back, you just want more in return there, my man. I would go with, say, Miles Sanders, Garrett Wilson for Olave, just not Watson. Now, Steven says 10-team PBR normal. We have Allen, Keenan, St. Brown, T, Bijan, Gibbs, Laporta. On the bench, we have Frymuth, Elijah, JSN, Roshan, Akers, Deontay. Just traded Ford for Christian Watson. Any other moves? Now the running back depth isn't really there. I think we sit on our hands and wait till we get JSN, Deontay Johnson breaking out. I mean, obviously, we need Deontay healthy. We need JSN to expand his role. Hard to make a move until we get that happening, though, my friend. Steve says, would you trade Tank Dell to get Kirk Cousins? I'm a Fields owner, and we have Olave, Amari, Higgins, and Sutton as my other wide receivers. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I would if we are a Justin Fields owner. Kirk Cousins right now is #1 in the NFL with quarterback fantasy points. Love is in the air coming out. It says Ramondre or James Cook. Full BBR, we're going to go Ramondre. James Cook looking like a beast so far, yes, but the Cardinals offense probably not going to drop 28 points every week. I know Belichick is watching film and he wants to run the ball. Also, Roshan pickup. Other running back is Pollard. I would go pick up Roshan off the waiver wire, my man. But yeah, I do think that the Patriots offense would be better than the Cardinals offense going forward. Now, Dante coming out says 12-team PPR format where we're 1 and 2. We have Jalen Hurts, Gibbs, Mostert, Hill, Amon-Ra, Henry, tight end, Lockett. Also have Watson, Taylor, Charbonnet, Zach Ertz. What should we do for an upgrade? Nothing right now. Once we get back in Jonathan Taylor, then maybe we can explore going through and making a move. In reality, I think that you're in a great spot going forward. We just need JT back in. And I do want to see what the workload looks like for Raheem Mostert as Devon Achane expands his role, and at the same time as we get Jeff Wilson Jr. back in this offense. Cam says Lawrence or Purdy. We're going to go Lawrence. How do you rank Quentin Johnson going forward? I mean, I'm not really ranking him. I mean, this is a player that has upside, but he's more so just that end of bench spot where you can't start him until we actually see him out there making a difference. Can't start him until we actually see that difference. Low rise, long time member of the flock says 12-team PBR, 2 flex. We have Lawrence, Bijan, Lamb, Andrews, Olave, Watson, Brian Robinson, Montgomery, Watson, Dell, Devon Achane. Should we package one of Montgomery or Brian Robinson with Romeo Doubs and trade for Calvin Ridley? Full BBR double flex format. Love the idea, my man. I would rather have Brian Robinson over David Montgomery, but if you could go Montgomery and Romeo Doubs for Calvin Ridley in a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers in a full BBR format, no brainer. Cam Dino says 12-team BBR, Hawkinson, Javonte for Hayden Hurst and Tony Pollard. Hayden Hurst is a nothing burger. So it's Hawkinson and Javonte versus Tony Pollard. I really like TJ Hawkinson, but honestly, I think as you look at Tony Pollard being a top 3 running back, you probably got to go Pollard. Scott says 2-1, 12-team BBR, 3 wide receivers in a flex. We have Burrow, Diggs, Amari, Watson, Henry, Rashad White. On the bench, we have Elijah Moore, Musgrave, Stafford, Justice Hill, Zay Jones, Tank Bigsby. Any moves? I'm trying to think, my friend. No moves for now. Whenever Burrow is healthy, though, I think Stafford's a guy that we can let go of and turn the waiver wire with. Kevin Effect, long time member of the flock, says Mr. 200K. Full BBR double flex 0-3. We have Herbert, Lamar. We got to trade a quarterback. Diggs, St. Brown, London, Reed, Downs, Dotson, Brees, Montgomery. Oh, my man, what are we doing? You had Montgomery injured. We've been starting Brees on a week-to-week perspective. We got to go through. We have to take Justin Herbert and one of these running backs like David Montgomery and go get a running back upgrade. You have to do it. Go to the Burrow team. Go to the Justin Fields team. Go, hey, man, here's Justin Herbert. Here's David Montgomery. Give me the best running back that you can. You got to do it. Now, Wombo says 8-team Superflex, Debo and Walker for Jamar. Should we take it? 8-team league, give me Jamar Chase, not close. 8-team league, Jamar Chase, not close. Gucci Broomstick says, hey, was wondering why yards per route run is such an important stat. And also, should we trade Amari and Judy for St. Brown? We can start up the 4 wide receivers. We have Higgins and Diggs. I don't really use yards per route run during the season and determining how we're going through and how we are submitting our starting lineups. But I use yards per route run during the offseason a lot to go through and determine who we are looking to draft, primarily because yards per route run is a very sticky metric from a year-to-year perspective. It's one of the best ways that we can accurately determine actual wide receiver talents. And then should we trade Amari and Judy for Amon-Ra St. Brown? We can start up to 4 receivers. Even in a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers, I probably still do this deal. I really do like Amari, though. I'm sorry, just got an email about our red tree. It slipped my mind, but I haven't witnessed it in person. But I think the tree has bacterial slime flux caused by the severing roots. Oh my gosh, no. I have a massive tree in my front yard that I love, and I think it's going to die. Oh my gosh. Bad news, ladies and gentlemen. Now I got to pay a couple $1,000 to remove a giant tree. And it's one of my favorite trees, too. Can we get a GG RIP in the chat? Can we get some RIPs in the chat for my tree in the front yard? Oh, that. Way to put damper on the night when we hit 200,000 subs. Oh, my gosh. Extended definition says 12-team PPR 3-0. We have Herbert, Eckler, Etienne, Waddle, Pittman, Everett, Hollywood. On the bench, we have Godwin, Brian Robinson, Johnston, Jameson, Logan Thomas. Traded Pittman and Brown for Diggs. And then Godwin for Waller. Pittman and Brown for Diggs, great move. And then Godwin for Waller. I actually would bet on Waller here, especially if we look at this team and we have the wide receiver upgrade too, where you are looking at someone that should see a bounce back if this offense gets better for the Jets. Now, Hayden says, happy BR 12-team league. We have Fields, CMC, Stevenson, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, Collins, Laporta, Thielen. The bench is Tony Purdy, Deontay, Frymuth, Javonte, Rashad White. We're 0-3. My man, we got to go through. You got to drop Kadarius Toney, pick up anybody else off the waiver wire. And then, I mean, if we're down there with guys like Rachaad White, Javonte Williams on our bench, but we're starting someone like DJ Moore, Nico Collins in the starting lineup, you have to take one of these depth running backs when, I mean, people are dying to get some running back production in their lineup. And go send him with Nico Collins to get a wide receiver we're super pumped about having in the lineup. TT says Madison versus the Panthers or Montgomery versus Green Bay this week. Ah, dear God. Full BBR format, we'd probably go Madison. No, Montgomery's coming off an injury. Just Sherman says Breece Pickens versus Aaron Jones Wilson in a half PPR format. Aaron Jones and Garrett Wilson. We're still getting the outside chance that if they trade for a quarterback, we get the bump with Garrett Wilson. And then I do think we would rather have Aaron Jones easily over Breece. 44 MSU, thank you for being out here every night. My man says, rate and starts, 10 TPBR, 1 flex, 2 and 1. We have Tua, Bijan Barkley, Walker, AJ. We have Waddle, Amari, Ridley, Pitts. The bench is Devon, Flowers, Charbonnet, Dell, Musgrave. Probably can't upgrade at tight end due to the lack of traits. If we can't upgrade at tight end, that's going to be fine. If we're just looking at how we optimize this team, if we don't have a ton of trades, we want to be looking at the bottom end of the bench. We have 2 tight ends. We have Musgrave and we have Pitts. So we have someone with upside that possibly can emerge later on in the season. And then if we're looking at like Dell, Charbonnet, Flowers, Devon Achane, we have a nice balance of running back, wide receiver production with upside down there on the bench as well. So I really do like the team, my friend. I think you're honestly chilling if you're telling me we can't make any trades. And then if we're looking to go through and change anything in the starting lineup, all I would say is if we were to have, we're going to go Walker over Barkley. We're to go with Waddle at wide receiver. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Barkley if he plays, Ridley if he doesn't. Carson says 10-team BBR where we have Richardson, Love, Ramondre, Mostert, Pierce, Tyreek, Lamb, Watson, Collins, Dobbs, Ingram, Higbee. I'm 1 and 2 with the most points scored. And trades, what should we look for? Sucks to be 1 and 2 with the most points scored, my man. I mean, really, we don't have too much depth that we can take advantage of right now. I think it's a very well-balanced team. I would throw Mostert out there on the waiver wire and see what we could get. I mean, if you could send Mostert and get back someone like Jonathan Taylor, I think that would make some sense here. But it would just be so much nicer. If we were 2 and 1, we could sell Mostert in a small piece and get JT. It'd be a no-brainer. Omar says, start 1 at the flex. Devon Achane, David Montgomery, Christian Watson, or Jordan Addison. In a full BBR format, I'm not going to go with one of the guys just coming back with Watson or Montgomery. I'm going to at least wait to see him for a week. If it's going to be a full BBR format, I think we actually go Addison as he expands his role here. Okay. Now, I just realized we can turn the chat to something. Okay, perfect. But Jacob says, who should we start? Should we start Devon Achane? Other running backs are White and James Conner. I would rather start these running backs and see what we get from Devon Achane this week. If you really wanted to go Devon Achane over James Conner, not going to fault you for it. We do have them ranked back-to-back, though. Tito says, trade Hollywood for Kyron Williams and Jaden Reed. I would rather have Kyron Williams here. Hollywood Brown's never going to stop me from making a deal. Jonathan says, full BBR. We have Geno, Aaron Jones, Javonte, Tyreek, AJ Brown, Kittle, Olave at the flex. And then on the bench, we have Brian Robinson, DeAndre Hopkins. We traded Olave and we got back DeAndre Swift. Was that smart? Okay. I understand that we needed a running back. I understand that we have great wide receivers at the very top. I do not think it was smart, my man. You still have Brian Robinson on the bench. I think Olave, I mean, if you're looking at Olave versus Swift, like with this team, it's more so thinking about, oh, okay, well, what are we going to have for a flex option, like raw points per game wise, right? And raw points per game wise, I mean, you are going to be in a spot that, I mean, Chris Olave, in my mind, in a full BBR format is just a much safer projection than DeAndre Swift. Now, Basil says full BBR start 3, Devon, Ramondre, Mixon, Gibbs. We're going to bench Devon Achane this week, but really hope that we can start him going forward. Beast Mode says trade CMC for Jacobs, Evans, Kittle. No, we do not do that. Please keep CMC. Vanagan says, playing against the number 1 team, so I'm chasing upside and a must win because I'm 1-2. One flex, we need Wilson, Davis, Watson, Thomas, Stevenson, Kyron. We're definitely going to Stevenson, Kyron at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Michael Thomas and Gabe Davis. And we will go Garrett Wilson this week. We will go Christian Watson long term. If you really wanted to start Christian Watson over Gabe Davis, you can. But if you're telling me that we need upside, I'd probably go Gabe Davis in a super high scoring game. Now, Dave coming out says 12-team PPR, 1 flex. We are 2-1, where we have Burrow, Watson, Aaron Jones, Mostert, Brees, Javonte, Hunt, Tyreek, Lamb, Ridley, London, Sutton, Laporta, Henry. Traded Watson, Mostert, Henry, and we got Tua and Jacobs. What are your thoughts? Watson to a clear upgrade. This was Hunter Henry. So if this was Hunter Henry and I'm reading this correctly, Mostert and Hunter Henry versus Jacobs, clearly give me Jacobs. Great deal. I know everybody's asking, should I sell Henry and Mostert? If you can get that price, you do. Patrick says 10-team PBR where we have Dak, Aaron Jones, Swift, Jefferson, Waddle, Olave, Andrews, Hollywood, Laporta, Palmer, Taylor. Being offered Brown and Laporta for Lamar. What are your thoughts? If you're telling, no, never mind. You're saying that we are the Lamar team. Okay, yeah, I would take Lamar here. If we trade Hollywood and Laporta and go get Lamar Jackson and stack Andrews with Lamar, I mean, when we have Andrews, it's not like Laporta is really doing much. Now, Antonio coming out says, congrats. 1-2. We are in a 10-team league, 10 wide receivers, 3 receivers, 2 flex. Sorry, 10-team, 3 wide receivers, 2 flex. Devon Chain, Ford, AJ Brown, Lamb, St. Brown, Pacheco, Dell. And then on the bench, we have Watson, JT, Hopkins, Rojo, Gabe Davis. We got offered Mostert, Addison, Miller for AJ Brown, Roshan Johnson. Maybe AJ Brown, Pat Frymuth, Roshan Johnson for Kyron, Laporta, and Addison. So going from AJ Brown to Mostert and Jordan Addison, give me AJ Brown. Miller to Roshan, they're about the same. I'd probably rather have AJ Brown here, my friend. And then if we're going to be looking at Kyron, Laporta, Addison versus AJ Brown, Frymuth, Roshan. Laporta over Frymuth, Addison over Roshan, AJ Brown over Kyron. That second deal is going to be a very fair one and up to you, but I would keep AJ Brown on the first side. Now, Czar says Deshaun Watson, Gibbs, Stevenson, Eckler, Moss, Roshan, AJ Brown, Flowers, Dotson, Deontay, Moore, Njoku, Musgrave. Got offered Anthony Richardson, Miller, and Quentin Johnston for Stevenson and Roshan, where we're 1-2. Quentin Johnston, Condre Miller are such small pieces, take him out. Roshan Johnson, such a small piece, take him out. Would we rather have Ramondre Stevenson or Anthony Richardson rest of season? Give me Ramondre. I really do like Anthony Richardson. I think Richardson is a better option over Deshaun Watson. But still, I don't know. That's a really tough call to go through and do that, my man. Okay. Now, Devontae's coming out and says 10-team PBR where we have Allen, Swift, Moss, Keenan, AJ Brown, Kelsey, Kamara, and then on the bench we have Gainwell, Ertz, Shaheed, Sutton, Elijah Moore, Tyler Boyd. We traded Kyron and Lockett for Aaron Jones. Any other trades we look to make? I would say no once we do that, if it's going to be a 10-team format. Going down to the bench, we don't have too much depth. We just want to continuously be churning that waiver wire for upside shots. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to see if you could include Zach Ertz and get a slight upgrade somewhere. In reality, you're probably not going to be able to, though. Xavier, welcome to being a member of the flock, my man. But we are going to have to go through and we are going to have to pull up these questions on the other screen. Give me 1 second to do this, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we are almost... Oh, yeah. I can actually turn Super Chats back on. We are right there. Then we only have, 2 more questions? Our next question coming out from Devontes. No, we already answered that one. Mark says, 12-team at PBR, 3 receiver, 1 flex, 0-3 with solid points. We have Jalen Hurts, James Conner, Zach Moss, Devon Achane, Devonta Smith, Christian Watson, Davis, Sutton, London, Kelsey. So we have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end. We have running backs producing right now with like James Conner and Zach Moss. I mean, now that we're getting Christian Watson back in, I think this is going to be a great spot. I think that your team is good as is. The only thing is from a roster construction, I can't see the bench. I do want to be rostering as many running backs as possible with this team. If we're rostering as many running backs as possible, I think you're in a good spot. Jordan says we got offered Tyreek, Tua, and Aaron Jones for James Cook, Josh Jacobs, and Jamar Chase. Starters as of now are Fields, Cook, Pollard, Lamb, Chase, Andrews, DK, and then on the bench we have Jacobs, Gibbs, London, Lawrence, Mims, Downs, Johnson. What do you think? So going from, say, Chase to Tyreek Hill, give me Tyreek. Going from Jacobs to Aaron Jones, give me Jacobs, but kind of up to you. James Cook to Tua, up to your team. I mean, if you have Fields in there at your quarterback, let's go out there. Let's trade for the Tyreek Hill and Tua stack. I actually think that's a pretty reasonable price tag. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I really need to fill up this water or my throat is going to just completely give out. So give me 1 second to fill this up. Okay, let's go ahead and let's catch up with this, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, RIP tree. Really, really sad day to lose the tree. But of course, real quick, if you have not done so already, we hit 200,000 subscribers on this live stream. Go down there, drop a like, subscribe. Special stream that we have today. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, and find that link in the live chat, find in the description, find in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on a new account. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you are going to be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, going up against the Green Bay Packers Thursday night, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow night. TT says 3-0, 12-team PPR, where we have Hurts, AJ Brown, Ayuk, Stevenson, Madison, Kelsey, Tank Dell. On the bench, we have Montgomery, Gainwell, Charbonnet, Dobbs, Deontay, any moves. Great team, full BBR format. I'd love to sell David Montgomery and Tank Dell, get an elite level wide receiver if we can. But great roster construction. We have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end. We're focusing on wide receivers, running backs with upside down on the bench. Love to see it. Miguel says 12-team PBR format, double flex, one quarterback, 1 and 2. We have Daniel Jones, Richardson, Kirk, Waddle, Lamb, Ayuk, Puka, Eckler, Etienne, Gainwell, Henry, Laporta. Any trades and for who and what quarterback starts? We're going to go Richardson this week, my man. And if that is Kirk Cousins, you need to trade a quarterback. And we're going to be going with Waddle, Lamb, Ayuk, Puka. No, we're going to go Lamb 1, Waddle 2, Puka 3. Then running back, we're going to go Eckler, Etienne. Flex, we will go with Ayuk in that flex spot as well. We're going to go Sam Laporta at tight ends. And if that is Kirk Cousins, you need to trade a quarterback. Now, Luxury Video Productions coming out says 18 PBR, 1 and 2. We have Lamar, Mixon, Walker, Chase, Metcalf, Laporta. We have Sutton, and then on the bench, Kupp, JT, Harris, Goddard, Mitchell, Tua, Collins. Any potential trades? The team with CMC lost lots of players. RIP tree. RIP tree. Sad, sad day. If the team with CMC lost a lot of players, if you could swindle yourself and send them JT and Joe Mixon and get Christian McCaffrey, send them Cooper Kupp and Kenneth Walker and get Christian McCaffrey in an 8-team format, I think that'd make a lot of sense, especially if we're 1 and 2 and we kind of need some points in here right now, my friend. Now, Tristan coming out says 10-team PBR double flex, where we have Daniel Jones, Eckler, CMC, Gibbs, Higgins, Waddle, Amari, Ingram. And then on the bench, we have Pacheco, Watson, Hunt, Elijah Mitchell, Mims, Sky Moore. Should we make any moves? Really, the only thing that I would look to do is try to optimize the bottom end of this bench a little bit more, where we're looking at guys like Mims and Sky Moore. I probably would rather go through and roster a couple running backs like Tajay Spears that are possibly an injury away from really stepping up into significant roles. I mean, since this is a little bit of a deeper starting lineup, I'm fine also if we wanted to be a little lighter at quarterback because they're going to make up a smaller percentage of our starting lineup. If that's Deshaun Watson on the bench, I think we're in a good spot. If that's Christian Watson, I also think you could cut Marvin Mims and go pick up another quarterback to potentially, play it week to week with those guys. I believe, says at BBR, do we trade Olave and Javonte for Bijan? Yes, I would. Go get Bijan. And real quick, let me skip ahead. Jeep Guy coming out says, congrats on 200K subs, my man. You've earned it. Just got a promotion today, so wanted to share the love. Thanks for all you do. No, thank you so much, my man. And can everybody please go down and spam the chat? Congrats for Jeep Guy. Promotion always happen here, my man. You know we always like to celebrate these things together. So, and everybody spam the chat. Congrats, Jeep Guy, on the promotion. Everybody spam it. And thank you so much, obviously, for all the support for a while now, my man. You know I appreciate you. Now, Julian coming out says trade DJ Moore and Alexander Madison. Wide receivers are Higgins, Lockett, Judy, DJ, Cup on the IR. Yes, 100% we're looking to do this. I think we want a running back in return. Especially if we're about to get cut back. If you can go DJ Moore and Alexander Madison and even get to like James Cook, worst case scenario, go get to JT. Oh, if we could get to JT, that'd be nuts, my man. I like the idea. Andres says, congrats on 200K. Thank you. I want to upgrade at tight end. 14-team BBR where we have Tua, Mixon, Sanders, Lamb, Allen, Ertz, Moss. On the bench, we have Cousins, Ford, Hunt, Boyd, and Njoku, Cup. Any ideas? RIP Tree, RIP Tree. It's a very sad day. My friend, I understand why we would want to upgrade at tight end. I'm sure you hear me with a lot of these teams as well, looking at them go, oh, we have this wide receiver depth. We have a bad tight end. We're starting David Njoku. We're starting Zach Ertz. Let's go get a better tight end. Let's go trade for a better tight end. We're primarily looking to do that in 10-team leagues with like 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. However, if you're playing in a 14-team format, we probably can't afford to do it, especially if you look at like the lack of overall depth. I mean, this is kind of the format where you're fine punting tight end and just seeing if either Zach Ertz or David Njoku can get there long-term. Maybe we reevaluate this whenever we get Cooper Kupp back in this next week, but I don't necessarily think we have to do this in a 14-team format. I actually think you sit on your hands. If you really wanted to reevaluate next week when you get cut back in, we can. Okay. I'm going to look up if I can save my tree real quick. Can I save a tree with slime flux? Ooh, we have about 1,000 people out here. Can everybody in the chat, not everybody. If you are an arborist in the chat, can a tree live from slime flux? Flux runs down the tree trunk, killing the bark tissue it contacts. It also drips to the ground where it kills grass or other plants, leaving large yellowish dead areas. Trees are rarely killed with this type of infection. It says bark infections frequently result in the death of the tree within 1 to 2 years. Literally back-to-back sentences. Trees are rarely killed with this type of infection. The reason the trees is doing this is we tore up the yard to fix the sewer line. That super old house. So like the roots got infected. So the tree's all brown. The tree looks disgusting. Okay, it looks like we have no arborists in the chat. So, all right, y'all are useless. Come on. You kidding me? We don't have a single arborist out here? Okay, it is what it is. We'll send up a prayer that somehow the tree survives. Please, tree. I really like the tree. It's one of the reasons I got the house. Daniel says, offered Puka and Evans for Garrett Wilson. Definitely want Puka and Evans over Garrett Wilson, my man. Tyler says, hey, Mason, Tutu, Watson, or Palmer? Got to pick 2 this week. We are going to go with Tutu and Watson. Palmer is intriguing. I want to see what the role is for Quentin Johnson first. But Keegan says, full BBR, 1 flex, 1 and 2. A.J. Brown's my wide receiver 1. Start 2 for a wide receiver 2 and a flex. We have Godwin, Watson, Amari, T. We're going to be going with Amari and T, especially with T going up against the Titans. Saquon's questionable, so should we start Kamara, Brees, Devon Achane? Congrats on 200 subs, my man. Really appreciate you, my man. I would go Kamara 1, send up a prayer for Saquon 2, especially if we have a pivoting option that we can go to, such as Matt Breida. If we don't have that backup option, then probably you go Devon Achane and not roll the dice. Obviously, we'll get some more news with Saquon Barkley over the next few days. Okay. Guy Willis says, I'm a mailman. All I know is trees provide great shade in Louisiana. So, yes, in Texas, it gets up to like 110 degrees, and this tree shades the house. That's what I'm saying. If we lose this tree, I'm done. So. Yeah, no, I looked it up. No spray or anything for this. Can't cure it. Says just has to go it. Says rarely killed. But then the sentence after it said, trees are rarely killed from this infection. And then it said, these typical bark infections kill trees within 1 to 2 years. In back-to-back sentences. So I have no idea what the hell Google's telling me there. Okay. And that's like from the same source. Now, Jacob coming out saying 12-team PPR where we have Lawrence, Bijan, Henry, Higgins, Metcalf, Pitts, Pittman. Then we have Swift, Sanders, Myers, Gabe Davis. We are offered Kelsey, JT, McLaurin for Swift, Sanders, and Myers. Should we take the deal? Kelsey over Swift, JT over Sanders, McLaurin, Myers, who the hell cares? Yes, go get, Travis Kelsey here before this team changes. It's mine. Phenomenal trade, my friend. Now, Ethan says trade DJ Moore, James Conner for Elijah Moore, Rashad White, and Khalil Herbert. James Conner, Rashad White, give me White, full BBR format. DJ Moore for Elijah Moore, Khalil Herbert. Who cares? Up to you. Marquise says 12-team at BBR, 1 flex. Burrow or Love? We're going to go Love this week. Burrow long-term. Dell or Rashad White. We're going to go Rashad White this week and long-term. Now, Logan says 12-team full BBR format where we have Stroud, Mixon, Pierce, Chase, Brown, Pitts, Myers, Devon Achane. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Zay Jones, Dobbs, Palmer, Parham, JT, and adjustments. Any trades? I don't think we make any trades. I think that you are in a good spot. We don't change anything with the starting lineup either. If you want to start Deshaun Watson over Stroud, you can. But yeah, I think we're primarily just waiting until we get JT back in and then obviously cut Donald Parham. Now, Max coming out says 12-team PPR where we're 1 and 2. Should we trade Chase for Diggs? We have Allen at quarterback, so we were thinking about the stack. Also, Burrow has the health concerns. What do you think? 1 and 2 where we have Stephon Diggs, I agree with you. I think it makes sense. Now, if you look at our rest of season rankings, we may have Jamar Chase 1 slot ahead of Stephon Diggs, but they are ultimately in the same tier. If we're 1 and 2, we can't really think about the long-term upside. We have to go through and we have to think about what we are going to be getting in the short term. So I think we do make this move, my friend. Now, Noob Sox has offered Diggs or Devontae to trade a 2 out of 3, either Kyron Williams, Zach Moss, Jacoby Myers. My receivers are Amari, Lockett, Hollywood. My other running backs are Rashad White. So trade Diggs for Kyron Williams and Josh Jacobs. We're not doing Zach Moss here. It'd be Kyron Williams and Josh Jacobs. I would probably rather have the stud wide receiver. I understand why you would want to make the swing, my man. I understand why you would want to. Joe Sue coming out says, Sup Mason traded for Eckler, wanting to get him, waiting to get him back. But start one at the flex. We have Devon Achane, Warren Palmer, or Kareem Hunt. We're going to go Devon Achane. Tough matchup against Buffalo, but keep in mind, this is someone that legitimately just went out there and dropped 50 points in his first NFL game. I mean, it's hard to go through and say, oh yeah, you got to drop Devon Achane. It's going to be super high scoring game too. Justin coming out says 1 and 2, full BBR format, 10-team, 1 flex, where we have Lamar, Jacobs, Warren, Waddle, Debo, Chase, Kelsey. On the bench, we have Akers, Hall, Dell, MT, and Atwell. We traded Mostert and Pittman for Jamar Chase. Phenomenal move. 10-team league, 1 flex. Let's get the best player in the deal. We have the depth with this team as well. We're able to pair him up with someone like Travis Kelsey. Great move. And when people ask like, oh, do I sell high on Raheem Mostert? If you can get this price, yes, you do. Robert says, love the videos. Keep it up. Thank you, my friend. Gibbs, Tank, or Tutu at the flex. I'm going to go Jahmyr Gibbs at the flex, even if Montgomery's back in. Dread Chapo, happy to see you, my man, and excited to get, I don't want to say merch. Excited to get some clothes, all right? I haven't bought new clothes for myself. Little fun fact about me, I don't buy clothes. The last thing that I bought in terms of clothes-wise, unless if you count the suit that I bought to go to the draft, I think I bought a package of white t-shirts at Costco maybe last year. I think last October-ish, and I love them. I wear them every single day. Highly recommend the t-shirts from Costco. Like the just ones that come in like the big pack and you can buy like 4 in one. So excited to get some new clothes, but traded St. Brown, Ford, Connor for Eckler and Garrett Wilson. St. Brown to Eckler, clear upgrade. Ford to Wilson, kind of up to you. Connor to get it done. Win or loss, we have Herbert, Jefferson, DK, Devon Achane, Goddard, Warren. It's an interesting deal. I don't think we need to be making any more moves after this. If Eckler's good to go, you're chilling, my man. Obviously, it comes down to, does Eckler play? Is Eckler healthy? Now, Trevor says 8-team at BBR, where we have Mahomes, Stevenson, Mostert, Jefferson, Lamb, Kittle, Swift. On the bench, we have Najee, Sanders, Thomas, Pickens, Tank, Richardson. Got offered ETN for CeeDee Lamb. Feel like we may be giving up a little bit much, but it seems hard to find a running back, and we have wide receiver depth. What are your thoughts? Okay. Got offered ETN for Lamb. 8-team league, I understand. It maybe makes some sense to go out there and get that running back. I still think that Lamb is the best player in this deal. I still probably keep Lamb. I'm trying to think of a way that we could make this work. If you wanted to go for like a running back like Pollard, and you wanted to send Lamb and Stevenson to get that done in an 8-team format, we can do that. If you wanted to send Lamb and Swift and go get Bijan, we can do that. But I still probably keep Lamb if we're talking straight up here. Now, Yambone's coming out saying, hey, Mason, 10-team, full BBR format, 1 flex. 2-1 starters are Lawrence, CMC, Pollard, Diggs, Olave, Puka, Ertz. We have Kamara, Madison, Herbert, Mostert, Ridley, London, Kmet. Thinking about upgrading at tight end. What are your thoughts? I think this is a team that can afford to upgrade at tight end. I mean, this is that 10-team full BBR format with only 1 flex. This is where we do want a better tight end. Let's go send Kamara and Zach Ertz. Let's go get back Mark Andrews, my man. Let's do it. Now, Xavier says, finally a member. Happy to have you, my man. Help make the team better. It's a 10-team BBR format. Bijan, CMC. Oh my gosh, how do we get better from that? Waddle, DJ Madison, Watson, Quentin Johnson, JSN. I don't know how we make this team better. Phenomenal team. We're waiting on the long-term rookie wide receiver upside picks to break out, such as JSN, Quentin Johnston. Waller's going to be better going forward. We freaking have CMC and Bijan Robinson. I mean, you've already heard me say a million times, if we can sell Puka in a small piece and go out there and go get a player like Olave, AJ Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle. If we can go make a move like that, we would. But, I mean, help. You've already been saying it a million times, so I'm not saying anything new there. Great team. Great team. Love to see it. And honestly, I think that's like the only thing I could say. Congrats on 200K coming out. Says, thoughts on Roschon rest of season. 3 teams want to trade for him. I like him. You know that I'm a massive Texas guy. The issue is, if you're going to be playing alongside Justin Fields, can you be viable? If Fields is playing this bad, is Roschon like a less talented Breece Hall stuck in New York, you know? I don't know, my man. Now, Ryan says, 10-team BBR 1 flex. We just lost Mike Williams. What do we do? 10-team league 1 flex, you chill. Please don't panic. We have Allen, Kelsey, beautiful. Keenan gets a bump. We have an elite receiver with Chase. We have Sutton, Watson. Watson coming back. You lose Williams. In steps Watson. You're chilling. You're fine. You have the long-term upside of Quentin Johnson. We have Jacobs, Gibbs, Montgomery, Warren, Spears. Really appreciate you, my man. The only thing I'd possibly look to do is see if we could get some nice price for David Montgomery in a full BBR format. That would be interesting. But ultimately, great team. Don't panic at all by losing out on Mike Williams. Gavin says, I feel like I'm reading too much into this. Stay with Tua against the Bills or go Purdy against Cardinals. Congrats on the success. Also love the streams. Appreciate you, my man. So Tua is a 3-point dog going up against the Bills where, I mean, right now, Brock Purdy and the 49ers have the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL. But with that being said, I'm still going Tua. Come on, my man. Highest scoring game. It's a shootout. Tua's been crushing. You got to play Tua. Also, you want to have some fun. Do you want to watch the 49ers play the Cardinals? Is that what you want to spend your Sunday doing? Or do you want to watch Miami and Buffalo and have a rooting interest? Alex says, 10-team BBR. We have Richardson, Burrow, Henry, Swift, JT, Tyreek, Hill, CeeDee, Higgins, and Kelsey. 2-1. Any trades and overall thoughts? Phenomenal team. We're about to get JT back in. Honestly, I love the team. If we could sell Derrick Henry and go get someone like ETN, we'd do it. I think it's a great squad where, honestly, we probably just sit on our hands, wait until JT is fully healthy, then at that point, trade one of the quarterbacks. But we got to wait. Obviously, we're starting Richardson right now. Now, next question coming out from Octavio again. Says 10-team BBR 1 and 2. We have Geno, Tyreek, Amon-Ra, James Cook, Ramadre, Henry, Flowers. And then on the bench, we have Wilson, London, Palmer, Madison, Najee, Goff. What moves should we be looking at? I like the quarterback pairing. Play these guys based off matchups. Obviously, you're not getting anything for Najee. Someone that I think we can get something for is Alexander Madison right now. In a league with only one flex, 10-team format, if you could trade Alexander Madison and Hunter Henry and go get a long-term tight end that we're excited about, go get Darren Waller, go get George Kittle. Somehow if we can get Hawkinson, Andrews, of course we do it. Just ultimately with Alexander Madison, I don't think this is a player that we're too pumped to go through and start going forward if he's going to be split in the backfield with Cam Akers. Now, Kai's coming out, says 10-team BBR, where we have Love, Stevenson, Kyron, Hill, Puka, Andrews, Waddle. And then on the bench, we have Watson, Rashad, Pittman, Hunter Henry, Jacoby, Tank, Palmer, Cup on the IR. We got offered Kelsey and Lamb for Hill and Andrews. Hill to Kelsey, downgrade. Andrews to Lamb, upgrade. Super interesting question here. Oh my gosh. Hopefully we can find a tiebreaker. I don't know how we're going to answer this. We don't have a quarterback of note. We're having Cup come back soon. Let me get a baseline expectation. Just points per game right now. Obviously, these are going to change dramatically going forward. I just want to have a baseline level expectation of what we have seen so far through the first 3 weeks. Like I said, I understand this is changing, but nonetheless, Tyreek averaging about 30 points per game. Say this comes down to 25. Where is CeeDee Lamb at? Lamb's at about 15. Say Lamb goes up to 18. So even if Tyreek Hill drops 5, Lamb jumps 5 to 7, you're still looking at like a 5 to 7 point gap between those guys from a points per game perspective. Kelsey's at about 16.5. Andrews is about 11.5. You're looking at about 5 points per game gap there as well. I think it is a very fair deal, and it is fundamentally up to you, my man. I have no idea what direction we should go for if we're looking at Kelsey and Lamb versus Hill and Andrews. I have no idea. Great team, though. Now, Corey says 12-team full BBR single flex. We have Mahomes, Richardson, trade Richardson, Ramadre, James Cook, Swift, Rashad White, Hunt, Jefferson, Ridley, MT, Downs, Bourne, Kincaid. Do I trade James Cook and Swift for Jacobs? Nope, you do not do that. You trade Anthony Richardson and Dalton Kincaid. Get the best tight end we can. Go to the Justin Fields team. Go to the Deshaun Watson team. Go to the Joe Burrow team. Go, hey, man, I got Mahomes. I also have Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson's a borderline top 5 QB right now. Yeah, give me your tight end 1. Here's Richardson. We'll solve your quarterback issue. That's what we're looking to do. We're not looking to go through and make that deal for Jacobs. I mean, if you wanted to trade a depth running back and Richardson for Jacobs, then we could do that. Medra Boomin coming out says 2-1, 12-team BBR, where we have Dak, Etienne, Connor, Mostert, Brees, Gainwell, Jefferson, Waddle, Pittman, Palmer, Cooks. We have too many running backs. Who should we be looking to package? If you really wanted to go through and send away like a James Conner, right? I mean, really bad offense. If you want to go James Conner and Dak Prescott or Raheem Mostert and Dak Prescott, if you could get up to a top 3 quarterback, top 3 to 4 QB doing that, go get someone like Allen. I would love that. Manuel says Bijan, Olave, Puka, Akers for Pollard, Tyreek, and Devonta Smith. Bijan to Tyreek, upgrade. Olave to Pollard, upgrade. Puka to Smith, upgrade. Akers, as little transaction cost, let's go get the upgrades. Let's go Tyreek, Pollard, and Smith. And I love Bijan. Philly Finesse coming out says 18 full BBR 3-0. Traded Brian Robinson and Adams for Kelsey, Connor, Watson. Adams to Kelsey, 8-team league. Give me Kelsey. Brian Robinson versus Connor, Watson. Who the hell cares? It's an 8-team league. They're all about the same. And then our tight end was Waller. Was it worth losing Adams? Yes, sir, it was. I believe we already answered this for you. We're in a 12-team format. Maybe it's a little bit tougher. 8-team league, we want to do it. Now, Wallen Wande says, got offered Waddle and Olave. I'm sorry, Waddle for Olave, Curtis, and Wandale. I'd rather have Olave over Waddle straight up. So we're going to end it here. Saying, should I aim this higher? You have a great team. It's a dynasty format, especially in dynasty, my man. Give me Olave over Waddle. Not even close, especially in dynasty. Now, Dread Chapo coming out says, also, I'm 2-1 in my 10-team league. Congrats on... I'm sorry, we just lost this, my man. Oh, I'm an idiot. Did we lose this? Congrats on 200K. Thank you so much, my man. Really, really do appreciate you. And let me swing this bag around. We're actually going to have to go to the other page here real quick. And hitting 200K is a little bittersweet because now it's like, okay, what's our next goal? I think there's only one fantasy football channel with 300,000 subscribers. Like, I don't think that can happen. So, I mean, really tough spot to be in. Okay. I mean, not a tough spot. I'm an idiot, ladies and gentlemen. I've been live streaming for 152 days in a row. You have no idea how little sleep I am running. So if I'm saying just weird things in this live stream that make no sense, disregard me, ignore me. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Jack. Thank you, Jack, for being a member of the flock, my man. Going to be happy to look at this. Let me just pull it up. And as we do this, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code flock, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Green Bay Packers tomorrow night. But our next question coming out from Jax is start Burrow or start Love tomorrow. I'm going to go Burrow long-term, Love tomorrow, my friend. Burrow long-term, Love tomorrow. John says 2-1 full BBR format. Starters are Daniel Jones, Ramadre, Montgomery, DK, Amon-Ra, Waller. The bench, we have Laporta, Roshan, Flowers, Warren, Ayuk, Algier. Trade ideas for a quarterback. My man, let's go. Let's send Sam Laporta and Daniel Jones. Let's see if we can go get to someone like Anthony Richardson. See if we can do it. Shane says, full BBR, who wins? Ayuk and Pierce for Addison and Montgomery. Full BBR format, I may have Ayuk and Pierce. The issue is with Montgomery, I just don't see any involvement as a receiver. Crumblefish says Henry and Metcalf for AJ and Mixon. Happy BR 12-team league. Okay. AJ over Henry, Mixon, Metcalf, kind of up to you. I'm going to go AJ and Mixon, my man. Cheap Perp says start Lamar over Burrow. Hell yes, cannot start Burrow. I know he has a good matchup going up against Tennessee, but I mew, still, Burrow is just not fully healthy. I mean, we say this in a video that comes out tomorrow. Maybe it already has. I don't know. But I mean, it's not like Burrow wins on Monday night and then all of a sudden, like the fairy godmother comes down and heals his ankle and all of a sudden he's good to go going forward. I mean, Burrow's still not 100%. I think it's very hard to count on Burrow for this week, even if we're excited about him in the long term still. Now, Ryan says, happy BR 12-team double flex league where we have Allen, Richardson, CMC, Moss, Kyron, Roshan, Diggs, Ridley, Puka, Addison, Brandon Cooks, Goddard, Pitts, any possible trades or stay. Congrats on 200K. Well-deserved. Really appreciate you, my friend. I mean, here, this is a spot where if you were looking to do something, especially to double flex format, similar to what we looked at with the other team with the same build, it's super simple. I mean, it's kind of clear. But you want to go through and you want to sell Anthony Richardson and go get an upgrade elsewhere? Like if we can go Anthony Richardson and Puka and get back like an elite level wide receiver, let's do it. I mean, that Burrow team, that team that drafted Daniel Jones, that team that drafted Deshaun Watson, the team that drafted Justin Fields, they would be pumped to go through and trade for Anthony Richardson right now. And I mean, we don't need Anthony Richardson with Josh Allen, but double flex league, wide receiver, running back depth is going to matter. I am coming out, says 12-team PBR. Is Sanders, Madison, Henry an overpay for Ramadre? Yes, it is. We have Kyron, Bigsby, Devon A. Chain, Todd Spears on the bench looking to offload. I would be looking to offload Madison too, but I think you can get a better price. A says, do we start Puka or Tank Dell? Non-PBR. We're definitely going to go Puka over Tank Dell. They both have good matchups. I have Amari and Diggs for my wide receivers. Yeah, I mean, Puka is still ultimately like leading the NFL in targets. Yeah, before Cooper Kupp comes back, you got to go Puka. Maybe when Kupp comes back, then we can revisit it. But Joe says 10-team full BBR format, Swift and Moss for Ayuk and Watson. Okay. I'm going to go Swift and Moss. I understand that with Moss, you only maybe have a week or two, but still, if you are looking at the running back side of things, you could make an argument that most people would rather have Swift over Ayuk and Watson right now. It's just so damn hard to go through and find that running back production. Noah says, Sup man traded Andrews, Olave, Kirk for Kelsey, Deontay, Tyler Boyd. Kirk to Deontay, slight downgrade, kind of up to you. Take him out. Say Kirk, Deontay, Tyler Boyd, up to you. It's a non-BBR format. Would I rather have Andrews and Olave or Kelsey? Team is now Stroud, Adams, Watson, Palmer, McCaffrey, Pacheco, Kelsey, Michael Thomas. I don't want to say it's a dub. I think that it's a fine move if you are confident with your ability to make waiver wire moves. I am like irrationally high on Chris Olave, though, my friend. And again, thank you so much. If y'all don't know, Noah's been with us for a long time. Really do appreciate you, my man. I really hope that it does work out for you. Now, Elijah says, you skipped mine. You started talking about the tree. I am very, very sorry for that, Elijah. Let me go ahead and pull it up again. Please understand that the tree is a big deal. The tree is a big deal. I apologize. But anyway, trade Pollard, Stevenson. We get Pierce, Wilson, Eckler, James Cook. Pollard to Eckler, 1 and 2. You don't love it, but we do see the long-term upside of it. If Eckler's good to go, we probably would rather have him. Stevenson versus Pierce, Wilson, James Cook. Some people would rather have James Cook straight up over Ramondre Stevenson. Especially as we go through and look at this team. I mean, this is a team that doesn't necessarily need the running back depth. But I think we go with the Eckler side, and then we look to go through and maybe make a swing. If we can, I would. And Julian, I see you in the chat. You know I appreciate you, my man, but I promise you I got to yours. I know we actually missed Elijah's. I even just saw yours when we scrolled down. I promise you we got to it. It was about 20 minutes ago. Now, Timothy says, trade Kyron and Garrett Wilson. Trade Kyron, Garrett Wilson, London for Gibbs, Ridley, Addison. We also got offered Waddle, Dell for ETN. What moves do we make? Kyron to Gibbs, full BBR format, up to you. Kyron in the short term, maybe Gibbs in the long term. Wilson, Ridley, or let's go Wilson, Addison, kind of up to you. Or let's go Wilson, Ridley. Yeah, easily Ridley. London, Addison, easily Addison. I would rather go through it. I'd rather make the Gibbs deal. Obviously, Kyron is crushing, and you'd way rather have Kyron Williams in the short term. I think long term, you could get some value on that Gibbs side. Now, Batman says, do I trade Jefferson for Waddle and Swift? Hell no, you need more for Jefferson. Cameron says, 10-team super flex. Trade Higgins for Diggs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Unless if it's dynasty, then I'm assuming it's a dynasty question, because if it's a redraft question, this is a no-brainer. If it's a dynasty question, fundamentally, it does come down to, do you think that you are a true contender? If you're sitting right now like 3-0, you're sitting at 2-1, and you think that making this deal fundamentally makes you a team that is going to win this league, then sure, let's go ahead and do it. If you think making this move wins you the league, then let's send it, my man. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe John says, 10-team full BBR. We have Hurts, Mixon, White, Jefferson, Olave, Ingram, London, Metcalf, Watson, Roshan, Zay, Reynolds. Any trades / moves to upgrade? 1 and 2 currently. I don't see any trades per se. I definitely think that we can go through and continuously turn the bottom end of this team. Josh Reynolds is someone that, like, we've talked about before, but he's always one of these guys that's in the mix. He has a role, but fundamentally, you never know, like, if you would actually be able to start him. So, like, what has to happen for you to actually considerably, like, especially in a 10-team league, for you to put Josh Reynolds in your starting lineup? So I probably don't make any trades, but I would probably drop Josh Reynolds, go pick up someone like Tajay Spears instead. Or, I mean, if you were to get an injury to like Derrick Henry, then all of a sudden Tajay Spears becomes like a league-winning running back. John says 1 and 2, 8-team league, Happy BR, where we have Jalen Hurts, Mixon, Kyron Williams, Jefferson, Diggs, Kittle, Moss. And then on the bench, we have Stevenson, Gibbs, Godwin, Pittman, Tua, Devon Achane, Watson. Want to trade Tua and was offered DeAndre Swift. Should I take it? Want to trade Tua and was offered DeAndre Swift. We have Hurts, 8-team league. The move is not to trade Tua for a running back straight up. DeAndre Swift with this team probably doesn't make a big difference because it's an 8-team format. Instead, the move is to take Tua and package with another running back to get a running back that's a tier ahead if we can. If we can, my friend. We don't necessarily have to, but I think it would be interesting just based off the roster that we currently are looking at. Now, Jordan says trade James Cook, Trevor Lawrence for Tua, Aaron Jones. Yes, we would. Or Jamar Chase, James Cook for Tua and Tyreek Hill. We're 0-3 where we have Fields, Cook, Pollard. I actually probably do the second deal. Actually, you're saying you have Lawrence and Fields? If you have Lawrence and Fields, I don't necessarily know if we want to be trading for a quarterback right now, or at least not paying this price. Fields, I'm fine if you want to give out hope on, especially if he disappoints against the Denver Broncos this next week. But you're getting a super low price. I mean, when it comes to Trevor Lawrence, he's been bad for 2 weeks. To go through and panic and make that move after Lawrence is disappointed for 2 weeks probably would be tough. If we could send Chase and one of the quarterbacks for Tua and Hill, then hell yes. Now, YY says 10-team BBR, 1 flex, 1 super flex. Trade James Cook and Jordan Love for Jalen Waddle. We have, if it's a super flex format, no. If it's a super flex format, we need to go through and we need to charge a premium, my man. I understand we have great quarterbacks at the very top, but we have running backs and we have running backs as well. No. If we're trading away quarterback in a super flex, if we're trading away running backs in general, we are charging a premium. I like the idea of going and trading for Waddle. I think you can just get more. Now, if it was a 1 quarterback format, I'd do it. Just not super flex. Max says 10-team BBR where we have Geno, Bijan, Pollard, Chase, Olave, Kyron Goddard, Christian Watson, Scary Terry, Gus, Jonathan Taylor. Should we trade away Christian Watson or Terry McLaurin for Anthony Richardson or a tight end, or just stay put? I would. If we could go get Anthony Richardson, I think that Anthony Richardson is an immediate upgrade in our starting lineup over Geno Smith, specifically in a 4-point passing touchdown format. And if it's a 10-team league, these depth wide receivers aren't going to make a super big difference. I would rather have Christian Watson over Terry rest of season, though, my friend. Now, Tyler says Goff or Burrow. We're going to go Goff this week, Burrow long term. Chief Burp says, who could we get for Jacobs? I'm loaded up running back with Barkley, Walker, ETN, Kyron, Swift. So on top of the fact that we have Jacobs, could use a better RB wide receiver. If you wanted to go sell Jacobs for a wide receiver, the guy that we'd be looking at in return is going to be going ahead. I mean, if you could go through and get someone like Chris Olave, let's do it. If you can get Olave for Josh Jacobs, if we have Barkley, Walker, ETN, Kyron, Swift, I would. I'd also maybe see if we could do Swift instead. And yes, I'm answering super chats. It's what this other page is. We're just going in order, my friend. We're answering them. We're just going in order. Now, our next question coming out from Devin says, would you trade Mostert and Collins for Eckler? Hell yes, go get Austin Eckler. Not even close, my friend. DeBear says 18 BBR. I want Kamara. What do we offer out of Madison, Najee, Gabe Davis, Joshua Palmer, Tank Dell, Jordan Addison, Dalvin Cook? Alexander Madison and Tank Dell would be the guys in an 18 format. If we can go send Alexander Madison and Tank Dell, I think it would make a lot of sense. Obviously, both these players have crushed. I mean, and if you are looking at what you have with Alexander Madison, still running back, what I'm worried about is, I mean, what does the role look like when we get Cam Akers back in? Now, Richard says full BBR 8-team league, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and 2 flexes. Starting lineup is Lamar. Running back is Swift. Eckler. Wide receiver is Higgins. Diggs. Tight end, we have Andrews. the flex Javonte, and we also have Puka. And then on the bench, we have Garrett Wilson, Brian Robinson, David Montgomery, Roshan, Laporta, JK on the IR. So we have Andrews that we can start every week. We have the backup tight end with Laporta. We have Andrews stacked up with Lamar. Love to see that in an 8-team format. I think that we can go through and start Lamar and Andrews every single week, regardless of matchup. So what I would look to do is if we can extract some of this value out of what we have, possibly with, say, Sam Laporta at the moment, where if we could send Sam Laporta and Puka and go get an elite level wide receiver, go get someone in the AJ or Amon-Ra St. Brown range, I think that'd make a lot of sense for this team, my friend. Especially in an 8-team league where we could go through and pick up someone we like off the waiver wire. Noob Stocks is sorry, didn't make it clear. I got either Diggs or Devontae to trade two of Jacobs, Moss, or... Oh, okay. I would trade Zach Moss and Kyron Williams for Devontae Adams or Stephon Diggs. I would do that. Zach Moss is definitely one of the running backs that you would sell. I wouldn't be super pumped to go through and trade Jacobs and Kyron, but with Zach Moss, with the limited shelf life, I would go through and I would take Moss, Kyron, or Moss, Jacobs and send them for an elite receiver. And can I ask the live chat this? Can everybody in the chat answer? Who would you rather have rest of season? Would you rather have Stephon Diggs or Devontae Adams? Stephon Diggs or Devontae Adams, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know in the live chat. No reason to panic about Andrews. Andrews going to be just fine. Okay. We got one vote for Adams, one vote for Diggs. Adams, Diggs, Adams. Adams, Diggs, Diggs, Adams. Diggs, Diggs. It literally split 50-50, my man. It split 50-50 there between Stephon Diggs and Devontae Adams. I mean, I honestly probably go with the wide receiver with the better quarterback. I probably go Stephon Diggs. Especially, I always like the guys that are going to be on contending teams. So, I mean, if they get injured, they're kind of, incentivized to play through it rather than shut it down. Now, Cooper says full BBR double flex. Start Walker and Mixon. Pick two flexes. Mostert, Evans, Garrett Wilson, Brian Robinson, Sanders. No one biting on a Mostert Wilson package. Thanks. So appreciate you, my man. And you know that was where my head was going. I think we would go Raheem Mostert. The man's the number one scoring player in fantasy football at the moment. Full PBR format, I'm a little more inclined to go with the wide receiver in Mike Evans. It's a tough matchup going up against Lattimore, though, so I actually maybe go Miles Sanders. I actually may go Sanders here, my man. But definitely you play Mostert. Definitely play Mostert. Now, Cunning Guy says 14-team league, full PBR. We have Allen, Bijan, CMC, Chase, DK, Hunter Henry, and then trade away Adams and Gibbs for CMC and Pickens. What are your thoughts? I like it. I don't love it because it is a 14-team format. If it was a 10-team league, it would be an absolute no-brainer, but we're still doing it regardless. Now, Cam says 8-team PBR league, 1 and 2. We have Lawrence, Richardson, Jones, Gibbs, White, Montgomery, A-Chain, Hill, Olave, St. Brown, Dobbs, Sutton, Addison, Laporta. Any thoughts? I feel like we need to trade Tyreek. My man, why the hell would you think you need to trade away Tyreek Hill? 8-team league, having someone like Tyreek Hill is what separates you. What I would look to do in an 8-team league where we are currently sitting with David Montgomery as our RB3 in a full PPR format is I would love to see if we can go and take David Montgomery and Sam Laporta and go get just a locked and loaded, like long-term tight end that we really like. Go get someone like Andrews. I think it's definitely possible. Based off what we've seen in the live chat. Now, Mark says, Allen and Rashad White for Purdy and Bijan. I'd go Bijan Robinson, even if we have Eckler. And I love Josh Allen, but, come on, Bijan's Bijan. Jordan says, traded Pierce, Ford, Kirk for Jacobs and DK. Oh, no brainer. Give me Jacobs over Ford. Give me DK over Kirk. Paid Pierce to get it done. Let's do it. Neil, long time member of the fly. I'm happy to see him. My man says, 200K deserved. 10-team PBR Super Flex, where we have Hurts, Dak, Lamb, Olave, Evans, Watson, Atwell, Deontay, Palmer, Mims, Bijan, Kamara, Brees, JT, Roshan, Musgrave, Kincaid. Any moves we want to upgrade Dak? I understand Dak has been a little bit frustrating, but still, I think he's going to be better going forward. And the reason I would say why we probably want to be holding on to Dak Prescott is because we are sitting currently with CeeDee Lamb for the stack. So I don't necessarily know if that's where my mind would initially go with this kind of trade. I think what we look to do with this team is we wait until we get Jonathan Taylor back in. Once we get JT back in, then, we're going to have Bijan, Kamara, and JT to start every single week. Then at that point, I guess if you really wanted to go through and take a depth wide receiver like Mike Evans and send him with Dak Prescott, you can get a better quarterback too. Or if you really wanted to send that Mike Evans player and say Luke Musgrave or Dalton Kincaid and get a great tight end, you can do it. Probably want to wait a week though, because then we'll be closer to Deontay coming back and we will get JT coming back. Abraham says, got offered Allen, Diggs, ETN for Lamar at CMC. Lamar to Allen upgrade. CMC to Diggs and ETN. Fair deal depending on your roster and your format. 8-team league, you keep CMC. 12-team multiple flex league, you probably take the package. Patrick says 10-team BBR format. Hollywood, Laporta for Lamar. Oh, easily Lamar. We have Dak, Jones, Jefferson, Swift, Olave, Andrews, especially if we have Andrews. Did we not already answer this? We have JT on the IR. Yeah, you got to go get Lamar Jackson up here. You got to go get Lamar to pair up with Mark Andrews. You'd love to see that, my man. And let me refresh this so we can continue to bring these questions up. And as I do this, let me remind you, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find in the description, find in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you're going to be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em. More than less than half a total yard going up against the Green Bay Packers. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Scott says, 12-team PPR where we have Allen, White, Bijan, Sanders, JT, Amon-Ra, Pickens, Kupp, Watson, Tank Dell. I'm 0-3. Do I trade White and Watson for Amari and Jacobs? I would rather have Amari over Watson, and I would rather have Jacobs over White. So yes, I do think we do that, my friend. David says, pick 3, Terry, Laporta, Gabe, Watson, Thielen, Michael Thomas, Jerry Jeudy. We're going to be going with Michael Thomas, Jerry Jeudy, Terry McLaurin this week. If you wanted to swap Terry McLaurin with Adam Thielen, you could do so. Long term, we're definitely going to be looking to get Christian Watson in here. And if we were looking for upside, I'd probably go Gabe Davis. I'd probably go Gabe Davis over Terry. It's just so hard telling people to play Gabe Davis because you could always get just complete dud. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from D's Nuts says, White or Connor rest of season? Both guys are about the same. Both guys are 3-down bell cows. In bad offenses. Up to you. Give Andrews for Waller and Watson. 3 wide receiver, 2 flex league. Let's do it. But 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Let's keep Andrews. Ethan says, how BBR league trade away James Conner, Puka, Andrews to receive Jacobs and Waddle. What are your thoughts? Conner to Jacobs upgrade, Puka to Waddle upgrade. It's a considerable piece to do it with Andrews. If we had another tight end, maybe if this was one of those teams sitting with Laporta, I'm okay with it. Jovi says 10-team BBR where we have Lamar, Kyron Mixon, Jacobs, Brees, Brian Robinson, Tyreek, Amari, Ayuk, Pickens, Addison. Just traded Hunter Henry, Jerome Ford, Tank Dell for a Hawkinson, Christian Watson. What wide receiver running back trades versus holds? First off, great trade. Go get TJ Hawkinson. And now at this point, I think you're in a spot where, it's not like we're overloaded on depth. George Pickens was a buy low guy for us after week 1, but after he's crushed it over the past 2 weeks with no Deontay, if you really wanted to take George Pickens and Kyron Williams and go get a stud RB, you can. But I think you're kind of chilling, my man. Great team. Great move for Hawkinson. Now, Mr. Filthy Wubbs, always happy to see us, says, are we going to go Kirk, Montgomery, Ford for Addison? Oh, no, you definitely want the package here, even in a 10-team format. Some people would argue for Ford over Addison. Jamie says, should we expect Jameson, Dameon Pierce for London and Madison? Jameson Williams, we're going to go London and Madison. Jameson Williams is barely worth a roster spot at this point. I'll definitely say Jameson Williams for sure worth a roster spot starting next week. Ian Brown says 10-team at BBR, double flex. Any advice? I appreciate all the great content. Appreciate you, my friend. We got Allen, Aaron Jones, Madison, Tyreek. Oh my gosh, Tyreek and Adams. This team's at least minimum 2-1, possibly 3-0. And we have Kittle, Najee, Flowers, Hunt, Johnson, Godwin. I mean, double flex format going to be a little bit harder to do this, but I still think it'd be intriguing. You're not going to get anything for Najee, but I think you could get something for Alexander Madison right now. If you really wanted to go send like Godwin and maybe like Alexander Madison to get an RB2 upgrade, you can. But like we said, since it's a double flex league, a little bit less excited about making that move, but still a possibility. Rajan says, does JT play or does he sit out until traded? I am assuming that JT will be playing football this season. I do not see how the incentives would align for Jonathan Taylor to sit out the entire year. The thing is, this isn't a franchise tag situation. He is under contract. If he doesn't play, he doesn't accrue year of service. Like JT will play. He will play this season. Aiden says 12-team full BBR 2-1. We have Lamar, Kyron, Algier, St. Brown, Puka, Debo, Evans, Kelsey. On the bench, we have JT, Nico, London, Quentin Johnson, Sky Moore. What should we do? Elite level quarterback, elite level tight end. We have JT coming back in soon. Great team. The only thing I'd say is I don't love how many wide receivers that we're rostering. Some of these wide receivers at the bottom end I probably would let go of for some more running backs off the waiver wire with potential upside, especially if we have Algier in there in the starting lineup right now. Yeah, and if we could go through and sell like Puka and Tyler Algier and get a running back that we're excited to actually start, that'd be nice. But obviously, JT coming back in is going to solve this for us. Now, Dane coming out says 10-team double flex full BBR, where we have Mahomes, JT, Kamara, White, Mostert, Mitchell, Hunt, Jefferson, DK, Debo, Michael Thomas, George Pickens, Javonte, Kyle Pitts. Any trades for someone elite? If we could get Kelsey, I would love it. If you could send like Debo and Pitts, Mostert and Pitts, Pickens, Debo, Pitts, Mostert, Debo, Pitts, and go get a player like Travis Kelsey to pair up with Mahomes, that'd be a no-brainer. Josh says, BBR rest of season, Judy or Kirk? Judy, once Zay Jones comes back. Benji coming out says, Puka, Swift for Kelsey. Oh, definitely Kelsey, my man. Would you take Ridley or Kamara? I'd go Ridley over Kamara as well. That one's close, kind of depend on your roster. The first deal, easily Kelsey. Now, Mike says, yo, in 18 BBR format, do we trade Kamara and Waddle for Bijan? I personally would, yes. Especially in an 8-team league where our lineups, Tua, Pollard, Bijan, Chase, Kupp, JT, or Puka. Yes, go ahead. Let's go ahead and let's get Bijan Robinson here, my man. Now, Matt says 1 and 2 at BBR, 0.25 point per carry. So quarter point per carry, load up those RBs. We have Bijan, Saquon, Pollard, Mixon, Kelly, Devon A-Chain, Jefferson, Ridley, Watson, Hollywood, Javonte, Deontay, Johnston, Quentin Johnston, Zach Ertz, David Njoku. Any trades or just wait? I like that we are loaded up on running backs. That's how we're wanting to build this team. I wish you would have sent this before the season started. I didn't know that Burrow was going to be bad this season by any means, but just typically in a point per carry format, that's not necessarily the format that we want a player like Joe Burrow. Instead, we want Joe Burrow in a league that, I mean, you're getting 6 points per passing touchdown format. You don't have that point per carry element. In a point per carry element, you're going to be looking for someone like Anthony Richardson. You're going to be looking for someone like Lamar Jackson. That would be my priority here. So if we could somehow send Joe Burrow in a point per carry format and go get one of those players, I would really like that, my friend. Now, Tyler says Goff or Burrow. We've answered this a ton, my man. We're going to go Goff this week, Burrow long-term. Music is Life says 12-team BBR 0-3. Any trade recommendations? We have Fields, Goff, Ridley, Lamb, Pickens, London, Downs, Reynolds, Cooks, Parker, Hayden Hurst, Dalton Schultz, Ramadre, Brian Robinson, and Bigsby. Okay, so we're going to be starting Ridley, Lamb. We're going to be starting Goff. We're going to be starting Ramadre, Brian Robinson, and at tight end, we're going to be going with either Dalton Schultz or Hayden Hurst. I don't have any trade recommendations for you, but from a roster construction perspective, you're rostering Ridley, Lamb, Pickens, London, Downs, Reynolds, Brandon Cooks, Devontae Parker. You have 8 wide receivers in comparison to Stevenson, Brian Robinson, Tank Bigsby. Cut Devontae Parker. Cut Brandon Cooks. Cut Josh Reynolds. Even consider cutting Josh Downs. Well, you want to go after running backs off the waiver wire. You want to go through and you want to look at maybe, say, Tajee Spears, Kenneth Gainwell. I'm sorry, not Kenneth Gainwell. Hell, maybe even Kenneth Gainwell. Zach Charbonnet. Like one of those running backs that if the starter goes down in front of him, then all of a sudden they actually are fundamentally making a change and making a difference in your starting lineup. On what planet are we starting Devontae Parker when we have Calvin Ridley, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Drake London, Josh Downs, Josh Reynolds, Brandon Cooks ahead of him? Juju Smith-Schuster goes down. Do we start Devontae Parker? Hell no. There's nothing that can change that. There are going to be a million wide receivers on the waiver wire that look like Josh Reynolds and Devontae Parker. I'd rather roster running backs with upside there, my man. So no trades, but definitely make some changes. Now, Owen says 10-team BBR 1 and 2. We have Allen, Sanders, Devon A-Chain, Kupp, Devonta, Brandon Ayuk, Frymuth, Lockett. On the bench, we have London, Purdy, Hunt, Warren, Palmer. Any trades and moves? Great team. I don't necessarily think that we're really going to do anything right now. I think if you could sell Purdy and get a marginal upgrade anywhere, I would, because I don't even think we need to roster Purdy when we have Josh Allen. But yeah, just continue to go through and churn that waiver wire, my man. Abraham says, what is a fair price for Jalen Hurts? We got 2 as well. I mean, Jalen Hurts, if you want to go send him like for a receiver, you want to go like A.J. Brown, you can do that. If you want to go running back, it's going to be a little bit harder to find a direct comp. I mean, if you want to send Hurts in a small piece and go get like Pollard, if you want to do that, you can. Now, Chooney says, I value Jalen Hurts like a mid-second round pick if we were to draft again. Chooney says, 12-team BBR, should we trade St. Brown for Olave and Mixon? My team is Saquon, Breece, James Conner. Wide receivers are Smith, St. Brown, Evans, and Romeo Doubs. St. Brown for Olave and Mixon. Honestly, I think we would, just because I know we can turn around and we can sell James Conner for something great. Also, maybe you're a little bit concerned about the Barkley injury. Ben says, as a Madison owner, should I be concerned about the Akers trade? 100% you should. I don't think Cam Akers is here, and he's for sure going to be the starting running back by any means. But I think with Akers, what happens if he comes in and takes 30% of the backfield? Alexander Madison's barely startable as is. If Akers comes in and takes 30 to 40% of the backfield, similar to what we were talking about with Kareem Hunt and Jerome Ford going forward, I mean, it's probably a spot that we should be a little nervous. Now, Austin says, don't need any advice. Just wanted to let everyone know I traded Madison for Jacobs a second. Oh my gosh. Way to flex on everybody, my man. Love to see it. Now, Miles says 1 and 2, 12-team non-PBR 1 flex. We have Jalen Hurts, Walker, Hall, Waddle, Chase, Njoku, Myers, Ayuk, JT, Algier. Got offered Waddle for Mixon. Any moves? Non-BBR format, we opt to keep the running back here, my man. I think we keep team as is until we get JT back in here. The thing is, in that non-PBR format, you're a little bit more inclined to go out there and throw the running back into your flex spot, of course. Mike says, start 2, Connor, Javonte, Ford, Montgomery, or the waiver wire. We're going to be going with, oh my gosh, Connor and Ford. We're going to go Connor and Ford, even if I really don't like it, because Connor is going up against the 49ers. Palm Tree says, congrats on 200K, man. Super pumped for you and proud to be a part of the flock. Thank you so much, my man. I'm happy to have you as a part of the flock. Full BBR, we need to start 2 out of 3. Judy, Watson, London. We're going to go Judy and Watson. I'm nervous about Watson starting him his first week back, so I'm telling most people not to do it. But if we're looking at Watson versus London, hell, I'm not starting London. Rep says, hey, Mason, currently 0-3, 12-team double flex full PBR, where we have Goff, Dak, Henry, Aaron Jones, Stevenson, Lamb, Myers, Frymuth, Elijah, London, Palmer, Johnston. Oh, we just spilled water everywhere. Hunter Henry, Taj Spears, Henry, Lamb, and CeeDee Lamb. I'm sorry, Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb not producing. Not worried about Lamb. I am worried about Derrick Henry. If you could go move off of Derrick Henry and get in someone like Travis Etienne, I think that'd be great. Aside of that, I mean, this is a well-balanced team, top to bottom. A fine roster and 2 quarterbacks with the QBs we have. And fine roster and 2 tight ends with the tight ends that we have. We have the upside down there at the bench spot. It's with wide receivers. I mean, maybe the one thing we could point out is the amount of wide receivers that we are rostering, but because it's a double flex, full BBR format, it's a little bit better. But we do have Lamb, Myers, Elijah, London, Palmer, Johnston. Actually, no, I mean, it's fine because we don't have a solidified wide receiver too. Yeah, I think this is a fine team for the construction. I don't want to say that it's like a great team with the value that we have, but I mean, for the way we constructed the team, we don't need to be making any moves. Andrew says, adopted a keeper league, and my running back situation was in shambles. Who would you start? Matt Breida, Algier, Akers, Devon A-Chain, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Oh my gosh. Receiver, we have Diggs, Tutu, Christian Watson, Gabe Davis, and JSN. So yeah, this is a team where we need to be thinking long-term, not necessarily about this season. Like this season, I'm sorry, my man, unless you are a waiver wire monster, it's probably not working out for you. I think if Barkley misses, we go Matt Breida and Matt Breida and Devon Achane. If Barkley plays, we go Devon Achane and Tyler Algier. But yeah, my man, you got to be a monster out there on the waiver wire. Now, Tim says 12-team at BBR format 2-1, where we have Mahomes, Amon-Ra, Kupp, Puka, James Cook, Montgomery, Mark Andrews, Brian Robinson, Hollywood Ridley. Traded Lamar, Kirk, Mostert for Mahomes and Ridley. What are your thoughts? Lamar to Mahomes, clear upgrade. Kirk to Ridley, clear upgrade. Mostert to get it done, fair price point. I think if you were worried about Mostert and Devon Achane combined with what you have with Jeff Wilson Jr. back in a few weeks, fine deal. Adrian says 8-team at BBR format. What should we offer for CMC? We have Herbert, Diggs, Chase, Lamb, Watson, Bijan, Mixon, Swift, Devon Achane, Tyler Algier, Charbonnet, Goddard, Pitts. He has Cousins. Well, we don't have another quarterback, so I don't know if we want to sell Herbert. I mean, if you could sell Herbert if you really wanted to and then go play the matchups, if you like guys off the waiver wire. If you want to go like Herbert, Mixon, let's do it. I'm Mixon, Devon Achane, and let's go Mixon, CeeDee Lamb. Let's do it. Mixon, CeeDee Lamb, Tyler Algier. Let's do it. Mixon, or DeAndre Swift, CeeDee Lamb, Devon Achane. Let's do it. You're either going to have to send Mixon and Swift with a wide receiver like CeeDee Lamb. I don't think you're going to get it done with Watson. You can send it with Watson, send the initial offer, have him laugh at it, and then upgrade it to CeeDee Lamb to know you're serious. To let him know you're serious. But yeah, I think that's going to be the foundation of the trade, and it's just going to be a balancing act on what it costs. Now, Daniel says drop Khalil Herbert, Joshua Kelly, or Cam Akers. Okay. I have to drop Joshua Kelly. Personally, when I have gone through and I have started Joshua Kelly for the past 2 weeks, he would be better on someone else's team. We've seen what he can do with no Austin Eckler in this offense. So I think you have to go on the Akers side, my man. I think you have to. Anthony says 12-team 3-0, where we have Herbert, Aaron Jones, Mixon, Diggs, Devontae Adams, Laporta. The flex, Pittman, and then on the bench we have Pitts, Addison, A.J. Dillon, McKinnon, Cousins, Charbonnet, Quentin Johnson. Any trade thoughts? Should we package Kirk? Kirk will be an interesting guy to send away whenever you do have... Oh, no, never mind. This is Cousins. I thought you were talking Christian Kirk. Yeah, I mean, if we have Justin Herbert, I'd be fine with it. I actually think Justin Herbert may be the guy that we are looking to sell. Given the fact that you have no Mike Williams, I think Justin Herbert has a little more brand appeal. So if you wanted to send like Justin Herbert and say a tight end like... I know we're not going to do that. Say go send like Justin Herbert and Michael Pittman for an elite level flex and then play Cousins and have these stack with Jordan Addison. I think you could do that if you really wanted to. But yeah, I mean, let's go. It can't hurt to send out a message to the to the Joe Burrow team, to the Justin Fields team, to the Deshaun Watson team, and just see if they're interested. You know, hey man, do you want Justin Herbert? See that need a quarterback. I mean, I have Herbert and Kirk Cousins. You can flex on them a bit. Say, so the two highest scoring quarterbacks in fantasy right now, and see what they would say. But let me refresh this so we can keep on pulling up these questions, ladies and gentlemen. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We just hit 200K subs. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to get my rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, and you'll be getting a Jared Goff special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard against the Green Bay Packers tomorrow night. But let's go ahead. Let's find our next question. We only actually have to answer a few of these until we can pivot back over to the other one. The other screen, that is. And this next one coming out from Low Rise says, Ridley, Christian Watson, Tank Dell, Devon Achane. Start 2 at the flex this week. Congrats on 200K. Appreciate you, my man. We are going to go with Ridley and Devon Achane. I think that maybe long-term Christian Watts can be the play. Obviously, Devon Achane, super wide range of outcomes. I have no idea what the hell is going to happen. All I know is I'm not telling people to bench someone who just dropped 50 points in their first game. Congrats on 200 cases. Happy BR trade. AJ Brown, Jerome Ford, and Pacheco for Eckler and Devonta Smith. Oh, hell yes, we do this. Go get that deal right now. Toon says, should we trade for a running back, 10-team full BBR format, where we have Lawrence, Richardson, Mixon, Kamara, Ramadre, Tyreek, Ridley, Pittman, Evans, Sutton, Lockett, and Darren Waller? I mean, here, if you... Actually, I don't want to do that right now. I think that long-term, yes, we trade for a running back. I mean, if you want to do this right now, you could. You can go like Mike Evans and Joe Mixon, Mike Evans and Ramadre Stevenson to go get that RB upgrade. But also long-term, once Lawrence is producing again, maybe we can go through and trade one of the quarterbacks. Wyatt says 12-team full BBR format where we have Allen, Pollard, Madison, Jamar, Diggs, Ridley, Musgrave, Goddard. Don't know who at tight ends. I'm going to go Dallas Goddard at tight end this week. We can reevaluate after Thursday night. The issue is whenever you're going to be looking at Luke Musgrave, it's the tight end that's seen the majority of his volume and seen the majority of his production in games where Christian Watson and Aaron Jones didn't play. Don't know how that looks going forward. Sam says, congrats. How can I get a better team? We have Herbert, Adams, Ridley, Flowers, Sutton, Collins, Rice. And then at running back, we have Gibbs, Mixon, Kyron, Akers. We have Kelsey at tight end. Really appreciate you, my friend. Okay. I think you have a great squad as is. Trying to come up with anything here. In terms of trades, I don't really see anything that stands out. All I would say is I'd be willing to go through and cut someone like Rashee Rice down there at the bottom of the bench at wide receiver. Just go pick up a running back like Tajay Spears, who's an injury away from making a difference. But ultimately, great team. And yeah, I think it has very nice balance. It's hard to trade for Keenan for the Herbert stack off of what Keenan's done over the past few weeks. So I think we're probably sitting on our hands. Great team. Manny says 12-team PBR 1 and 2. We have Richardson, Saquon, Jacobs, Olave, Waddle, Andrews, Amari, Watson, Brian Robinson, Roshan, Warren, Pittman, Jameson. Any moves with Jacobs and any moves as well. Hold Jacobs. I think he'll be better this week. If you want to sell him after the Chargers game, then sure, you can dive into that. I mean, overall, I think that we're just kind of chilling right now. Once we end up getting, say, Deshaun Watson popping, and we have Anthony Richardson that we can start for sure fully healthy. If you wanted to trade like Deshaun Watson and Amari for an elite level receiver, we can do it. If you can go attack the Fields team. Dave says start to Williams, Sanders, Mostert, Kamara, and Jones. I think we're going to go with the combination of Raheem Mostert and Alvin Kamara, my friend. Now, Country Connected says Eckler, Moss, Mostert, Amon-Ra, Devonta Smith, DK Pittman, Tutu Thielen. Have BBR with one flex. Who do we start? So we're going to be planning on, if we can, Eckler, Moss. So we're going to go Eckler, Moss, running back, Amon-Ra, Smith, wide receiver. And then we're going to be going Mostert at running back. Now, if Eckler doesn't play, move Mostert to RB. And then in your flex, you're going to be going with either your call of Pittman or DK. Definitely bench Tutu and Thielen. But LA Made says 10-team Derrick Henry and Waddle for Aaron Jones and Diggs. A full BBR format, give me Aaron Jones and Diggs. I mean, I think this fine wide receiver upgrade, and obviously pivoting off Derrick Henry may be advantageous. Okay, actually, we can pull these up on the other screen, but give me a second as I do this, ladies and gentlemen, because your boy has to go pee, so just give me one second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. And we should probably have a strong enough bladder for the rest of the live stream. But Peyton coming out says, 10-team full BBR Dynasty League, 2 traditional flex. Would you give a super late future first for Breece Hall? Hell yes, especially if it's a 1 quarterback format. I know. Do you want to stay in here? Do you want to say hi to everybody? All right. Well, we'll let her say hi. I kind of want to kick her out, but it's just so hot in here with her. You want to say hi? I know I've been live for way too long. I know, right? Say, Mason, we got to go on a walk, huh? You want to say hi to everybody? Hey, everybody, how y'all doing? Hit that like button. Thank you for subscribing. We appreciate it. I know. You're a good girl. But you got to go outside. Go outside. Go. Sorry, she knows how to open the door. Okay, our next, which coming out from Gabe, says, I'm 0-3. What should we do with the team? 12-team PBR. We have Cousins, Ayuk, Lockett, Kyron, Walker, Hunter, Rashad White, Jacoby. The bench is Dell, JT, and Tyler Higbee. Honestly, my man, I hate to say it. You have to panic. You have to go through and sell Jonathan Taylor. If you're 0-3, we need a win right now. Go sell Jonathan Taylor. Get back someone like Travis Etienne. Throw him in the flex spot over Jacoby Myers. Get someone that's actually going to produce for us. Like, you can come back from 1-3 relatively easily. Falling to 0-4 is going to be really tough, my man. I've seen a few people do it, but it's tough. Yoshi says, double flex format. We have Fields, Jacobs, Etienne, DJ, Evans, Kelsey, Thielen, Nico. On the bench, we have Stroud, Dobbs, Justice Hill, Josh Reynolds, Zay Jones, Hunter Henry, Sky Bigsby. Any changes? Pick up and start Jordan Love. Yes, I would pick up and start Jordan Love. There, I would probably be looking to drop Josh Reynolds. Actually, no, we have CJ Stroud. I mean, honestly, drop CJ Stroud if you're, I would rather have Jordan Love or CJ Stroud given the rushing upside we've seen from Love. So drop CJ Stroud, pick up Jordan Love, play him over Justin Fields. In terms of any trades, I don't necessarily see too many. I just definitely want to make sure that we are continuously going down there and churning the waiver wire. Because, I mean, I honestly don't love the options that we have down there on the bench. Now, Abraham says 0-3 at BBR. Trade Kittle, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Rashad White for Andrews, Mike Evans, and Ayuk. And Miles Sanders. So Kittle to Mark Andrews, upgrade. Amon-Ra St. Brown to Evans, Ayuk, downgrade. Rashad White to Miles Sanders, lateral move, downgrade. Honestly, no, I'd probably keep the best player. Probably keep Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm honestly surprised to see how good that team is, though. Jake says, should we trade Sanders and Pickens for Javonte and Ridley? Sanders versus Javonte, give me Sanders. Pickens versus Ridley, give me Ridley. Way rather have Ridley here. Let's go Ridley. Francis, hey Mason, watch your running back rankings. Wondering if you think Brian Robinson will do any better than Rashad White this week. Which one would you start? I mean, with these two running backs, really does depend. Both of them amped up matchups. You have, I believe, Rashad White going up against New Orleans. Let me double check. But yeah, Brian Robinson going up against Philadelphia. If playing in a non-PBR format, I'd probably go Brian Robinson. If you're in a full PBR league, I think you go Rashad White. Crunchwrap says 12-team double flex PPR. We have Judy or Wilson rest of season. We're going to go Wilson off the chance that they somehow upgrade at quarterback. Off the chance. Matt says, I had Burrow in a 0.25 league. It's also 6 point. Oh, okay. Oh, if it's a full point per carry, it doesn't matter if it's 6 point passing touchdown format. You still go and get a quarterback with rushing upside. Like Fields in that format can still be elite, to be honest. Because if Fields just say has 10 rushing attempts, not even his rushing yards, not even his rushing touchdowns, just the attempts, I mean, that'd be equivalent to 2.5 passing touchdowns, at least in a 4 point passing touchdown league. I guess it'd be equivalent to almost 2 touchdowns in a 6 point. Joey says 4 point passing touchdown league. Are we going to go Goff, Dak, or Geno this week? I actually really like all these quarterbacks this week. And I think maybe, just maybe, we get a little bit weird with it. I'm going to go Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones has the highest implied team total here. And on top of this, I mean, if you're looking at, oh my gosh, did I forget to rank Geno Smith this week? Oh, that's going to be embarrassing. Let me text my editor. Oh, dear God. Thank God I got this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Yeah, I think you go Daniel Jones rushing upside and great matchup against Seattle. Now, Ben says 12-team PBR format. We just traded Olave, Swift, Najee for Diggs and Edwards. My team's now Herbert, Chase, Diggs, Madison, Bride, Robinson, Hunter Henry, and Cortland Sutton. I love Olave. I love Diggs as well. I feel like we definitely we paid a premium to get this done. Not going to lie to you, I don't know if I love it, but I am okay with it. I don't know if we love it, though. Yakov says 1 and 2, but whole league either 1 and 2 or 2 and 1, so everybody's in it. 12-team app PBR format. The team is Hurts, Pollard, Gus, Justice Hill, Roshan Gainwell, Amon-Ra, Amari Cooper, McLaurin, JSN, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, Kyle Pitts. Was wondering what you thought of McLaurin and Dell for T. Higgins. I actually really like it, my man. I mean, if you were going to go through and pay for T. Higgins, now's the time to do so, coming off a Monday night game that everybody watched where he was obviously horrendous. I think that if this offense is better going forward, T. Higgins still has access to some type of upside here. So I think we would go ahead and make that move, my man. Daniel says, put in order rest of season. Fields, Love, Daniel Jones, 4-point passing touchdown format. I hate to say it. We probably stay in this order, but this is the last week where we're saying, okay, Justin Fields, it's make or break week for you, my man. You're going up against Denver. They just had 70 points dropped from their heads. Nick says, I had Chubb and Bijan. Now I don't have any depth. I was offered Kyron, Madison, Devon A-Chain. Should I take the trade or explore something else? Kyron, Madison, Devon A-Chain. Hell no. Actually, wait. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Okay. Let's recalibrate. Bijan for Kyron, Madison, Devon A-Chain. Assuming that's what the offer is. We'll still say no, but we'll take the hell off of it. For whatever reason, we're 4.5 hours into the live stream. Whenever I saw Chubb and Bijan, I thought Chubb was still healthy and you were going to trade away Chubb and Bijan. Still no, I'd still rather have Bijan. And depth is going to be way easier to solve than finding one of those elite level players. I'd just be active on that waiver wire, right? Like you trade away your elite studs, and how the hell do we get a player back like that? Depth you can find off waivers. Eric says 10-team at PBR format where we have Lamar, Pollard, Walker, Diggs, Puka, Hawkinson, Collins. On the bench, we have Hall, Hollywood, DJ Moore, Pickens, Addison, Elijah Mitchell, Tank Dell. Any recommendations? I mean, you've heard me say a million times now, if you could go through and sell Puka, go get back a player like Olave, we do it. I'd love to go Puka and Tank Dell to get that done. Like, go get Olave because we have all the depth at wide receiver on the bench. We have DJ, Pickens, Addison on the bench. So, yeah, really, that's the only thing I have to say. I mean, great team. If we can sell Puka and Dell and get a stud receiver, let's do it. Chris says, PBR pick 2 running backs in a flex this week. Rashad, Brian Robinson, Warren, Christian Watson, Tyler Algier, and Romeo Dobbs. We're going to be going with Rashad, Brian Robinson, and we will go Christian Watson there in the flex, my man. We will go Christian Watson in the flex, even though we are actually, and then of course, if you're playing him in the flex, you don't actually put him in the flex, put him at wide receiver 2, move your wide receiver 2 to the flex. Torrance says, because he plays on Thursday. Torrance says, PBR, would you rather have Swift, Puka, or Mixon Ridley? Mixon Ridley for me, my friend. Jacob says, 12-team PBR super flex, 6-point passing touchdown. We have Fields, Mahomes, Howell, who are dropping. Only free agents are Winston, Mack, Dobbs, Zach Wilson. Do we start Fields tomorrow? Do we cut him, bench, hold? Looking at trades, but what can I do? You're not going to be able to trade Justin Fields for anything. I got bad news for you. You still start Patrick Mahomes and Justin Fields. And I understand that Sam Howell was horrendous this past week. By no means do I think that Sam Howell is some great quarterback. But if we are looking at what we have, I mean, with these guys off the waiver wire, like Jameis Winston's maybe a starter for a week or two, you know? I think you make an argument for Jameis over Sam Howell right now, but especially in a 6-point passing touchdown format. The question is that something that we can do 3 weeks from now? So I actually probably keep it as is and just send up a prayer Fields gets better. But you have to start Fields this week. Start him. In a super flex league, that is. Cristobal says 12-team at BBR trade Henry for Kyron. I'm still going to go Henry over Kyron Williamson at BBR format. But obviously Henry's trending downwards. Kyron's trending upwards. Big Galls coming out says 12-team at BBR format. Full flex One flex, full BBR format. We have Lamar, Etienne, Pollard, Kyron, Waddle, Lamonra, London, Hollywood, Henry. Do we trade Pollard for Kelsey? If we can get a depth running back in return, I'd be fine with it. Since we have Kyron, if it's a one flex format, I'd be fine with it. I would try, though, to go Pollard and Henry and get one of their running back depth pieces like Tyler Algier in return. Elijah says, PBR, trade my Pacheco, Judy for Jacobs and DJ Moore. Yes, I would take Jacobs and DJ Moore. Mung says, traded AJ Brown, Deontay, Ramadre for Gibbs and Tyreek. Oh, phenomenal trade. Ramadre to Gibbs, upgrade. AJ Brown, Deontay to Tyreek is laughable. Great deal. Chris says 2-1 PBR 10-team league. We have Cousins, Richardson, Fields, Bijan, James Cook, Madison, Diggs, Olave, Amari, Puka, Hollywood, Collins, Goddard. Richardson's on the IR. Who should we drop? Also, we have a trade offer sent to me. Amari for his Laporta. Thanks. Appreciate you, my friend. I probably keep Amari over Laporta. What we probably look to do as well is if we have Cousins, Richardson, and Justin Fields, go to the team that has Joe Burrow. Go to a team that's struggling at quarterback right now. Say, hey, man, I'll give you Kirk Cousins, the number one scoring quarterback in fantasy currently, and I'll give you, say, whoever our tight end is, and go get a great tight end that way. Go get someone like Waller that way, you know? Or if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to go with, say, keep Amari, send Cousins for Laporta. If you really like Laporta, do that. Roster Richardson and Fields. You don't want to be rostering 3 quarterbacks here, my man. Now, Justin says Hollywood and Roshan for Devon Achane. I'd rather have Devon Achane. I think he has more upside. Dat Ratchet says, make me feel better. 0-3. We just traded Amari and Pitts for Stroud, Waller, Flowers. Okay. Pitts, Waller, upgrade. Amari to Stroud and Flowers, questionable. We have Fields, Stroud, Mixon, Brees, Etienne, Lamb, Amon. It's a good team. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see how strong this team is. My man, you know I appreciate you. Thank you for being a long-time member of the flock. I am very sorry to say, though, I don't love the deal. Like, I think this is something that I do need to reiterate a couple times because I've seen a lot of people doing it, and it's a natural thing to do. Like, C.J. Stroud's like a very interesting guy to go through, and like, I'm sorry, one second. C.J. Stroud's a very interesting guy to go through and pick up off the waiver wire. But like in terms of making trades for him, if we're going to make a trade for a quarterback that'll make a difference, unless we're getting him at dirt cheap price, I really only want to be trading for those QBs that we can start every single week regardless of matchup. I don't put him in that category. I know we have Fields. I think it's a fine deal. I don't love it. That could be just my inner little Kyle Pitts fanboy wanting to break out coming out. And obviously Pitts ain't happening. So I wish you knew the best of luck, my man. You know I am. Crixie says, can't decide what to do on Lamar or Love. Definitely Lamar. Then who do we start these for? Lamb, Tutu, Tank Dell, or Jahmyr Gibbs? We're going to go with Lamb, number 1, Gibbs, number 2, Dell, number 3, Tutu, number 4. Okay. Dipster says 18 full BBR double flex, where we have Love, Pollard, Ford, Lamb, Jefferson, Waller, Ridley, Brian Robinson. On the bench, we have HN, Tutu, Brees, Judy, Watson, Deontay, 0-3, any trades. You got to go through, send Deontay, and get literally an upgrade anywhere in the starting lineup. Send Deontay and get a Jordan Love that we're actually excited about. Send Deontay Johnson, Jordan Love, get a quarterback we're actually excited to go through and start in an 18 format. Go get Kirk Cousins. Go stack him with Justin Jefferson. You have to make a move here. We can't be looking at this long-term upside. Same thing, Brees Hall. You can't be waiting around for Brees' long-term upside to play out. You got to go through and send him for an upgrade somewhere. Pascal says, 10-team BBR trade Bijan to get Puka and Gibbs. No, sir. We have Allen, Ridley, Watson, Addison, especially if this wide receiver depth. My man, we don't know what Puka's going to be when Kupp comes back. He's probably a mid to low end wide receiver too. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is one of the more exciting guys that should expand his role, but still, nonetheless, I mean, you can't be doing that right now. Bijan Robinson's a top 5 player. But let me go ahead and swing this back around, ladies and gentlemen. Just going to have to pull these up on the other screen. So give me 1 second here. This next one coming out from, I believe, Xenon, who says 12-team PPR, 2-1. We have Tua, Damian Moss, Godwin, Addison, Andrews, London, Saquon Laporta. Want to trade a tight end for a wide receiver, Jacobs and Ridley for Saquon and Godwin. Okay. Let's think. Jacobs to Saquon, clear upgrade. Ridley to Godwin, clear downgrade. I'm fine if we want to do this, especially if we're 2-1 and we can afford to think about the long-term upside that we're going to get with someone like Saquon Barkley. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's pull the trigger. Let's get Barkley here, my man. Now, Thimsky says 12-team standard, my Swift and Hawkinson for Josh Jacobs. Oh, definitely Swift and Hawkinson. Other running backs are, yeah, you have great running backs, no tight ends. I mean, TJ Hawkinson is the tight end 2 right now. You want TJ Hawkinson. Toon says trade Evans or Pittman for Saquon or JT. I would trade Evans for Saquon and I would trade Pittman for JT. I'd make both deals if we can. Now, Like says, should we trade away Montgomery for Ridley? Half PPR. We have Bijan, Mostert, Moss, Godwin. Oh, hell yes. If Atwill's our wide receiver 2, Addison's our wide receiver 2, let's go trade away David Montgomery for Calvin Ridley. No brainer. Dave says, pick 2 running backs and 2 more flexes. We have Mostert, Kamara, Williams, Aaron Jones, St. Brown, Myers. I'm sorry, A.J. Brown and Myers. 2 flexes is going to be A.J. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Our 2 running backs are going to be Mostert and Kyron. Actually, no. Kamara is really intriguing there. Aaron Jones, really intriguing. I'd probably go Kyron over Aaron Jones, so I have to. Like, until we actually get to see them back in, I think we're probably too low on our running back rankings. We probably got to move Kyron Williams ahead of Aaron Jones. He's playing literally every single snap. We just don't know with Aaron Jones. I like the upside, but we'll see. Now, Rogue Unicorn says Olave and Stevenson for Diggs and White. Which side are you taking? The Diggs and White side, even as a big-time Olave fan. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Elliot says 1 and 2, 10-team full BBR, 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, the tight end, and a flex. We have Lamar, Derrick Henry, Jerome Ford, Ridley, Devontae Adams, Mark Andrews, Michael Pittman. On the bench, we have Akers, Pickens, Tutu, and Najee. A very well-balanced team. I mean, really like the squad overall. We have the Lamar, Andrews stack, focusing on running back, wide receiver upside down there on the bench. Yeah, really strong team. Honestly, I don't think we look to do anything. I think that we just need Lamar and Andrews to be a little bit better going forward. Now, Mike says 12-team at BBR, 1 and 2. We got offered Jalen Hurts and Jalen Waddle for Olave and Kyron Williams. Current team is Lawrence, Diggs, Olave, Jacobs, Kyron, Ford, Andrews, Watson, Quentin Johnson, Mims, Pitts. Do we make this trade? Got offered Hurts and Waddle for Olave, Kyron. Waddle, Olave, similar tier. I think, yes, I would trade Kyron Williams for Jalen Hurts, especially on this roster where we pick up like Ford. And keep in mind, like, Kyron's a player we got off the waiver. I know he's crushing, but if we're going to get Jalen Hurts, give me the QB1. Let's do it. Roman says trade Ingram and Puka or Devonta Smith for Travis Kelce. Oh, hell yeah. I'd go Evan Ingram and Puka in a heartbeat for Kelce. Smith I would do as well, but I would way rather sell Puka than Smith. Aaron coming out says 3-0 in my 12-team BBR league. Got offered Raheem Mostert and Keenan Allen for Bijan and Michael Pittman. Are you doing it? Interesting deal. 3-0 team. I'm thinking long-term here. Long-term, Mostert probably winds down. Bijan probably ramps up. So I'm probably going to go Bijan and Pittman, even though obviously Mostert and Keenan have been skyrocketing. Now, 416 says, should we trade Diggs and Devon A-Chain for Jacobs and Amon-Ra St. Brown? I think we do it if we are currently desperate at running back, you're saying, and we are 0-3 and need points now and not thinking about long-term upside. Dave says, Lamb and Eckler for Chase and St. Brown. Very much up to your team, my friend. I think if you're going, I probably go Lamb and Eckler, but very much up to your team and settings. Colton says 10-team non-BBR double flex, and we're 3-0. We have Herbert, Pollard, Ramadre, Jacobs, Olave, DJ, Puka, Kelce. Keep team as is or strengthen what we have. Okay, very strong team. The only thing I would say is if you could sell like Puka and Ramadre to get a running back that you're pumped about even in a non-PPR format, I think that'd be interesting just because the only hesitation that I may have is with Ramadre Stevenson, I really do like the receiving role in a full PPR league. However, in a non-PPR league, it's harder to be as excited about him. Now, Green Blocker says, my quarterback was Mac Jones. I was panicked. I traded Mostert for Cousins. Am I a complete dummy? My other running backs are Bijan. Okay, my man. You know I appreciate you. I think we could have gotten a little bit more. I think that this probably helps you in terms of your raw points per game right now. If you're telling me that like we had no options on the waiver wire, then we probably had to do it. Now, the Fiji Pani, happy to see you. Yo, Mason, congrats on 200,000, brother. You deserve it for sure, man. No, thank you so much, my man. I really do appreciate it. Now, Barter says, Bijan gets Rookie of the Year, achieve 200K subs, pick one. JK, congrats, Mason. Well deserved. Really appreciate you, my man. Thank you. Chris says, congrats. Brees Hall's trade value in a 10 PPR format. I mean, we were beating the drum for selling Brees Hall for weeks now, but the issue is, I think it's almost the pendulum's gone to the other side where you're not going to get anything for Brees Hall. Like, you used to be able to get Gibbs, you used to be able to get ETN, you used to be able to get these exciting running backs, you used to be able to get Mixon, Ramondre. I mean, like what can I tell you? Like, can everybody please spam the chat? What is Brees Hall worth? What is he worth? I haven't seen anybody for about 2 weeks now wanting to go through and like even debating me. Cause like the first week we were saying to sell Brees Hall, you knew you could sell him because everybody was calling me an idiot for saying it. Now it's nothing. Yeah, bag of chips. Like, you're not getting anything, my man. It's too late. Now, Andrew says 10-team full BBR just traded Laporta, Thielen for Michael Pittman. I feel like we could have gotten a little bit more. We had Andrews. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I like having the Andrews-Lamar stack. Obviously, I mean, Laporta just came from nothing for us to get some nice value. I just right now seeing like people in the live chat. Seems like people are really excited about Laporta. Now, Ben says 12-team PPR format where we have Herbert, Diggs, Chase, Madison, Brian Robinson, Henry, Sutton. Worried about my running backs. What should we do? And then on the bench, we have Higbee, Hollywood, Gus, Hunt, Elijah Mitchell, and Antonio Gibson. Okay. I do not think you need to worry about your running backs. If we could upgrade over Madison, we will. The issue is this team doesn't really have the depth to get it done. I mean, when we're sitting with Hunter Henry in the starting lineup and Cortland Sutton at the flex spot, it's very difficult for me to go through and tell you to trade a wide receiver and go get that upgrade over Madison, right? I would like to upgrade over Madison. I'm worried about Madison as well. I just don't think we can on this team. Now, Mitchell says traded Myers, Nico, and Gainwell for Puka and Jerome Ford. Myers versus Puka, give me Puka. Nico Gainwell, give me Ford. This is one of the few deals. I'll say go trade for Puka and Ford. We already have Bijan, Pollard, Keenan, Addison. Yeah, great. I mean, I'm not necessarily going through and saying I'm in love with these players by any means, but this is about where they should be valued. I like the price. Miles says flex is Sanders trying to upgrade him and Atwell for who? Ooh. Go get someone like Pittman. I'd really like that because the thing is, if I'm looking at Tutu Atwell, I have no value with Tutu Atwell the rest of the season. Like when you get Cooper Kupp back in, I have no hope at all. Now, Clay says 10-team PBR, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. I'm 0-3 and lost week 2 by barely anything. And week 3, we lost weeks 2 and 3 by the combined 0.36 points. By a combined 0.36 points. You may be the unluckiest person I've ever seen, my man. We may have to ban you from the live. We can't get any of this juju going in this live stream. We have Jalen Hurts, Stevenson, Sanders, Devon Achane, Ford, Brian Robinson, Kelsey, A.J. Brown, Ayuk, Watson, Nico, London, Zay Jones. Any moves, and who are we starting? So we're going to be starting Jalen Hurts, Stevenson, Sanders, A.J. Brown, Ayuk, Achane, Brian Robinson. I honestly don't think you make any moves. I'm trying to come up with something for you here. The depth actually matters in this format where we have 2 flexes. We have the elite QB. We have the elite tight ends. I think we're going to be much, much better going forward. We have the Hurts, A.J. Brown stack. I love the construction of this team. We're not sitting here with a lot of long-term value. This could team, the football bounces one way or another. We could be 2-1 right now. I think you're going to be fine going forward, my man. Now, Uncle Dud says 3-0 in a 12-team PBR format. Pick my RB2, wide receiver 2 in a flex. We have Devon Achane, Javonte, Thielen, Hollywood, Dobbs, Michael Thomas, Herbert. The rest of the lineup is Allen, Walker, Jefferson, Andrews. Hashtag flock up. We be flocking. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So running back 2, we're going to be going with Devon Achane. Wide receiver 2, we're going to be going with Michael Thomas. Doesn't really matter because wide receiver, we're going to go Adam Thielen as well. So play both wide receivers and play Devon Achane at running back. Now, Ryan says 0-3, 12-team PBR format. Just traded Jefferson, Kittle, Mixon. Bad matchup / bye. Do not be worrying about bye weeks, especially on an 0-3 team. The last thing you're worried about is a bye. Please, please, please do not worry about that. For CMC, Ridley. Jefferson, CMC, about the same. Would I rather have Kittle and Mixon or Calvin Ridley? Team is Fields, Bijan, CMC, Ridley, Godwin, Tutu, Hawkinson. We have Love, Laporta, Nico on the bench. Is it a good trade? And any moves now? I think if we could have sold Laporta instead of Mixon or Kittle, it would have been a great deal. I mean, when we had 3 tight ends, you had to make a trade. And now you're going to look to go through and see if we can sell Sam Laporta and Tutu Atwell for a great wide receiver. Yeah, but please, everybody, and do not be worried about bye weeks right now, especially on 0-3 teams when you're making your trades. Not what we're prioritizing. Anthony says 12-team non-PBR, where we have Lawrence, Gibbs, Mixon, Kelsey, Tyreek, Ridley. The bench, we have Cook, Devonta Smith. Start 3 receivers and a tight end. Trade Cook, Ridley, Lawrence for Hurts and Algier. No, we're going to keep the package. So receivers, we're going to go Hill, Ridley, Smith, and tight ends, Kelsey? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, and then don't make that deal. I understand why you'd want to, but no, you're good. Now, Adi says, who do we start at running back 2 this week? Between Brees, Pacheco, Brian Robinson, Akers. We're going to go Brian Robinson even in a disgusting matchup. I'm loaded on receivers, and we have Pollard, only weak spots, running back 2. You'll be fine. We're going to go Brian Robinson. It's a tough matchup against the Eagles, though. Now, Justin says, Devon Achane and Bijan for Stevenson, Tankdale, Hollywood. Oh, Bijan Robinson by a mile. AR says, please advise 3-0, 12-team full PBR, where we have Lamar, Stafford, Hill, St. Brown, Judy, Nico, Hollywood, White, Montgomery, Herbert, Akers, Pirine, Hawkinson, Laporta. Who should we be putting on the trade block? 100% we are going to be putting Laporta on the trade block. I mean, you're going to be able to get a considerable amount of value for him right now. We're going to start Hawkinson every week regardless. I'd love to sell Laporta and Montgomery and get a long-term upgrade at running back in a full PBR format. Yoni says trade A.J. Brown, Brees Hall, and Antonio Gibson for Derrick Henry and Calvin Ridley. 1 second. Let me move this around. Yes, we do this. I don't even like Derrick Henry, but if that's Derrick Henry, you got to. Now, LOL out again says 10-team at PBR, normal redraft except an extra flex. We have Watson, Love, Saquon, Gibbs, Olave, Kupp, Pittman, Kelsey, Madison, Puka. And then on the bench, we have Godwin, London, Hunt, 3-0. Beautiful. We're a 3-0 roster that still has Kupp to come in the long term, still has Saquon to come back, still has Gibbs to expand his role. We have the elite level tight end, Kelsey. Phenomenal squad. The only thing is if we could sell Puka and Madison, get an elite level running back, get an elite level wide receiver for the flex. I think that makes so much sense in a 10-team league where you possibly have to be worried about Kupp for the long term and Puka and Akers in the long term for Madison. But let me go ahead and swing this back around, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have to refresh this page so we can keep bringing these up. And as we do this, of course, let me remind you, if you have not done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to get me breaking down your team in an in-depth podcast, way better than what I can do on this live stream, or if you want to get my rest of season fantasy football rankings, you can find that on flockfantasy.com. Promo code FLOCK. You're going to get 30% off any subscription. And with the Mother Flocker tier and promo code FLOCK, yours truly will break down your team in a in-depth podcast, ladies and gentlemen. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Elias says, essentially traded Jefferson and Cup for Eckler, Adams, Pierce. Non-PPR, not sure how to feel. Cup, Adams, give me Adams easily. Jefferson versus Eckler, Pierce, probably Jefferson. I'm okay with it because running back is going to be harder to come by in a non-PPR format. But also, I mean, what really provides Eckler that value, right, is his receiving usage. So he also gets a hit in a non-PPR league. Now, it's Switz coming out, says 8-team, 1 and 2, full PPR, where we have Lawrence, Eckler, Bijan, Lamb, Waddle, Laporta, Cook, Pickens, Richardson, Brees, Devon Achane, Watson, Johnston. I'm 1 and 2. Do we make trades or sit? I think we sit. I mean, the big issue with the team, right, is quarterback with Trevor Lawrence. But I mean, if we have Anthony Richardson coming back this week, and at the same time, I mean, we have Trevor Lawrence probably getting better going forward. I don't think we need to go through and make any dramatic changes. I think you're going to be fine. Now, Ryan says 10-team PPR, 1 and 2. We have Walker, Mixon, Kyron, Devon Achane, Calvin, Cup, Addison, Judy, Terry, Kelsey. Good offered Waddle for Kyron, Terry, or Walker. Oh, wait, what? Got offered Waddle for Kyron and Terry, or Kenneth Walker, Calvin Ridley for Jamar. I would rather have Waddle for Kyron and Terry if we were to make a move. I don't want to be trading away Jamar Chase in a 10-team league. Honestly, I don't know if we're in love with either deal, though. Now, Eric says 12-team PPR format, we're 2 and 1. We have Cousins, Mixon, Kamara, Jefferson, Waddle, Igby, Javante. On the bench, we have Hopkins, Kincaid, Roshan, Zay, Russ. Any moves that we should be looking to make? Great team now that we get Alvin Kamara back in. I think we're going to be chilling, to be honest. I mean, especially as we look down there on the bench, you have Kincaid expanding his role in the long term. Great team. Sit on your hands, wait for Kincaid to take over. Joey says Watson, Hopkins, or Gabe Davis this week. I go Gabe Davis, but I always worry telling people to start Gabe Davis because super wide range of outcomes where he can go out there and he can blow up in a shootout, or he could give you absolutely nothing. Now, Chris Pop says, have BBR flex Amari or Kamara this week. I can finesse Sanders, James Cook for ETN or Saquon. I would go for Saquon Barkley there, my man. And then between Amari or Kamara, probably go Amari just because we've seen the production and maybe we can wait a week till Kamara. They're damn close. If you ask me tomorrow, I could tell you Kamara. Arthur says, my man, 12-team, 1 flex. Gino, Bijan, Kamara, Gainwell, Hall, Hunt, Evans, Lamb, DK, Watson, Hollywood, Pitts, Pat Frymuth. How do we improve at quarterback? Can't really sell Brees Hall for anything anymore. I mean, now that we get Christian Watson back in, if you want to sell like Mike Evans and Geno Smith and go get someone like Lamar Jackson in a 4-point passing touchdown format, I'd love that. Max says Andrews for Mostert, Ayuk for Mostert and Ayuk. We're going to go with most likely Mostert and Ayuk, or Amari Kittle or Kamara Pitts. The best package here is going to be Amari Kittle. I don't know exactly what the question is, though. Ram says, Dak or Love this week? We have Lamb. Probably Love. Ginger coming out says, I have Ertz at tight end. Should we trade Tank Dell for Evan Ingram? Yes, I would. Justin says, Debo, Chase, Waddle, MT. Trade one for a running back. Trade Dell out of all those guys. I think you're going to get some hype for him. But Torrance says, sorry, is Mixon, Puka, and Swift Ridley. Mixon and Puka versus Swift and Ridley. Mixon, Swift, similar range. Puka, Ridley, definitely going to be Ridley. We'll go with the Ridley side. Rich says, I think it's a fair deal, though. Honestly, kind of up to you. Rich says, 10-team double flex, full BBR, made several trades. Traded Roshan for Dallas Goedert. Traded Brian Robinson, Jalen Warren for DeAndre Swift, Chris Godwin. And then traded Dallas Goedert, Joshua Palmer, Javante for Mark Andrews and Garrett Wilson. Okay. Great Goddard deal. Great Swift and Godwin deal. Great deals. Bam, bam, bam. I think you won all 3 trades, especially the end result. It must look great, my man. Lou says 12-team 3 wide receiver, PPR. Herbert, Ford, Jacobs, Pitts, Olave, Wilson, Hunter Henry, Tutu. On the bench, we have Gibson, Roshan, JSN, Parker, Mingo. How do we improve? Drop Parker, drop Mingo, pick up some running backs with upside down there on the bench. I mean, outside of that, I think that you're kind of chilling with the starting lineup. If we could sell Ford and get back a great piece, I would like it. Now, Lito says, how BBR format 3-0 double flex, where we have Hurts, Hill, Keenan, Ayuk, Judy, Dobbs, Tutu, and Njoku, Montgomery, Pirine. Got offered Saquon, Aaron Jones for Keenan and David Montgomery. Give me Saquon over Keenan, Montgomery versus Aaron Jones. Yeah, give me Aaron Jones, especially if we are going to be, you started Craig Reynolds. What are you doing, my man? Especially if we're going to be in a spot where we're 3-0. If we're 3-0, give me the long-term upside. Rise says, dude, I give up Chase and Kamara for Andrews, Puka, Mixon. Did I screw up the team? Kamara to Mixon, slight upgrade. Chase for Puka and Andrews, Chase by a mile. So I don't know how to say you screwed up the entire team, but when 100%, I think you made a bad deal. I'm sorry, my man. I think you made a bad deal. Rough Time says, rest of season, Dell, Nico, Addison. I'm going to rank them Addison way ahead of the other guys, then Dell, then Nico Collins. Now, Alamim says, love the vids, Mason, and congrats on 200K subs. Thank you, my man. Should I trade Cup and Ford for Ridley and Taylor? Thanks to Hookem. Hookem warrants, really fair deal. I think it is up to you in the overall timeline that we need this production. I think it's a fair deal. You can do that, my man. Ryan says, I'm so sorry. I really have to pee. I've been chugging water. I should not have. I thought we were going to be done with bathroom breaks. 1 second. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's find our next question. This one coming out from Ryan says, traded Connor and Swift for Pollard. Great deal, one flex league. But now we have Dak, CD, Diggs, Pollard, Ramondre Goddard. No, you're fine. I mean, you're making one big bet on the Cowboys offense. Going to raise your ceiling, going to lower your floor. Hopefully they stay healthy. Drew says, Fields or Love this week. We're going to be going with Love, but it's close. Justin says, trade Ramondre Puka for Bijan. Bijan by a mile. Colton says, 1 and 2, 12-team BBR format where we have Jalen Hurts, Rashad White, Brees, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kupp, Sutton, Nico, Roshan, Gainwell. We traded Puka and Frymuth for Mark Andrews. Great trade. And then honestly, no, we're going to be looking to hold on to Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's a very well-balanced team. It would be nice if we could get an upgrade over Brees Hall, but I don't know if we want to be selling St. Brown for it. Ryan says trade Richardson, Puka, Addison for Keenan Allen. I already have Josh Allen. I actually would do this. I know it sounds like we are giving up a ton here, but ultimately at the end of the day, I mean, with Keenan Allen, he's a borderline top 5 wide receiver rest of season with no Mike Williams. But let me go ahead and swing this back around and refresh. And as I do it, I'll remind you, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. But we got 200,000 of y'all subscribed, so I'm imagining that everybody has already hit that sub button. But our next question coming out from, I believe, John, who says, I got a 3-way trade offer. Ooh, we got to fix this. I don't know why it always does this on us. So John says, got a 3-way trade offer. I send Swift, Ford, Goddard. I received Lamar and Laporta. Do we take it? Laporta over Goddard, Swift, Ford versus Lamar. If you need a quarterback, get Lamar. Joseph says, Ridley, Pacheco, Flowers for Swift, Smith, Dobbs. Which side is better? Ridley, Smith, up to you. Probably give me Smith. Pacheco, Dobbs, who the hell cares? Flowers, Swift, give me DeAndre Swift. So we're going to go Swift and Devonta Smith, my friend. Swift and Smith. Colton says 8-team full BBR 0-3. We have Richardson, Jacobs, Gibbs, Chase, Lamb, Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Ayuk, Puka, Nico Collins, Adams, Devon A-Chain. Team is nasty. but want to make a move, you the man. Appreciate you, my friend. And 0-3. I mean, I think this team is a lot better than an 0-3 roster. I guess whenever we are, I mean, in an 8-team league, everybody's going to be great. I think ultimately the thing is, if we want to go through and take some of that future production, this is what we always talk about on 0-3 rosters, such as like Breece Hall, and send it with like Laporta and get an upgraded tight end right now. Go get Andrews. Let's do it. Like really just selling those guys that maybe have long-term upside, but not short-term production. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Rico says, 12-team, 1 flex, trade thoughts for a better receiver. We have Burrow, Bijan, Etienne, Wilson, Hollywood, Hunter Henry, Godwin, London, Dotson, Gainwell, Dobbs, and Jared Goff. No, we can't do anything. We have to wait till Burrow gets healthy. You're going to have to play the matchups with these wide receivers until Burrow gets healthy. Once he does, then at that point, maybe we can go through and make a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade at that wide receiver 2 spot with Goff. But in reality, we just don't have enough value to make that 2-for-1 deal to upgrade receiver now. We're just going to have to be good at playing those matchups. Emmanuel says, 0-3, we were offered Pittman for Kyron Williams. Give me Kyron Williams. We have Geno Smith, Henry, Mixon, Higgins, Puka, Kelsey. Flex is Kyron. I understand we get Kamara back in. Do not be worried about bye weeks. For the love of God, yeah, we're not worried about that. If you're 0-3, the last thing you need to be worried about is your bye weeks in week 7. I've been realistically speaking, if you wanted to trade a running back for a wide receiver, I'm fine doing so. But it's more like Kyron Williams and Puka and go get A.J. Brown. Go get Devontae Adams. Go get Keenan Allen. You're not doing it for Michael Pittman. I mean, Kyron Williams is a running back getting every single snap out of this backfield. Now, Boomer Nation coming out says 10-team, 1 PBR format, 2-1. We have Allen, Eckler, Mostert, A.J. Brown, Keenan, Ingram, Thielen, Rashad, Watson, Palmer, Kirk, and a couple flyers. Any moves that we should make? If that's Kirk Cousins, then let's take Kirk Cousins and go send him to the Joe Burrow team, Justin Fields team, and get an upgrade at tight ends. If not, if that's Christian Kirk, kind of chilling. Rocky says 12-team PBR format, traded Godwin, Roschon for Myers, Brian Robinson. Godwin to Myers, downgrade. Roschon to Brian Robinson, massive upgrade, like the move. Stevenson, Sutton for Ridley, Rashad. Great trade. Team is Lamar, Pollard, Kyron, Diggs, Ridley, Henry, Myers. I like the trade. I like the trade way to pick up running back depth there. Sam says, I got offered James Cook for Rashad White, Jahan Dotson. Really just going to be up to you. I mean, I think Rashad White, James Cook are about the same at this point. Miguel says, Puka, Daniel Jones for Jamar Chase. Are we selling high? Hell yes. Go get Jamar Chase in a heartbeat. James says 10-team PBR 1 flex. We have Hurts, Eckler, Walker, Sanders, Swift, CD, AJ Brown, Godwin, Lockett, Nico, Hunter Henry, Goddard. Any suggestions? Nothing for now. I just really want Dallas Goedert to start getting. Hopefully Dallas Goedert can start producing. Not only for your team, my man, but I've drafted him a ton, my man. I've drafted him a ton. Now, Jordan says 0-3, 10-team league where we have Jones, Richardson, Bijan, Walker, Gibbs, Ford, Hunt, Madison, Devon, A-Chain, Diggs, Ayuk, Judy, Deontay, Quentin Johnson, Waller. Waivers, we have Nico, MT, Elijah Moore, Palmer. Do we stay put or make some moves? So if Michael Thomas is on the waiver wire, cut Deontay Johnson, cut Quentin Johnson. Go get someone like Michael Thomas. It's an 0-3 team where we need to be thinking about production for right this second. And then, I mean, if you don't want to cut those guys, we can go Deontay and Alexander Madison and go get an upgrade at running back. That's going to be a no-brainer. Obviously, 2-for-1 deals will be advantageous if we have guys like this down there on the bench. But yeah, I would love to go pick up Michael Thomas on a team like this. Adam says Mahomes, Mostert, Walker, Hill, Puka, Goddard, Swift, Jacobs, Ford, Devon, A-Chain, Gibbs, Ayuk, Hopkins. Championship material 1 and 2 so far. We have a lot of depth. I would love to send, like, say, Puka and Jerome Ford to go get a stud running back or a stud receiver. If we can go like Puka and Jerome Ford and go get someone like Travis Etienne, I would really like that. Now, Damian coming out says 1 and 2, 12-team PPR, where we have Lawrence, Diggs, Olave, Eckler, Gibbs, Ferguson, Moss, Puka, JT on the bench, except a trade for CMC and Laporta for JT, Olave, Gibbs. Here's what we do. If we can say sell JT and Olave for CMC, yes, we do it. JT and Gibbs for CMC, yes, we do it. JT, Olave, and Gibbs, probably not. I don't know if we can send all three, my friend. But let me see if we can pull up our next question on this side of the screen. We'll see. Now, Aaron coming out says 12-team app PBR, where we have Lamb, Amon-Ra, Ridley, Puka, MT, Sutton, Mixon, James Cook, Alexander Madison. Week 4, remove 3. And should we make any trades? Think the team's good? The team's great. It's going to be hard to remove players. I think we go no Madison with Akers coming back in. We go no Sutton. That's relatively easily. And we're going to have to go no Michael Thomas as well. Even though I do like Michael Thomas, he's been pretty damn good. Johnny says, who should we start week 4? Godwin, Mims, or Watson if he's clear? We're going to go Godwin, like Watson long-term, but don't know if we want to roll the dice right away. Sam says, PBR, rate the team. We have Richardson, Pollard, Jones, Chase, Allen, Hawkinson. The flex, we have Olave, James Cook. On the bench, we have Godwin, Addison, Montgomery, Nico, Roshan, and Deshaun Watson. Great team. I think this is a team where I do really like Anthony Richardson. If we can take a wide receiver and send him with Anthony Richardson, like, say, Jordan Addison, David Montgomery, and go get like a top 3 QB, I would love it. Aaron says Lamar and AJ for Geno, Pittman, and Hopkins. I'd be getting the AJ side. I'd easily rather have Lamar and AJ there. Graydon says, congrats on 200K. Thank you, my man. 3-0 10-team league. Trade Higgins, Gibbs, Judy for Olave and Ramadre. Olave over Higgins relatively easily. Ramadre, Gibbs, kind of the same. I'm 3-0. We're going long-term. Yeah, I think we will say sell Jerry Judy to go get the Olave side. I think that does make sense, my friend. But rock out, long time. Remember the flex says, my bad team is Burrow, Love, Purdy. Can't have this many QBs. Bijan, Walker, Charbonnet, Javonte McKinnon, Roshan, St. Brown, Olave, Ayuk, McLaurin, Dobbs. Tight end is Ferguson. Pick your favorite between Burrow and Purdy. I'm sorry, Love and Purdy, and cut the other. Definitely keeping Burrow for the long-term upside. In terms of trades, I don't necessarily see one. I think we just want to be going through and dropping, like, say, Brock Purdy and picking up another tight end where we don't know if we can start Ferguson every week. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Riley, who says, one flex, Thielen, Sutton, or Michael Thomas. We're going to go Michael Thomas. Also, no one will bite on Mostert. What do? We have Jacobs, Madison. I would way rather trade Madison than Mostert, if I'm going to be honest with you. And we have Allen Jefferson, a wide receiver. That's great. But, yeah, I mean, with Mostert, I think he could still be effective with how good this offense is. I mean, Alexander Madison, if Akers takes a role, I'm going to be really worried. Now, C-Money says, do we trade Bijan, Pollard, and Amari for Tyreek and DeAndre Swift? So Bijan to Tyreek, upgrade. Amari to DeAndre Swift. I think you can do this if you wanted to. You can. And I love Bijan. Ryan says AJ Jacobs for Bijan. We're 0-3. We have CMC, Devon A-Chain. 0-3 roster. I don't know if that's where we're going to be trading for a rookie running back. I'd say probably not. Salty Pug says, desperate for running back. Would you trade Diggs for Evans and Dameon Pierce? No. Please do not do this, my friend. Stephon Diggs, completely different class of receiver than Evans. Kevin says, trade Rachaad White and Hollywood for Kenneth Walker. Is this a good move? Phenomenal trade. Oh, a player like Hollywood Brown not really move the needle for you one way or another. Eric says, Javonte or Hopkins at the flex. We're going to go Javonte even if we hate it. Mike says, start 2, Connor, Gibbs, Breece Hall, Rachaad White. We're going to go with Gibbs and Rachaad White. James Conner going up against the 49ers this week. And then Yeet of 78 says, traded CMC and Olave for Diggs and Waddle. We needed receivers, but we still have Pollard and Swift. What do you think? CMC to Diggs, downgrade. Olave to Waddle, downgrade. I do not like it. I love the team if we still have Pollard and Swift, but fundamentally, you overpaid. You should have had way more for Christian McCaffrey. I'm very sorry to say it, my man, but I don't want to lie to you. YNG says we have Hurts, St. Brown, Waddle, CMC, Stevenson, Laporta, Gabe Davis at the flex. We're 0-3 any ways to improve the team. I mean, we have these guys that are going to produce right now. If you could sell like Sam Laporta, a small bench piece, and go out there and get like Mark Andrews, I mean, maybe we're selling the long-term upside with the rookie tight end, but if we're getting the short-term production, that's what we're really looking for on an 0-3 team. Nick says, 10-team BBR format, 1 flex, 3-0. We have Mahomes, Bijan, Walker, Montgomery, Charbonnet, Algier, St. Brown, Debo, Pickens, Flowers, Dell, Marvin Mims, Laporta. Any moves? Full BBR format, I think in Montgomery's RB3. I'd like to go through and sell Montgomery if we can. If you can send Montgomery and Dell and go get a long-term running back upgrade, I think that'd be advantageous. I really don't like Montgomery in a full PPR format. Chief Reaver says Roshan Hopkins or Michael Thomas for the flex. We're going to go with Michael Thomas. Morph says, oh, I'm super sorry, my friend. I do not remember answering your question. Let me go through and find that for you real quick. My friend, I didn't get the question. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at all our history. Maybe we have one more. Oh, this was a long time ago. That's why we don't remember. I actually think we went through this, but I know you're out here with us all the time, my man. I'd be happy to go ahead and answer it again for you. Saying 2-1, 12-team PBR, double flex. We have Burrow, Bijan, Swift, Moss, Pittman, Flowers, Godwin, Andrews. On the bench, we have Purdy, Wilson, Gainwell, Quentin Johnson, Ertz, Algier, Fournette. Feel like we need a stud wide receiver. Any moves? I mean, what we were talking about is since this is a double flex format, I mean, I don't necessarily think that we need to go out there and make that deal. And I actually don't think we make a trade because fundamentally, if you're looking at this team, the best bench option that we have is Garrett Wilson. After that, it's Tyler Algier. So it's a double flex 12-team format where we don't have a ton of depth. So I think we're actually going to be sitting on our hands, and I think we're in a good spot. And you can play some of those wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 options, and they'll move the needle in that format in particular. But yeah, I'm sorry we actually did answer that, but it was so damn long ago. I appreciate you, my man. Vincent says, I admire all your work. We win together. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in the stream. And Jeremy says, should we trade Olave for Cooper Kupp? If you were 3-0 and you're just going long-term upside and you feel confident, sure, you can do it. I have Olave ranked higher in my rest of season rankings. Now, GFN says, trade away Kelsey and Rashad White for Devontae Adams, where we have Sam Laporta. Hell to the no. No. If you want to trade Kelsey for Adams, straight up, you do it. You don't add Rashad White. Connor says, trade A.J. Brown for Brian Robinson and Olave. We need running backs badly. Oh, you do need running backs badly, my man. I would be fine if you wanted to go through and make that deal. And thank you so much. Tim says, full BBR, Brian Robinson and Devon A-Chain, starting alongside Tua and Tyreek. We're going to go Brian Robinson. Really tough spot with Devon A-Chain going up against Buffalo. Brian Robinson has a tough spot as well, but at least we know what the volume's going to be like. It's hard to tell someone to bench Devon A-Chain. It's close, but I don't know. Kyler says we have Herbert, Hill, Etienne, Kamara, Hockenson, Flowers, Herbert, Roshan, Sutton, Goff. Ideally want to trade Goff. What moves should we make? I think we could go through it. And honestly, I think you could take Goff and maybe package him with like Roshan Johnson or package him with Khalil Herbert or Zay Flowers. Just one of these depth pieces to get a marginal upgrade for someone in the flex. But we're going to be attacking the team that has Joe Burrow, the team that has Justin Fields, the team that has Deshaun Watson. That really needs a QB. Ryan says, 0-3, my Bijan for AJ Jacobs or Jahmyr Gibbs. I think, yeah, we can go AJ Jacobs if we're 0-3. I mean, 0-3, can't really be thinking long-term here. Got to be thinking right now. Chinny says, Kupp or Madre for my James Cook and Olave. Super fair deal and up to you and your record, my man. John says, 12-team BBR offered Ridley for Mike Kamara, but worried about the depth with the team. We have Lawrence, Mixon, Javonte, Warren, Reek, Olave, Brandon Cooks, Dobbs, JSN, Andrews, Tank Dell. What are your thoughts? I should not have drank that much water. I'm going to be peeing all night. Oh my gosh, you idiot. So beyond that, we would have what? Mixon, Javonte, Warren. If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, it's up to you. If it is a league where you can start 4 or more wide receivers, you need to take Ridley. Roberto says 3-0. We have Richardson, Walker, Kamara, Lamb, Ayuk, Pittman, Hockenson, Aaron Jones. We have Andrews, you got to trade Andrews, my man. Phenomenal team. I mean, if we can take Andrews and Pittman and go get a true elite level receiver, we do it. I mean, you can't be benching someone like Mark Andrews. I mean, obviously you have to have him on your bench because we have Hawkinson though, but we got to trade him, get some value. K. Collins says full BBR 2-1. We have Cousins, St. Brown, Olave, Bijan, Eckler, Laporta, Frymuth, Kyron. On the bench, we have JT, Montgomery, Fields, Brees, Watson, Lockett. Rate the team and how can we improve? I actually don't do anything with this team. I think patience is going to be the key with this team because we are 2-1, so we can afford to think long-term. We have the long-term pieces of JT and Brees Hall. Phenomenal team. Great team. If we could sell David Montgomery and Lockett, go get an upgrade at RB, then sure we do it, but we're chilling. CDL says trade Jacobs and Hawkinson for Swift and Pittman. No, easily Jacobs and Hawkinson. Easily Jacobs and Hawkinson. Connor says 3-0, 10-team non-PBR, where we have Lamar, Ridley, Pickens, Lockett, CMC, Jacobs, Walker, in the waiver tight ends, Charbonnet, Khalil Herbert, JSN, Lawrence off the bench. Offered A.J. Brown for Kenneth Walker. I would do this in a full PBR format, non-PBR league. Running back value is crazy. You keep Kenneth Walker. Non-PBR format, I think we go Walker. J Baby says have Cook, Henry, Pierce, Brees. Should we trade any? You're not going to get anything for Pierce, not going to get anything for Brees. You can trade Derrick Henry for ETN, I would. Miles says Flex Myers, trying to upgrade. Him and Tutu for who? If you go get T. Higgins long-term, I would really like that. Mr. Macro says 12-team half BBR format with 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex, and a tight end. We have Burrow, Javonte, Ramondre, Brandon Ayuk, Chase, Musgrave, and then on the bench we have Tank, Romeo Dobbs, Jerome Ford, Roschon, Pierce, Gabe Davis, and Ferguson. Appreciate you, my man. I think our 2 tight ends are going to be Jerome Ford. I will be a little bit nervous about the role that you're going to be getting from Kareem Hunt. And I actually may go Dameon Pierce over Jake Ferguson. I mean, with Dameon Pierce, they did decide to split the backfield 2 ways rather than 3 ways this past week. Okay. And now that never mind. Let me text the girlfriend real quick. It looks like I'm not going to be able to call her after this live stream. Okay, so Sop Napkin says 12-team map BBR start 2. Palmer, Myers, Dell, and Hopkins. We're going to go Dell and Myers, my man. Dell and Myers. Lil Isaiah says, would you trade Cup for Eckler? Yes, I would. I would, my man. Rigo says, do we trade away Watson and Ford for Jalen Hurts? Hell yes, go get Hurts. Logan says, Eckler or Mike Evans and Joe Mixon. If it is a 1 flex format, I'd probably rather have Austin Eckler if it's a 1 flex league. Robles says 1 running back, 1 flex. We have Stevenson, James Cook, Madison, Moore, and Puka. Okay. We're going to go Stevenson and James Cook. Actually, no. We're going to go James Cook and Puka. I just really don't want to be playing Alexander Madison until we see what the role is going to look like with Cam Akers. But Greg coming out says, congrats on 200K. Thank you, my man. Here are some of your deep waiver wire long-term pickups. Thoughts on Keaton Mitchell as a selection? I am not going to lie to you, my man. I do not even know who the hell Keaton Mitchell is. And I generally pride myself on knowing pretty much any player coming into the league just because we have Keaton Mitchell. Okay, Baltimore Ravens. This is why we don't know him. He was undrafted. I was going to say, we know everybody that was drafted from our dynasty experience, but no interest at all. He's an undrafted running back that weighs 179 pounds. You do not want Keaton Mitchell. I don't even care about him in dynasty. If we're going like, I'm trying to think, if I'm trying to match you going super deep like that, let me go ahead and see if we can think of something. Pulling up just a list of NFL teams. So if team sparks, Keontae Ingram, I think would be interesting. If you're looking at Keontae Ingram, I mean, he is the clear RB2 behind James Conner right now. If anything happens to Conner, he is the guy stepping in. Two of these nuts says, sit one. Pretty funny name, not going to lie. A lot of these names I think are a little lame. This one's kind of funny. Sit one, full BBR, Ramadre Kamara, Kirk, and Puka. Appreciate you, my man. We are going to sit Christian Kirk, even if you have... Yeah, even if you have no Zay Jones. That's a pretty funny name. Maybe I'm just getting delirious. Usually, like, a lot of, like, the just dumb, like, fantasy football pun names. I'm like, come on, guys, are we really doing this? Oh, this one's good. This one's good. Okay, let me stretch out. I'm so tired. Okay. You can do this, Mason. You can get through this. We've only been live for 5.5 hours. Only have live stream for 152 days in a row. This is nothing. Nothing. Jonathan says, 1 QB league, Devon A-Chain and an early second or the early first. Oh, definitely the early first. If you're confident it's an early 2024 first, give me the early 2024 first. Heisenberg says, 0-3, 12-team BBR format. Should I trade Waller for Jerome Ford? The flex for me is Terrier Pierce. I would say if you have Laporta, then sure, you can do it. But I'm not looking to trade Waller right now. I was looking to trade Waller coming into the season. I thought the hype was a little out of control. But I do think that Waller and this offense will be better going forward than what they have been, my friend. I think that they will improve, to be honest with you. Now, Connor says, how come you don't post YouTube shorts? I think BDG use Opus clips, but not enough fantasy YouTube channels are making shorts. Streams are too long. Couple different business decisions. Shorts are good for discovery. They're not good for actual business decisions. And we are going through and trying to have as much revenue as we can at flockfantasy.com because we are hiring like crazy right now, trying to make flockfantasy.com the best site on the planet. So, I mean, we put out some stuff on TikTok. Ultimately, who has grown more in fantasy football than us? Nobody. I think the live streams are working. Shorts are so much easier to do. Live streams are so much harder. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do the work. I'm going to get it done. I'm going to get it done. Like, can y'all let me know in this live stream right now, what would y'all rather see? Would you rather see more YouTube shorts from me or me live stream 5 to 6 hours a day? Like, please let me know in the live chat what you'd rather have. Because ultimately, I'm trying to go through and I'm trying to do what y'all want, you know. We got streams. Yeah. So it's a lot harder. I will definitely say that. It'd be a lot easier if we just did YouTube shorts, but Alex says 1 and 2, 10-team BBR, 1 flex. Team is Fields, Jacobs, Mixon, Hill, Waddle, Kittle, Aaron Jones, and then on the bench we have JT, London, Lockett, Ayuk. What moves should we make? If we could make a 2-for-1 deal and upgrade literally anywhere and bring up another quarterback off the waiver wire to play over Justin Fields, I would. But ultimately, I think we're just going to be sitting on our hands until we get Jonathan Taylor back in. When we get Taylor back in, we'll feel comfortable. VSAT coming out says currently 1 and 2 in a 10-team full BBR format. We have Allen, Chase, Wilson, Lockett, Dell, Johnston, JT, Hall, Gibbs, Kyron. Very competitive league, so trading is dry. I do have the least points for. Thank you, my man. No, appreciate you. I'm surprised we have the least points for. I mean, Allen crushing it. Top 3 quarterback rest of season. I guess actually, no, it makes sense. I'm an idiot. We drafted Garrett Wilson. We drafted Breece Hall. Both these guys get crushed in a massive way. I think this is going to be a team that you are super fortunate to be 1 and 2, if I'm going to be honest with you. You had the Burrow injury that you're dealing with for Jamar Chase. You had Aaron Rodgers going down for these Jets guys. We have JT that's not coming back till next week. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a rookie that's going to continue to expand his role. I think that you have done a great job so far of going through and staying in the game by hitting on a waiver wire pickup like Kyron Williams. Really, it's just sending up a prayer to see if we get this team going out there and trading for like, I mean, if we get the Jets, say, trading for like Kirk Cousins. And then also the same time, I mean, we're really just waiting until we get JT back in. But our next question coming out from Christopher says, big fan, let's go flock, 10-team half PBR format. Who do I start this week? Running backs and wide receivers. Running back, we have CMC Stevenson, Alvin Kamara, Devon Achane. Wide receiver, we have Adams, Amari, Ayuk, and Evans. Okay. Appreciate you, my friend. Running back, we are going to be going CMC, and I may go Kamara over Ramondre Stevenson. If you look at my rankings right now, these guys are damn close. We have Kamara at 17. We have Ramondre at 19. I guess we'll go Kamara because Ramondre has the tough matchup going up against Dallas. Wide receiver, we're going to go Adams and Amari for the time being. However, if you were to have no Deebo Samuel in this game, then we would pivot off Amari for Brandon Ayuk. And then for the flex spot, we are going to be going with your call between the leftover running back and Ramondre Stevenson or the leftover wide receiver between Amari and Brandon Ayuk. I don't think we play Evans in the tough matchup going up against the Saints, though. Connor says, would you trade Stevenson, Sanders, DJ for Bijan and DK Metcalf? DJ Moore to DK Metcalf, upgrade. Stevenson, Sanders for Bijan Robinson, massive upgrade. Yes, we do it. Dude Jazzy Jeff says, 2-1, 10-team at BBR format, where we have Hurts, Keenan, Debo, CMC, Jacobs, Goddard, Ridley, Javonte, Addison, Mostert, Tutu, Jeff Wilson. Any moves, drop Tutu for Elijah Moore. I wouldn't drop Tutu for Elijah Moore. I think long-term possibly. I honestly think it's a very well-balanced team. We sit on our hands. I'd say maybe upgrade over tight ends over Dallas Goedert. But if we have Jalen Hurts, I think we're fine waiting. Hopefully Goddard gets better. Tommy says 10-team PBR, 1 and 2. Love Bijan Pollard, Higgins, Puka, Andrews, Kyron. On the bench, we have DJ Moore, Miles Sanders, Addison, Zay, Tutu, Devon Achane. Lover Lawrence, this was the first place I was going to, my man. I was going to say, I think we do give Lawrence one more week. I think you start Lawrence over Love. So Trey I on Devon Achane for a receiver and any other ideas. I mean, if you're looking at the depth that you have on this team, I would say generally what we would be looking to do is take Puka in one of those pieces down on the bench, like Miles Sanders, Jordan Addison, or Tutu Atwell, and go get a stud long-term wide receiver. But to be honest with you, you're so damn good with this squad in terms of the depth and the lineup at the top that I wouldn't want to trade a player with a very high ceiling for a player with a very high floor. So I probably would look to actually keep Devon Achane on this team. Logan says, Godwin, Rashad White, or Garrett Wilson. Godwin and Rashad White or Garrett Wilson. I'd way rather have Godwin and Rashad White in 2023. Robert says, full BBR 10-team league, 2-1 record. I traded Diggs, Breece Hall, and Brian Robinson for Kupp, Jacobs, and James Cook. What are your thoughts? Diggs to Kupp, downgrade. Breece to Jacobs, massive upgrade. Brian Robinson to James Cook, upgrade. 2-1, I'm fine if you want to do it, if you are a believer in Kupp in the long term. Brandon says, 5-1 against the median. 10-team double flex, full BBR. We have Herbert, Swift, Akers, Mitchell, Charbonnet, JT, Jefferson. 5-1 here with JT is phenomenal. Amon-Ra, Puka, Metcalf, Pickens, Kirk, Freiermuth, Laporta. Need a running back, Puka and Laporta for James Cook. No, not if Freiermuth is the guy. If we can go Puka and Freiermuth and James Cook, let's do it. I think also you could look at, say, Puka and Cam Akers to get that deal done as well. I think Laporta, Puka, you can get a little bit of a better running back. Like the idea, though. AG says, would you trade Stevenson and Puka for Josh Jacobs? No, I think you can get more. Tupac, how good to see you, my friend. Says, congrats on 200K. 12-team PBR, 1 flex, 2-1. Trade James Cook and Cortland Sutton for Josh Jacobs and Brandon Ayuk. Was this a good move? Jacobs over James Cook and Brandon Ayuk over Sutton. Yes, I like that. That's the price we want Jacobs on. Chaser Man says, PBR, 6-point touchdown, start 1. Ayuk, Mostert, and Kyron Williams. I probably go Kyron Williams just because we don't know exactly what the split's going to be with Mostert in Miami with Devon Achane. Juan says, Dynasty Superflex, trade Higgins and Mixon for A.J. Brown. Very dependent on your overall roster. I still stand by the fact that I think Mixon is a super exciting player in Dynasty. Keep in mind, Mixon is, I believe, 2 years younger than A.J. Brown as well. That boy OD says, start 1 this week, Breece, Khalil, Dowdle. We're definitely going to go Breece here, my man. We're going to go Brees, send up a prayer. Salty Bug says, keep Garrett Wilson or sell, sell, sell. The time to sell, sell, sell was last week, 2 weeks ago. If you still can, we would sell. D-Brob says, how valuable is Jacobs rest of season? I have Jacobs ranked as a low-end RB1 rest of season. Tua coming out says, thanks. Tua is my quarterback, Waller or Hunter Renfrow. Appreciate you, my man. We're going to go Waller over Henry. Ben says, Allen, Derrick Henry, Jacobs, A.J. Brown, Waddle, Kelsey, Connor. On the bench, we have Tua, Aaron Jones, Higgins, Lockett, Michael Thomas. Which quarterback do we start in a one quarterback format this Sunday? I think you're in a great spot, my man. I will go ahead. We will take Josh Allen over Tua. You actually have the Bills favored by 3 points, but honestly, I'm more so doing it for the rushing upside that Allen gives you that Tua doesn't. And great team top to bottom. I'll also start Aaron Jones over James Conner, given the fact that Conner's going up against the 49ers, but don't put Aaron Jones in the flex, move him to running back 2 and move Josh Jacobs down to your flex just because Aaron Jones does play on Thursday night. Okay. But now our next question coming out from, I believe, Augustine says, Garrett Wilson for DeAndre Hopkins. I'd rather have Garrett Wilson. I think Wilson has more upside. Chinaman says, hello, Mason. 3-0, 10-team BBR, where we have Allen, Walker, James Cook, CeeDee Lamb, Ridley, Kelsey, Puka. And then on the bench, we have Odell, Gus Bus, Pickens, Hunt, Laporta. Any ideas on what we should do? If we have Laporta and Kelsey, we need to go send Puka and Laporta and get the best wide receiver we can in return. Go get back A.J. Brown. Go get back Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would love to make a swing like that. Great team. Wilcox coming out says 2-1, 10-team PPR format. Quarterback, we have Allen. Running back, we have Gibbs, Etienne, Brian Robinson, Javonte. Wide receiver, we have Hill, Watson, JSN. Tight end, we have Waller, Kincaid. What are your thoughts? Also, should we trade Etienne and Christian Watson for JT and A.J. Brown? 2-1 team, great team, and I actually think this is a move that we look to do. ETN, AJ Brown upgrade, Christian Watson, JT upgrade. We're going long-term, 2-1 roster. Love to see it. James says 12-team PBR redraft. Traded Henry, Puka for ETN and Elijah Moore. Henry to ETN, upgrade. Puka to Elijah Moore, downgrade. We have Lawrence, Ridley, Amon-Ra. Okay, so with this team, my man, great squad, great spot to be in. But one thing and one thing only has to happen. Trevor Lawrence has to be good. If Trevor Lawrence is a great quarterback, this is a great team. If Trevor Lawrence continues to perform the way he has been, then we're probably not in a super exciting place. Kevin says, congrats on the 200K subs. You deserve it. Thank you, my man. Wilcox says, okay, yeah, honestly, that's the format we were assuming it was. Connor says, would you pick up Dak or Stroud or Stroud again over Fields? I would still start Fields over these guys this week. Tyler says, would you trade Eckler, Goddard, Lockett? I mean, Fields going up against Denver. This is his last week, the last chance he gets. Would you trade Eckler, Goddard, Lockett for Gibbs, Laporta, DJ Moore? Goddard, Laporta, upgrade. Lockett, DJ Moore, downgrade. Eckler, Gibbs, massive downgrade. I'd go Eckler. Mr. Macro says, live streams, brother. Keep up the good work. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. Isaiah says, who should we start this week in an 8-team, 1-flex league where we have Mixon, Henry, Olave, Ridley, Walker, Gibbs, Pittman, and Kyron Williams? Okay. Running back, we're going to be going with Mixon, Walker. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Olave, Ridley. And then the flex, we will go Derrick Henry, my man. A little bit worried about Derrick Henry, though. Now, Curiosity coming out says 2-1, 10-team PBR, where we have Brees, Javonte, Warren, Charbonnet, Diggs, Waddle, Flowers, Watson, JSN, Quentin Johnston. And then we have Dodson, Tutu, Deontay, Evan Ingram, Goddard was offered Kyron for my Watson. I would go ahead and I would sell Watson for Kyron Williams. And I love Watson as well. Like, Christian Watson is someone that I am very excited about. But Kyron Williams fundamentally is a running back that's playing 100% of his snaps at the moment. Liam says 10-team PBR, would you trade Lawrence, Pollard, Madison, Devon Achane, and Michael Pittman for Allen, Mixon, Aaron Jones? We have Chase, Waddle, Amari, Kyron, and Brian Robinson. So let's break it down. Best piece on your side is Pollard. Best piece on the other side is Allen. Easily give me Pollard. Second best piece on this side will most likely be Pittman. Second best piece on the other side, Aaron Jones. Give me Aaron Jones. Then would I rather have Lawrence, Madison, and Devon Achane versus Joe Mixon? Kind of call it a wash. I think it's an interesting trade. I think it's close enough where I can say, you know what? If we could keep maybe like Devon Achane, or maybe like keep Alexander Madison, or keep Michael Pittman, keep one of the pieces, then we could strongly consider it. But I feel like maybe we're just giving up a little bit too much here. Greg says, any new strategies to try to trade for top talent? Teams that are decimated by injuries still won't make 2-for-1 deals. Trying to ask some new questions. Okay. If you are going to trade for top end talent, you are going to have to do it when it's distressed. So an example of this is if you want to go through and get that, say, round one asset that is an elite level talent across the board. How do we do that? The only real possibility, the only way you can, assuming you're not making a 2-for-1 deal, is taking a guy that maybe has a pretty big red flag currently on his profile, is going through and getting someone like Jamar Chase last week, right? Where you really don't know what's happening with Burrow, where, I mean, and same thing with A.J. Brown. Like, A.J. Brown and Jamar Chase were both on our buy low video last week, just because fundamentally you had a chance to go through and trade them, obviously trade for them, obviously couldn't do it in every single league. But really, whenever you get that little window open where we can trade for an elite level player, you have to jump at it. And you fundamentally have to take some risk on if you are going to be getting in elite level asset. Like, you're never going to be able to go through and just trade Kyron Williams for Christian McCaffrey, you know? Now, our next question coming out from Pistol Peter says, 12-team PBR, 1 and 2, we need some help. We have Lawrence, CMC, Mostert, Higgins, Smith, Ingram, Lockett, the Dallas defense, Moody. On the bench, we have Love, Madison, Dobbs, Chark, Elijah Mitchell, Joshua Kelly. Go Pokes, we'll miss our games. Sorry, I may not know who the Pokes are. Who are the Pokes? But nonetheless, my man, great running back room, wide receivers with upside, rostering 2 quarterbacks where it makes sense. We don't have that much depth. Roster construction, I think, is great. And to be honest with you, I hate to give you this answer because it's a crap answer. I think we sit on our hands. I think that we are just going to be chilling as is. I think you're in a really good spot as is, my man. Trammy says, 10-team BBR, we have Hurts, Walker, Zach Moss, T. Higgins, Amari, Mark Andrews, Michael Pittman Jr., Barkley, Odell, Hunt, Laporta, Thielen. Can you help out? I'm 1 and 2. The flock. Appreciate you, my man. The dog just came in here. God, she's so cute. You've heard me say a million times, so we can sell Puka. I will. What does the running back depth look like? Again, we actually may need Zach Moss to fill in for Barkley in the short term. I don't think we do anything. I don't like giving the same recommendation over and over again, but it's probably the one that we need to. If you could go through and if you could sell, say, Puka and Sam Laporta on a team that has Mark Andrews and go get a stud wide receiver, that's what we're looking to do. I think it is a great team, my man. I don't think you really have to do much, though. Okay. Evan says, got off for DK for Zach Moss. Fair deal if we have the running back production right now. I'm going to have to close the door. Give me a second. It's okay. I know you can stay here. You can stay here. I know you're a good girl. You are a good girl, aren't you? I know. I know. We've been live streaming for way too long. I know. We've been live for way too long. The dog just needs... I know you need attention. Zachary coming out saying, 10-team full BBR format. What do we get? We have Lamar, Javonte, Bijan, Stephon Diggs, Chris Olave, Mark Andrews, Jalen Waddle, Jerome Ford, where we had Chubb. We also have Tank Dell, George Pickens, Gainwell, and Scary Terry. So if we have the wide receivers at the very top end, my man, I mean, I actually had George Pickens as a buy low wide receiver after week 1. But I think if we can take one of these depth wide receivers like George Pickens and package him with Javonte Williams to go get a long-term upgrade at running back, I think we'd look to do that. But great team considering we lost Chubb. Nick says, PBR just sent Javonte, Jacoby Myers for Christian Watson. What are your thoughts? I like the upside shot. I'm excited to see what we have tomorrow. Quinn says, trade Henry for Mixon, James Cook, and Zay Flowers. I would trade Henry for Mixon and Zay Flowers if you were panicking on Derrick Henry. Nicholas says, save me. We lost Chubb. We have Anthony Richardson, Lawrence, Gibbs, Warren, Charbonnet, JT. Oh, we need JT back ASAP. Judy, Wilson, Addison. So we don't have a lot of wide receiver depth here either. I think really the main thing that we're going to look to do is we're going to look to cut Ertz and then just go pick up as many running backs we can off the waiver wire. We're going to be starting Anthony Richardson over Lawrence. Running back, we're going to be starting Gibbs. Warren, wide receiver, we're going to be going with Addison and Judy. And then for the flex, I think we're going to be going with Garrett Wilson, my friend. GDF says 12-team PPR, 4-player keeper. Should we trade Kupp and Taylor? 2-1? No, you're good. Hold them. If you're 0-3, then probably yes. Mike says full PPR double flex. We have Lawrence, Kamara, Javonte, Ford, Moss, Hill, Diggs, Ridley. 0-3, what move should we make? Will really help getting Kamara back in. If we don't really need Moss's production right now, it'd be really nice if we could sell Moss and Hunter Henry and go get a tight end like, say, George Kittle. That'd be really exciting. I mean, you don't know if Moss has any long-term value, and we're not even starting him right now. Now, Ty says 12-team full BBR, 1 flex. We're 2-1. We have Herbert, Pollard, Purdy, Stevenson, Pierce, Roschon, Wilson, JT, AJ, Puka, Thielen, MT, Quentin Johnson, Ferguson, Zach Ertz. Was offered trades by 2 teams. I declined Mixon for AJ and Olave for Pollard. Any ideas? Mixon for AJ, Olave for Pollard. I'd rather have Pollard and AJ there. I don't know what side we had, but we had Pollard and AJ. Great team. I think that maybe if you wanted to pivot off Justin Herbert, now that you have no Mike Williams, you can if you really wanted to. If you wanted to go like, say, Justin Herbert, hypothetical here, obviously, just you can change the names around. But if you want to go like Herbert and Puka and go get back like Chris Olave and Anthony Richardson, we could do that if you really wanted to. But it's a great team, and I think you were right to decline those trades. Now, Dodd says, should I trade Moss, Montgomery, Elijah for Alvin Kamara? Full BBR format, that's a shallow league, then yes. Connor says CMC, Higgins, Godwin, or Kelsey, Sanders, ETN. CMC over Kelsey, ETN over Godwin, Sanders. I think it's a very fair deal. Very fair deal up to you. I was ready to tell you, CMC easily, but honestly, I think it's a little closer. Civilized Sir says 12-team BBR, trade Tua, Tank Dell, Brees for Herbert, Saquon. This was offered to me. Herbert, Tua. Give me Tua now that you have no Mike Williams, but it's close. Saquon versus Tank Dell and Brees, not even remotely close. Go get Saquon Barkley. Night Shadow says PPR, where we have Hurts, Jacobs, Ford, Chase, Amari, Everett, Pittman, Puka, Hall, Kirk, Brian Robinson, Love, Ferguson, Devon, H.A. Mims, JT. Trade Puka and Kirk for Devonta Smith. If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I like it, my man. Capitalizing on some of this depth, and then I think we're going to be waiting until we get JT back in. James says, I'm doubling down on the Jags and Lawrence, turning it around, being a top offense. Well, the prices are favorable. Thanks for the feedback. Don't blame you at all. I think that Lawrence will most likely bounce back. I think everybody should start Lawrence this week if you have him. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I like this. God, ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for about 6 hours. I'm over here dying. We're trying to go. Trying to keep up the best we can. It is hard, though. It is hard. Big Body Bird says, 12-team BBR single flex. We have Sanders, Jefferson, Olave. Is trading Mostert, Sutton for Pittman, Ford, or Waddle, Brees a win? If we can get Waddle, Brees, yeah. If we go Mostert, Sutton for Waddle, Brees, I'd rather have Brees over Sutton. I'd rather have Waddle over Mostert, just on the off chance that you end up getting the running backs in Miami coming back. Now, Cap Cummins says 12-team at BBR, where we have Watson. I know, you're so funny. Watson, Najee, Connor, Jefferson, Olave, Musgrave, Devonta Smith. On the bench, we have Akers, Lockett, Komet, Algier, Kelly. Got offered Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown for Justin Jefferson. Do I take it? I like the idea. I mean, I love both Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs. If you're a big Lions fan, then sure, you can go through and do it. I mean, obviously, we need some help at running back here. Ultimately, I think that we probably do want to keep Jefferson. Jefferson's still arguably the best player in fantasy, unless you want to make the argument for CMC. Girl, you got to move. You got to move. There you go, girl. Sorry, this dog just needs... Maybe she needs... Hey, you quit that. You stop it. You stop it. Sorry, the dog's spazzing. The girlfriend's out of town, so the dog is little high maintenance at this. If it's 1 in the morning and I'm still streaming. Cap says 12-team app BBR format. Watson, Najee, Connor, Jefferson, Olave, Musgrave, Devonta Smith. On the bench, we have Akers, Lockett, Komet, Algier, Kelly. Good offer. Oh, no, we already answered this. Okay, I was going set. This looks like a familiar team. Ryan says 12-team app BBR double flex. ETN Montgomery for Kupp and Ridley. Oh, we're definitely going to go Kupp and Ridley. I mean, way to get out of ETN. I'm sorry, way to get out of Montgomery there. Awarded Aqua says, was offered Godwin for Tank Dell. Which one would you prefer? I would definitely rather have Godwin over Tank Dell. Hyber says 10-team PBR 1 and 2, where we have Burrow, CMC, Gibbs, Amon-Ra, Higgins, Goddard, Sanders. On the bench, we have Dotson, Brian Robinson, Hunt, Devon H, and Elijah Moore. Got offered Waddle for Jahmyr Gibbs. 1 and 2 format. I'm fine if you wanted to go ahead and make this move where we have the running back depth. We're going to play Miles Sanders. And we are just primarily thinking about points in the starting lineup right now. Xavier says 2 and 1, just traded Lamb, Evans, Saquon for Jefferson, Jacobs. Lamb, Evans, Jefferson, easily Jefferson. Saquon, Jacobs, easily Saquon. Looks like a fair deal. Now we have Herbert, Kamara, ETN, Devon A-Chain, Jacobs, Jefferson, Sutton, Tutu, Gabe, Sky Moore, tight end Waller. Who to start at wide receiver 2 and the running backs in flex. We're going to go Kamara, ETN, Jacobs, RBs, and flex. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Jefferson and Gabe Davis. Hopefully we can capture some of that shootout. Tony says 12-team PBR, where we have Herbert, ETN, Kyron, Lamb, Devonta, Kelsey, DJ, Cortland, Palmer, JT, Kelly, Roshan, Bigsby, Richardson. 0-3, do we make a trade or sit or what? Okay. 0-3 format. You know what we're going to have to do? If we have Herbert and Anthony Richardson, go to the Justin Fields team, go to the Joe Burrow team, and go, hey, man, I'll give you Anthony Richardson and this other piece. Give me an upgrade at running back. Give me an upgrade at wide receiver. I actually think we can get by without trading away Jonathan Taylor here because we have those 2 QBs, my friend. But Michael says 3-0, 10-team double flex, where we have Love, Pollard, James Cook, Hill, Higgins, Evans, Judy, Andrews, Hall, Roshan, Hunt, Charbonnet, Quentin Johnson, Josh Downs. We lost Mike Williams. We're worried about wide receiver. Any moves? Double flex format's a little bit more important, but in reality, 10-team league should still be able to make plays off the waiver wire. We still have Johnson and Downs for long-term upside. We're still starting Higgins, Evans, and Judy. So honestly, no, we're fine. We have some depth pieces down here on the bench that are more long-term plays. Obviously, we're rostering a lot of these rookies. So if we were like an 0-3 team, I think there'd be a lot of changes that we have. But I mean, 3-0, we're chilling for the long term. Jordan says 0-3, 18 PBR. Should we trade Bijan and Stevenson for Amon-Ra St. Brown and Amari Cooper? Definitely no, my friend. Please keep Bijan Robinson, best player in the deal. We have Watson, Eckler, Kyron, Kamara, Devon H. Yeah, I think the team will be much better now that we get Kamara back in. But please keep the best player and Bijan. Corbin says 12-team app BBR format double flex. Lost Williams. Trade Chase and Montgomery for Brown and Hall. Probably not. It's not like Montgomery to Hall is some massive upgrade. No, we're going to be keeping Chase. I understand why you would want to go get A.J. Brown to get the Jalen Hurts stack, but still, I think Jamar Chase fundamentally is in a different tier than A.J. Brown. AB says PBR, Watson, Palmer, or Reed. We're going to go Watson here. Big fan. Keep up the streams. Appreciate you, my friend. Mr. Filthy Wub says 2-1, 12-team PBR, where we have Fields, Jacobs, ETN, Lamb, Waddle, Higgins, Ingram. On the bench, we have Atwell, Elijah Mitchell, Johnson, Palmer, Dowdle. We need a quarterback trade. Actually, I think you don't need a trade. Go through, drop Dowdle, pick up another quarterback off the waiver wire. Then you can see what we get between these two guys and then play the matchups going forward. And if you wanted to pick up a quarterback off the waivers and then start him over Justin Fields this week, I'm not going to fault you for it. I will say maybe you can start him given the fact that he's going up against Denver. Mitchell says, I need someone to confirm I'm not crazy for wanting to drop A.J. Dillon for Roshan Johnson. As someone who's started A.J. Dillon over the past 2 weeks, you are not crazy. Jackson says, who should we start at the flex, Zach Moss or Waddle? I actually really like both these players. I'd probably go with Zach Moss. Now, Omni says traded Kirk for Breece Hall. I'm actually completely fine with this. Move Burrow and Sanders for it. The issue is, I understand why you'd want to move. Burrow obviously has been absolute garbage. You're not going to get anything that you really want for Joe Burrow at the moment. I know that we can start Jordan Love over Burrow in the short term, but I'd probably be looking to hold on to Burrow in the long term and then just seeing if he actually expands his value, or maybe he turns out to be someone that we are wanting to start down the road. Now, Carson says 10-team BBR 2-1, where we have Lawrence, Tua, Saquon, Mixon, Kamara, Madison, Pierce, Jefferson, Olave, Waddle, Watson, Addison, JSN. Tight end, we have Laporta. Feel like we have the depth to make a big trade. Who should we target? I mean, I think that we can go through and make a big deal now that we have Kamara back in. I mean, if you wanted to, and we get Christian Watson back in, let's take one of these exciting players like Jordan Addison. If you wanted to send Addison and Alexander Madison to get some big splash play at running back, that'd be very interesting. What also could be interesting is including Lawrence, but similar to the Burrow trade that we were talking about earlier on, you're going to have to wait until Lawrence has a better game. Jake says 12-team, full BBR, 1 and 2. Fields, Pollard, Roshan, Warren, Puka, Ayuk, Addison, Dell, Nico, DJ Moore, Palmer, Waller, Kincaid. Trying to trade for running backs with my depth. I mean, obviously RB2 here is going to be a little bit of a, question mark. Ultimately, the wide receivers that I think you get some value for and try to get an upgraded running back right now are going to be Puka and Tank Dell. If you wanted to send Puka and like Jalen Warren or Puka and Roshan Johnson and get to Gibbs, get to Ramadre, get to Mixon, I would really like that. Navon says 2 and Swift for Eckler and Gabe Davis. We have Allen. Yeah, let's go get Eckler and Gabe Davis. Love it. Jim Elias says 12-team full BBR. We have Watson, Smith, Flowers, Pollard, Jacobs, Andrews, Puka. On the bench, we have Richardson, Ford, Watson, Johnson, JSN, Spears, JT on the IR, rate the squad, and any moves. I like the team. I will say, please start Anthony Richardson over Deshaun Watson this week. Long term, we have a lot of upside. We're just going to be waiting until JT comes back. And then, if we are not 0-3, I think this is a team that's going to get better as the season goes on with all the rookies that we have as well. And getting JT back, of course. Now, Jason says 12-team at BBR format. We have 3 wide receivers, a super flex, and a flex. Currently 3-0. We have Jalen Hurts, Purdy, Stroud, Etienne, Kamara, Montgomery, Moss, Devon A-Chain. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Lamb, Metcalf, Evans, Frymuth, Musgrave. Should I trade Metcalf and Alvin Kamara for Tyreek Hill? Interesting because this is going to be that league where depth matters a little bit more, my man. But 3-0, you have a phenomenal team. We're getting the number 1 wide receiver in fantasy right now in Tyreek. Hell yes, let's go through and do it, even if I like Kamara. Z says Pollard for Jacobs and Ayuk. We need a wide receiver upgrade. We have Bijan. No, you want to keep Tony Pollard here. Coop says 12-team BBR, 2 and 1. We have Cousins, Ridley, Amari, Swift, Pierce, Andrews, Puka. On the bench, we have Brees, McLaurin, Deontay. I traded Pacheco and Palmer for Brees Hall. I still like Brees, so buy low, why not? Honestly, this price point, of course, it doesn't hurt at all. These guys got off the waiver wire. Thoughts on what else we could look to do? Down there on the bench, we are waiting for Brees and Deontay in the long term. You've heard me say a million times, but now if we can sell Puka, we will. I think if you could package him with Dell and get a long-term upgrade at that flex spot, I think that'd be interesting just before you have Cooper Kupp back in. But I'm about to piss myself, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for 6 hours, so we are going to call it there. And of course, promo code FLOCK on flockfantasy.com, 30% off any subscription. You're surely breaking your team down way better than I can do on a podcast, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings. Appreciate you. Drop a like, subscribe. See you tomorrow.